Chapter 1 Hyoga Setsuna. In the evening, the setting sun is like blood. The fire cloud dyed the sky of Konoha red, and the prosperous village looked particularly peaceful. But at this time, in a courtyard of the Konoha Hyoga clan, a kid with pure white eyes was sitting on the wooden floor of the entrance and sighing. "Daddy! Wasn't it that Xiao Xian registered a member of the crossover club on the internet, and actually crossed me directly into the world of Naruto, and also became a member of this cataract family?" Looking at the mirror, his forehead was smooth and clean. The swastika mark on the child is even weaker to complain. Moreover, he is actually a member of the branch house of the Hyoga clan. This is the rhythm of being a bird in a cage for a lifetime. As for the mark on the forehead, as a traveler who has read the original book, he knows what it means better than anyone. In order to protect the blood succession boundary, the Hyoga clan has divided the clan and branch house, and inherited the blood succession boundary Byakugan from generation to generation. In order to maintain Byakugan well, the branch house must be cursed from the small head. Completely under the control of the clan, and sacrificed his life to maintain the clan. The child is 4 years old this year. His name is Hyoga Setsuna in this life. His parents are both members of the branch house of the Hyoga clan. He died for the country on the battlefield not long after he was born. The village sent a book of shadow clone technique scrolls as a fund. The awards are gone. Since quitting the family's nanny who specializes in caring for orphans in the family war this year, Setsuna has started an independent life with the pension provided by the village. Damn, why not cross to the Uchiha clan? As a traverser, Setsuna knows that the plot of the entire Naruto world will revolve around Sharingan in the future. Monthly reading, Amaterasu, Distinguished Heavenly Gods, Susanoo, Izanagi, Rinnegan. Thinking of Sharingan's powerful skills in the middle and late stages of the original work, Setsuna feels powerless. For the Hyoga clan, this family with one of the 3 major pupil skills Byakugan, and who usually claims to be the strongest clan of Konoha, in Setsuna's impression, seems to be in the late stage of Naruto, so weak that it can only clean up mobs. Soy sauce. In the original book, Hyoga Niji, a genius ninja of the Hyoga clan, was directly killed by Ten Tails group skill cutting technique, and became the only Xiaoqiang who sacrificed among Konoha's 12 Xiaoqiangs. Cut, I don't want to. I don't work hard without cheat. In this world where people can die at any time, I might not be able to survive the 4th Ninja World War. I just died when Liu Daopain singled Konoha village. Setsuna cleared up his mood, got up and walked to stand in front of the stake in the middle of the yard. He took a deep breath, his hands knotted, and the corners of his eyes and temples immediately bulged. Then he stretched out. Gentle fist 8 trigrams palms were stretched out. The starting position. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. With the crisp childish voice, I saw Setsuna's immature hands instantly turned into black shadows, and his fingers came out, and he hit the stake 32 consecutive times very quickly, almost penetrating the stake, and the whole process was done in one go. And the time does not exceed 3 seconds. If someone from the Hyoga clan is watching now, they will be surprised that their chins fall to the ground. It is a rare genius to refine chakra at such a young age. Setsuna can still learn without guidance. Only the Hyoga clan can learn the gentle fist method. 8 trigrams 32 palms. Sure enough, it still doesn't work. If Genin's chakra is not reached, it seems that I still can't play 8 trigrams 64 palms. However, Setsuna said he was not very satisfied with the current progress. From birth, Setsuna has followed the principle of stupid birds flying first. Other children are still learning to walk, and he has already begun to learn to refine the gentle fist method of chakra and Moso Hyoga. Although there is no cheat from the protagonists, Setsuna also has a little benefit of being a traverser. Mental power is stronger than normal people, so Setsuna's newly opened Byakugan can see a distance farther than normal adults of the Hyoga clan. and can successfully extract physical energy and spiritual energy for integration, starting chakra practice at the age of 4. Because I am too young, although I can extract chakra, due to physical limitations, my chakra volume has never exceeded Genin's level. Naturally, I can't use Hyoga's advanced physical skill Gentle Fist. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Looking at his bloodshot and red hands, Setsuna pondered, it seems that the cultivation still has to be done gradually. I just planted the caged bird curse some time ago, and the brain damage has not fully recovered, so I should go back to the room and continue to study how to practice shadow clone technique. Ding! Hello, dear members, congratulations on obtaining the Hogyoku system provided by the Crossover Club, which is currently being bound. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. What? Setsuna, who was about to return to the room, heard a voice from the depths of his soul, and a lot of information kept pouring into his mind. The system is successfully bound, the current world Naruto, the degree of danger is S, and you can get 1000 points for dominating the current world. The sudden sound made Setsuna a little flustered, but after calming down and sorting out the information pouring into his mind, Setsuna couldn't help but ecstatic. The cheat that should come will come after all. Although it was 4 years late, Setsuna finally gave Setsuna a surprise. Can you exchange all kinds of guarding skills in the system? It is too late to complain about this kind of copycat online game setting. Setsuna feels that the most urgent task is to first understand the functions of this system. After all, this is directly related to Setsuna's future in this world. To be a protagonist or to be a dragon suit? No. Can you exchange all kinds of god-level items? No. Then can you post various harem tasks and give me various rewards after completion? No. Do you have anything to do with Hogyoku in Bleach? No. Then why are you called this name? How do I know? Maybe the author can't think of a name. The more you ask, the more Setsuna's heart sinks to the bottom. After just getting ready, he can be quietly pegged, but what about cheats? Why did you give me an inexplicable cheating system? You can't draw prizes, and you can't exchange skills, what's the use? Then what function do you have? Setsuna, unwilling to give up, felt that he should ask the system itself and let it answer by itself. This system aims to break the current boundaries for host and evolve endlessly to the next one. Okay, it sounds very big, but what can I do? Setsuna's small face twitched slightly. What was his official answer? Simply put, under the premise that the conditions are met, when the capacity of the host is saturated and encounters a bottleneck, this system can help the host to break the current bottleneck and directly evolve to the next level. After listening to the detailed explanation of the system, Setsuna was a little eager to try it. It sounds a bit similar to Hogyoku in Bleach. System, then please help me evolve Byakugan into Tenseigan. Chapter 2 Hogyoku System. Sorry, the conditions are insufficient. Host lacks a complete Satsuki family lineage, unable to break the current boundaries, and evolution failed. Sure enough, Tenseigan is the eye of creation and destruction that goes hand in hand with Rinnegan. In order for Byakugan to evolve into Tenseigan, it is necessary to gather multiple Byakugans or let Byakugan merge with the blood of the Satsuki family on the moon to have a chance to be born. However, neither the huge number of Byakugan nor the blood of the Satsuki clan on the moon are currently available to Setsuna. Then the system, what ability do I currently have that can break the boundaries and enter the next stage? Setsuna's practice time is still short. At present, the only bottleneck in the practice is chakra volume and gentle fist 8 trigrams palms. Setsuna is I want to try if this Hogyoku system can help me improve these two abilities. Ding! The system has detected that the amount of host chakra has reached the bottleneck and successfully broke the limit. Congratulations on the increase of host chakra to a higher level. Ding! The system has detected that the host gentle fist method 8 trigrams 32 palms has reached the bottleneck and successfully broke the boundaries. Congratulations to host for obtaining the Gentle Fist Method 8 trigrams 64 palms. As the sound of the system sounded in Setsuna's mind, Setsuna only felt a warm current flowing through his body. Chakra, which had just been exhausted due to practice, sprung up like mushrooms after a rain, and both quality and quantity were far better than before. Setsuna was stunned, so he broke through Genin. Unbelievable! Setsuna immediately jumped to the stake in the middle of the yard, turned on Byakugan and once again assumed the pose of Gentle Fist 8 trigrams palms. Gentle Fist Method 8 trigrams 64 palms. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. Chapter 2. 16 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. Setsuna's hands turned into blurred phantoms, his flexible arms quickly cut through the air, and his fingers continued to hit the stakes like a rainstorm. The unbearable stakes seemed to be shaken by the wind and rain. Yekusu finally burst open in the phantom that Setsuna hit with 32 palms at the same time, and the sawdust flew. Successful! Setsuna shook his aching arms. Chakra, who had just been promoted to Genin, was exhausted again, and Setsuna could not help but slumped on the ground, with vacant footsteps. On the pale little face covered with sweat, there was an expression of excitement that could not be hidden. In the original work, Hyaganiji could only perform physical skills on the 13-year-old Chunin exam. It has already shocked everyone. Setsuna has mastered this at only 4 years old. Advanced physical skills, what is this? Shocking? Monster? For the first time, after crossing into this cruel world where geniuses are like a dog and walking around, Setsuna has real confidence in his future path for the first time. Even if you face all kinds of boss, face all kinds of geniuses in the future, Setsuna, who has the system in hand, believes that he can finally dominate his own destiny and dominate the world. Just as Setsuna was immersed in the shock brought by the system, the voice of the system rang in his mind again. Since host is a distinguished member of the Traveler Club, the system will automatically give the host a chance to draw a lottery each time it travels. The prizes include all kinds of secondary element skills, props, inheritance, and items other than the current world. The lottery? It's so good! I didn't expect that a free member who just registered in the previous life could bring me so many things. Hearing that, Setsuna narrowed his eyes. He was curious about what there would be other than the current Naruto world. May I ask if host is conducting a lottery draw now? As soon as the system's voice fell, a group of brilliance rose in the world of Setsuna's mind, and quickly spread out like snowflakes, arranged into a wall, and the wall was densely lined with various such two-dimensional world skills and items. Setsuna glanced at it, and at a glance, there are hundreds of world skills and items such as Zanpakuto from Bleach, Devil Fruit from One Piece, Magic from Fairy Tail, Emperor Equipment from Akame ga Kill. Whether it is powerful or tasteless, it includes everything. Draw it now. Without thinking about it, Setsuna decided to draw the lottery now. Whether it was a strong draw or a tasteless draw, it was all by his own luck. My current strength is still very weak. The earlier the draw, the more helpful it will be for me. After talking about the lottery, the wall in Setsuna's mind was scattered again into snowflakes, restored to the brilliance just now, and finally a pineapple-like exotic fruit appeared from the brilliance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the frozen fruit ability in the One Piece world. Is it now receiving the ability? Frozen fruit? Setsuna stroked his chin thoughtfully, and the powerful image of the Admiral Blue Pheasant in the One Piece immediately came to mind. How can I say it? Objectively speaking, as a Logia Devil Fruit, frozen fruit is definitely not weak. The ability to reach the level of a naval admiral like the Green Pheasant is definitely better than the ordinary shadow level in the Naruto world. Strong 1 grade. But if compared with Uchiha Madara's ability to destroy the world in the future, it is obviously not enough. But fortunately, Devil Fruit's ability development has no limits. Setsuna believes that he has the vision of being a traverser, and with the help of the powerful cheater of the Hogyoku system, frozen fruit is definitely stronger than the blue pheasant in his own hands. The system helps me receive the ability of frozen fruit. Something is better than nothing. Setsuna decided to accept this ability after thinking a little bit. What is a joke? Why not Logia Devil Fruit? Yes, the host succeeded in receiving the frozen fruit ability. With the sound of the system's Gujing Wubo, Setsuna immediately felt an unfamiliar energy pouring into his body, and his body seemed to be recast from top to bottom. Feeling this energy carefully, Setsuna found that this energy is different from chakra. Chakra is a mixture of physical energy and spiritual energy. Compared with chakra, this energy is more pure, and it is more like absorbing the power of nature into yourself. Body of Setsuna knew that he was now a Logia demon fruit power. He stretched out his right hand and tried to use frozen fruit's ability. A icy force overflowed wherever he could think of, and Setsuna's entire arm immediately became a crystal clear ice arm. Is this devil fruit's ability? It's amazing. It's as simple as using your own body's instincts to control it. But Setsuna knows that he is only a beginner in devil fruit's ability, and there is still a long way to go in the future. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. By the way, how can the system receive power instead of directly giving me devil fruit? I heard that devil fruit is the most unpalatable thing in the world. I want to try it. It's such a host. You just won the devil fruit ability, not the devil fruit as a physical item, so you can only receive the ability, and you can't get the fruit directly. Well, it turned out to be so. Setsuna had no choice but to put away the shame of wanting to taste devil fruit. Wrong. Setsuna seemed to remember something suddenly. The system said that he just received the ability of frozen fruit, which means that he has not actually eaten devil fruit. Then devil fruit's biggest weakness, afraid of water and sea stones, is it right? I have no effect? Chapter 3 Hyaga Hizashi. Although there is no sea stone in this world, and ordinary water is not as deadly as sea water, there are ninjas with water-style ninjutsu in the ninja world society. In case you encounter a ninja who can summoning out of the sea, you can freeze with the frozen fruit ability. But it will eventually have some restrictions on herself, and Setsuna doesn't want her to be affected by taking a bath in the future. There happened to be a large water tank in the yard that was as high as Setsuna. It was filled with the daily water used by Setsuna for bathing and washing. With a jump, the water splashed all over. Setsuna jumped into the water tank. The water just reached Setsuna's neck. And then Setsuna stretched out his arm, imagining that he transformed his hand into an ice arm like just now. As a result, he had just acquired the devil fruit ability, and he was not proficient in his control. The ice force actually followed his arm to freeze the water in the water tank instantly, only revealing it. Setsuna's head and one arm are outside the ice. Okay, I'm actually freezing myself in it. Fortunately, Setsuna's freezing power is still very weak. The frozen ice is not very strong. When chakra is lifted a little bit, it shakes, and it shatters the ice block and the water tank. Out. Great. Devil fruit's weakness really didn't affect him in any way. Setsuna felt that there were too many surprises for the day. Just as Setsuna silently digested everything that the system brought today, there was a knock on the door in the yard. Knocking. Knocking. Coming. After opening the door, Setsuna saw an adult man standing by the door with pure white eyes and long dark hair neatly combed behind his head, but his firm face seemed to be covered with haze all the time. Uncle Hizashi, why are you here? The visitor is Hyaga Niji's father, Hyaga Hizashi. Setsuna's grandfather in this life is the biological younger brother of the previous patriarch, so Hyaga Hizashi is Setsuna's cousin according to generation. Probably because they are both branch houses, Hyaga Hizashi takes good care of this cousin who was born with both parents dead. Setsuna often pesters Hizashi to learn Gentle Fist method, 8 trigrams 64 palms, and it was what Hizashi taught Setsuna. Well, I just came back from the mission. I passed by you and came in to see how well you recovered. While talking, Hisashi walked into the yard of Setsuna's house and saw a messy yard with broken pieces scattered all over the ground. There were pieces of wood, water tanks, and even broken ice blocks. With a look of surprise, "Are you cultivating? Why are there ice blocks on the ground? Although my cousin is young, he is different from other children of the same age." Setsuna's usual life and clothes give him the impression that he is very tidy, so Hisashi is a little surprised to see a messy yard. Seeing his masterpieces everywhere on the ground, Setsuna also felt a little embarrassed and scratched his head embarrassedly. I'm almost recovered, so I'm practicing gentle fist. The weather is too hot to cool down the ice block, haha." Hisashi didn't doubt him. Staring at the swastika mark on Setsuna's forehead, a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes, touching Setsuna's head, and said in a deep voice, "Setsuna, do you know that the whole Hyuga clan is like a big tree? The tree, the clan is the trunk, and our branch house is the branches and leaves. Only when everyone is dedicated to their duties can the Hyuga clan grow luxuriantly. The clan's branch house is a destiny destined by heaven, and no one can change it. After you accept this technique, don't have any resentment." "Well, I got it." Having said that, life and death are all controlled by others, and a time bomb that may explode at any time is tied to his head. Who would willingly accept such a fate? Don't you also hate such a destiny but are powerless to change it? I have Hogyoku system and devil fruit, and I can see a future that you can't see. Sooner or later I will change this destiny." Setsuna thought in disapproval. "By the way, you should go to the ninja school after the new year." Hisashi seemed to remember something suddenly, and said to Setsuna, "I heard that Uchiha has an incredible genius. You are as old as you. I'm using fire-style ninjutsu. It's called Uchiha Atake. You should meet you when you go to the ninja school next year. I know you've been very talented since you were a kid. Both Hyuga and Uchiha are famous for Konoha. Lost to Uchiha. Nani? You say Uchiha Atake? Same year as me? Still to be a competitor?" Hearing that, Setsuna almost jumped. "Uncle, don't you know, people are the characters who will be called God of Atake by readers in the future. He graduated from the ninja school at the first place at the age of 7, opened Sharingan at 8, became Chunin at 10, became the leader of Anbu Squadron and exterminated the clan at the age of 13. Heavenly character, you are asking me to compete with others while standing and talking like this. Is it really good? Have you considered how they feel? Yes, I will definitely not embarrass the Hyuga clan." However, Setsuna, who was frantically complaining in his heart, still had to nod and agree. "You know, although the key hatred of the Uchiha clan has been pulled away by the Naruto family, but the two ancient and prominent families who are both Konoha now, Hyuga and Uchiha, have been vying openly and secretly. According to the original plot, the Hyuga clan Setsuna has no outstanding characters that can compete with the Uchiha clan. Among the younger generation of Uchiha, there is the strongest phantom ninja Uchiha Shisui. Among them, there is 13-year-old film class Uchiha Atake, and even later, Uchiha Sasuke. Although the performance in the early stage was mediocre, but in the later stage, the reincarnation soul was awakened, and the reincarnated soul of Indra was inherited by Sage of Six Paths and became one of the most powerful existences in the world. Not to mention the observant Uchiha Madara and the counterattack Uchiha Obito. In short, looking at the history of the Uchiha clan, there are too many wonderful characters. On the other hand, the Hyuga clan, with the exception of the Hyuga Tenin, which was mentioned in the original work, in the past 100 years, even a shadow-level powerhouse has not been born. The only genius ninja Hyuga Niji, as the first genius ninja to become Jainin in Konoha's new generation 12 Xiaoqiang, also because he was born without the protagonist's halo, he died in the 4th Ninja War and became the Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang. The only Xiaoqiang who sacrificed. But no matter what, now with my Hyuga Setsuna's existence, all this will change. With Hogyoku's system and devil fruit in hand, and with your own efforts, if you still can't become a top powerhouse, it's better to drink Sanlo milk powder. Looking at Setsuna's energetic little face, Hisashi felt as if he had seen the future of the Hyuga clan, and finally a smile appeared on his tight face. We, Setsuna, are the geniuses who started Byakugan at the age of 3. We are definitely no better than Uchihas. Little ghost. Come, let me see the results of your recent practice. After that, Hisashi took off the green vest on his body and threw it on the ground casually, revealing the black casual clothes inside, and then stretched out his palm to wave his hand at Setsuna. Setsuna just obtained the system today and broke through the 2 important levels of chakra volume and gentle fist method. 8 trigrams 64 palms, and just wanted to try the gap between his current strength and Jainin. The chakra that has just been consumed, after the gap between tossing and speaking, is now half recovered. It has to be said that the Hyuga clan, as the descendants of the immortals, has a very strong recovery ability. Chapter 4 Gentle Fist Pair Training. Ah, then I'm not welcome. Be careful not to get hurt by me. Uncle Hisashi. Setsuna immediately opened Byakugan and assumed the posture of gentle fist. Don't worry, come here, brash boy, how can I be Jainin, uncle, how could I be hurt by a kid like you? Hisashi said he is also a Jainin, although his cousin has shown amazing talent since he was a child. How can I say it? It was just a 4-year-old kid who wanted to hurt Jainin, even if he could not do it by himself. Chapter 3. The battle between the two was on the verge of breaking out. Gentle fist. Setsuna gave a soft drink, and after turning on Byakugan, both palms released the blue chakra, and his right hand turned his palm and quickly attacked Hisashi. The power is good, but the speed is almost. Hisashi also stretched out his right palm, and with a light shot, he pushed away the gentle fist that Setsuna had attacked. When Setsuna's gentle fist was pushed away by Hisashi, he felt a huge force throwing himself to the right. The center of gravity was unstable and he was about to be thrown to the ground. But Setsuna didn't show the slightest panic on his face. The adult Jainin's strength was much greater than his own, which was expected. I saw Setsuna flipped his body to the right. Instead of sticking to the bottom plate like ordinary Hyuga gentle fist, he kicked his right leg out, and his heel quickly hit Hisashi's face. Buddy is flexible. Facing Setsuna's round kick, Hisashi's expression remained unchanged, and his left palm covered the right side of his head. After blocking Setsuna's right leg, he grabbed the palm of his hand and directly grabbed Setsuna's. The ankle was caught in his hand. Setsuna only felt that his foot was kicking on a steel plate. Before he could react, he noticed that his ankle was tight, and Hisashi's right ankle was already in his hand. This force made Setsuna unable to break free. Setsuna reacted immediately, using the grabbed right foot as a fulcrum, once again swinging his body to the left, and using his right hand, gentle fist took the blue chakra and hit Hisashi's seong mouth. Hisashi was also a little surprised by the quick reaction, but after all, he was a Jainin who had been honed in countless battles. He grabbed Setsuna's ankle with his left hand and flicked upwards. Setsuna's whole body was taken to the sky in an instant. Rolled up, defuse Setsuna gentle fist's offensive. You can't underestimate the kid now. In the face of Setsuna's proficient gentle fist and flexible attacks, Hisashi had to put away his previously underestimated mentality, and with this attitude of fighting with children, maybe he would really capsize in the ditch. Suddenly, Hisashi's eyes drenched, and the veins violently opened up Byakugan. Because he saw Setsuna tumbling in the air and spreading his arms back and forth in front of him, in a pose he couldn't be more familiar with. This is not good. Hisashi felt an invisible field enveloped his body, as if his every move was locked. Gentle fist method 8 trigrams 64 palms. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. With the crisp voice, Setsuna shot like a cheetah. The invisible 8 trigrams area enveloped the two of them, and the fierce attacks like violent storms continued to hit the acupuncture points around Hisashi. Damn it, don't be careless, it will be troublesome to be hit by this. Hisashi was shocked and burst out with Janin level strength, his hands bloomed with blue chakra, and he directly met Setsuna's 8 trigrams 64 palms. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Setsuna only felt that every palm he was struggling to hit was like hitting a ball of cotton, unable to focus at all. He knew that this was Hisashi's serious use of gentle fist to take over his 8 trigrams 64 palms. Damn it, is this Janin's strength? Although he knew that he couldn't beat Janin at all, but seeing Hisashi so easily took over his 8 trigrams 64 palms, facing such a big gap in reality, Setsuna is still a little depressed. It's unbelievable. You actually learned this trick. Now Hisashi has already had a huge wave in his heart. How could this be possible? He was only 4 years old, and he learned that many adult ninjas in this clan may not be able to do so. The learned technique. Hey, this is what I just learned today. I said that if you are not serious, you will get hurt. Seeing Hisashi's expression like eating show, I thought about it when Hisashi gave this technique to himself. With the child's attitude, Setsuna smiled triumphantly. But it hurts. Setsuna looked at his hands and found that they were red and swollen like pig's feet. With such a small body, using 8 trigrams 64 palms twice a day, this kind of consumption is really overloaded. And your Byakugan, can you already see the acupuncture points? Hisashi looked at Setsuna's eyes in disbelief. Just when he wanted to move, he found that the veins in his body were a little blocked, even though he broke out in a critical condition. Out of Janin's strength, but caught off guard, he still hit Setsuna. He observed his body with Byakugan and found that one of the main points of his body had been sealed. Although it would not be possible to use the whole body of chakra like all the 64 main points were closed, it still had some influence on physical activity. Impacted. Byakugan does not have a clear classification like Sharingan, but there is still a big difference in ability. Generally speaking, it is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is the newly awakened Byakugan of the ordinary Hyuga clan. They have long-sightedness and use chakra to multiply the power of their eyes. The eyes can see things in a radius of 1 kilometer away. At the same time, they have a 360 degrees angle of view and can see 360 degrees around them clearly. Because of the caged bird curse seal, there is a blind spot just behind the first Seong vertebra of branch house members, which is a blind spot that extends out. In the second stage, Tyo-Yushi, using Byakugan can see the target's meridian points and the flow of chakra, and can even tell whose chakra is. In the third stage, it can strengthen its own abilities. Even the ordinary ninja, even Janin, only releases chakra by relying on the parts of the hands, feet and mouth. But with Byakugan, you can see through your own chakra points, and you can release chakra from all points in your body, so you can release 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven, a ninjutsu that releases chakra's strong defensive power. Without Byakugan, you can't do it. Setsuna can accurately block Hisashi's acupoints, indicating that his Byakugan has reached the second stage. This is undoubtedly impossible for a 4-year-old child to do, but the facts are in front of him. Setsuna did it. You have surpassed the level of General Genin. It's really a talent that people can't help but be born in our branch house. Hisashi looked at Setsuna's eyes more complicated. Chapter 5. Yes, no matter how high the talent is, what's the use? Not only can it be controlled by the curse seal, and let fate at the mercy of it. If you were born in the clan, perhaps, the glory of the Hyuga clan will be revealed in your hands. It is true that his Hyuga Hisashi hates the clan. But it does not mean that he does not love his clan. In fact, every member of the Hyuga clan, whether it is a member of the clan or branch house, everyone has a strong sense of family honor. Don't worry, Uncle Hisashi, I believe that as long as you work hard, people in the branch house can surpass the clan. Although I had long been thinking about how to get rid of this damn curse, Setsuna still said passionate idiots like Uzumaki Naruto. Konoha people all love to listen to this set, right? Haha, if you can think so, I'm relieved. After listening to Setsuna's words, Hisashi smiled relievedly. It's getting late, let's end today's practice. Niji and your Aunt Myling are still there, waiting for me at home. You come home with me for dinner. Speaking of which, you haven't seen Niji since he was born. It's still tomorrow. I have to go shopping on the street later. Although Setsuna also wanted to see Niji, who was just born, he was exhausted by the practice of the day and the confrontation with Hisashi. Now, besides, he will have to go to the streets to buy some endurance equipment in the evening. Well, then I must come tomorrow. Your Aunt Myling has been talking about you for a long time. Don't always keep yourself locked up at home and practice. You are only a 4-year-old child. Speaking of Hisashi's wife Hyuga Myling, usually I especially love Setsuna, this little boy. I usually call Setsuna to eat at home, and I take care of Setsuna very much in his daily life. Okay, got it. Setsuna felt particularly helpless when he remembered that he was carrying the soul of an adult in the body of a little boy, and being pinched by the young woman Myling all day long. After a hurried farewell, Hisashi left Setsuna's yard. After Hisashi left, Setsuna cleaned up the yard, took a shower, and went out. Although night has fallen, Konoha's streets are brightly lit, and the bustle is better than during the day. In addition to ordinary residents, many ninjas who returned from missions during the day also put down their burdens and strolled the streets, enjoying this rare experience. The tranquility. Walking tiredly on the bustling streets of Konoha, breathing the fresh air here, the evening breeze in the autumn also helped Setsuna relieve a bit of tiredness. Looking around and looking at the crowds on the street, Setsuna's mood also settled. After all, it is a two-dimensional world, and the size of this village is not much more than a big city in the previous life. It is Konoha's 47th year. It is in the latter part of the Third Ninja War. Not long after the victory of the Battle of Kikyo Mountain, Konoha seems to usher in a period of peaceful development, again forcing Shinin village to sign an alliance under the castle to be outnumbered. After the crowd defeated the invasion of Rock Shinobi village, Konoha once again stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world. No country has the strength to compete with Konoha for the time being. But Setsuna, who is familiar with the plot, knows that next year Naruto Sasuke and their new Konoha protagonists will be born, and the Nine Tails invasion of Konoha will also happen. Fourth Hokage's untimely death and the invasion of Nine Tails will be huge. The loss, coupled with the legend that the three ninjas left Konoha in an unprecedented crisis of combat power, will basically lose the strategic advantage that Konoha has accumulated after his victory in the Third Ninja War. This also gave certain countries waiting for the opportunity to invade Konoha, and soon the country of fire and the country of cloud will reopen war, and this short peace will soon be replaced by war. Some time ago, Setsuna also vaguely listened to the villagers talking about the golden glitter. Namikaze Minato led a team to raid the Shenmue bridge and cut off the grain and grass of the country of Iwa, repelling the invasion of Rock Shinobi, and took the victory of the war. Uchiha Obito of the Uchiha clan was killed in action, and Hotaki Kakashi, the most famous and talented ninja in the village in recent years, got the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Although it was strongly protested by the Uchiha clan, claiming that Sharingan must be taken back, this matter was quickly suppressed by the high level of Hokage. From here, it also brought out the next legendary career of copying the ninja. However, what is happening now has nothing to do with Setsuna for the time being. No matter how the fighting outside, at least in the village, it is still a peaceful scene. Setsuna knew that the only thing he needed to do now was to improve his strength as soon as possible so that he could have the capital to survive in the next plot. Chapter 4. On the bustling street, a small figure is walking slowly. Many passers-by put their eyes on Setsuna's face. Whether it was the iconic pure white eyes of the Hyuga clan or Setsuna's delicate little boy face, they captured the attention of many passers-by, and Setsuna could even hear them not far away. Several young girls and Aunt Kawani's comments. Setsuna lowered his head slightly, and silently accelerated the pace of walking. His adult soul still couldn't adapt to this kind of little boy treatment. Soon after 10 minutes, Setsuna walked to the door of a ninja shop. There are dozens of similar ninja shops like Konoha. In addition to the ninjas who perform missions, there are many imps who dream of ninja dreams all day long. It's a kid from the Hyuga family, I need something. Seeing Setsuna entering the door, the boss recognized Setsuna's identity from the pure white eyes. Boss, give me 30 kunao and 60-handed swords and a chakra test paper. By the way, you can order a bronze man for me according to this drawing. Setsuna took out a piece from his clothes. The drawing was handed to the boss. On it was a humanoid composition depicting the muscles and acupuncture points of the human body. The wooden stakes used for daily practice were broken by Setsuna today. For the next more intense practice, Setsuna specially made such a drawing. It's so much, hey? This graphic is. The kids who usually buy ninjas in the store are usually little ghosts who play ninja games. They usually buy 1 or 2 as toys. This is the Hyuga clan today. Kid actually wants to buy so many ninjas. The boss was even more surprised after seeing the blueprint handed over by Setsuna. Well, you help me make this bronze man according to the ratio of an adult's real person. Do you want to make such a big one? Then the price is not cheap. This is your deposit. After it's done, send it to the Hyuga clan. I'll take it out. As he said, Setsuna took 100 taels from his wallet and handed it to the boss. Setsuna also knew that it would be expensive to order such a large solid bronze figure, but in order to be able to practice better in the future, he had to bite his teeth to spare the money. Fortunately, Setsuna's parents are Chunin, and they have left some savings. After they died for the country on the battlefield, the village gave a lot of pensions, enough for Setsuna's living expenses in the next few years. And Setsuna plans to apply for early graduation after going to the ninja school next year, striving to become a ninja as soon as possible, so that he can perform tasks and get commissions, at least not worrying about financial troubles. Although the personal force of Naruto is the center of the world in the later period, money has no concept at all, but in the daily life of the ordinary ninja world in the early days, after all, living in the system, everyone needs money for food and clothing. Chapter 6 Might Guy, First More. After coming out of the ninjutsu shop, Setsuna touched his stomach and practiced for an afternoon before eating dinner. He was already hungry in his stomach. Seeing the storefront not far in front of the street, the words "Yul Ramen" attracted Setsuna's attention. Setsuna has already decided what to eat for the evening. Good evening, what do you want to eat? A very ordinary uncle greeted Setsuna enthusiastically as soon as he walked into the store before sitting down. Thank you for giving me a pork bone barbecued pork ramen. Climbing up the high stool and looking at the ordinary face in front of him, Setsuna thought, is this uncle the legendary Tsutsuki Yul? This is a shop that even Liudeo Pain's super god Luo Tianzhang can't destroy? Wow, cute brother, are you here for the first time? Before Uncle Yul spoke, a little girl who looked a little older than Setsuna came out from behind Uncle Yul with big eyes. He looked at Setsuna curiously. Don't be unreasonable to the guests, Changpyu. Seeing his naughty daughter, Uncle Yul reprimanded softly, then smiled and said to Setsuna, please don't be offended, this is my daughter Changpyu, please wait for me now, just do it. The reprimanded little girl Changpyu stuck out her tongue at Setsuna and went in to help. Is this Uncle Yul's daughter Changpyu? It seems that she was the only one who had seen Kakashi's true face under the face mask in the cartoons in her previous life. Setsuna, who was sitting on the stool, was thinking a little playfully with her chin in her hands. 5 minutes later, a bowl of steaming ramen was served. Setsuna recovered and began to wipe out the ramen in the bowl. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. The barbecued pork is fatty but not greasy, the pork bone soup base is delicious and rich, and the handmade ramen is full of strength. Setsuna is delicious, and the taste is really good. No wonder the protagonist Naruto has always been so fond of this ramen shop. In less than 10 minutes, the ramen was wiped out by Setsuna. After paying the bill, Setsuna left the ramen shop. After stepping out of Yul Ramen, it was too early, and the moonlight gradually began to become brighter. Holding his stomach, Setsuna languidly walked along the street towards the periphery of the village, which was regarded as a walk after a meal. Looking up at the rising moon in the sky, Setsuna's thoughts began to spread again. With such a bright and white full moon, who would have thought that this was a container made by Sage of 6 Paths to seal 10 tales with planetary devastation? I don't know if the Tsutsuki clan actually lived on the moon. Reminiscent of more than 10 or 20 years later, Tensagen, a descendant of the Tsutsuki clan, Tsutsuki's Tensagen split the entire moon with one blow. Setsuna couldn't help but yearn for the supreme power of destroying the world like a fairy. In this way, while thinking about it while taking a walk, the people in the surrounding streets began to sparse. Bang! 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 Unknowingly, Setsuna, who had already reached the outskirts of the village, was attracted by the sound of violent collisions. Looking in the direction of the sound, Setsuna found that the sound came from a driving range not far away. It's so late, who is still cultivating? With curiosity, Setsuna walked to the periphery of the practice range. In front of the big tree in the center of the field, a green figure was sweating profusely and was hitting the tree with all his strength. Looking at the figure wearing the green tights in the field, every move can produce a strong wind, and every hit on the tree trunk will drop a large leaf of leaves. And he was still talking to himself, if you can kick 10,000 times today, you will fight Kakashi tomorrow. If you win tomorrow, run around Konoha 20 times. If you lose, do 5 push-ups. Thousands. This is Guy. Although I have known the diligence of Might Guy a long time ago after reading the original Setsuna, but now that he really sees this scene with his own eyes, Setsuna can't help being shocked. It is so late that he is still practicing hard alone. And Setsuna knows that he usually sets some weird rules for himself. For example, if you want to run 500 laps around the playground today, if you can't do 2000 push-ups, if you can't do 2000 push-ups, then squat 1000 times. If they are all done, then they are eligible to challenge their opponent Kakashi. If you continue to exercise like this self-masochistic crazy for a long time, even an ordinary person with no talent will become very strong. After all, this is the world of the second dimension. Seeing such a scene with his own eyes, Setsuna thought that it was absolutely not unreasonable for Guy to surpass Kakashi in the later period. One was a genius ninja who was famous in the village when he was a boy, and the other was a crane tail who had no talent for ninjutsu when he was a boy. Anyone who has seen Naruto knows that Kakashi was definitely a talented ninja when he was a teenager. He graduated from ninja school at the age of 5. No one has ever broken this record. He became Jonin at the age of 12 and was able to develop the S level alone. Ninjutsu, Reikari, is in the limelight for a while. However, since Obito sacrificed and later killed Lin with his own hands, Kakashi's whole body was always in a state of decadence and sinking due to the shackles of the soul. Until Shippuden, Kakashi's strength was only from Jonin in the middle of more than 10 years. Growing to the elite Jonin, the pace has been stagnant. In the later period, it was completely surpassed by a few disciples, and the Fourth Ninja Wars dragged down the protagonists. Sharingan was taken away by Uchiha Madara and Sharingan didn't even have the ability to resist. Although at the end Kishimoto let all the 7th class open, Obito can come back to lend Kakashi a pair of Sharingan when he is dead, but those can't conceal the paleness of Kakashi's mid and late stage strength. And Guy, who had no ninja talent since he was a child, has gradually caught up with Kakashi's pace through hard work day after day and year after year. Although I always yelled all day that I wanted to defeat the genius ninja Kakashi, but in the later stage, he opened the 8th gate silently, and his strength once suppressed the 6 states of Uchiha Madara. Jingyan has attracted countless audiences, and is honored by countless readers. Guy King. Anyone who works hard is worthy of respect. Setsuna has quietly turned on Byakugan, his muscles bulging and his eyes are carefully watching every movement of Guy. Unlike Hyagaryu's gentle fist, Guy practices another physique genre, Konoharyu's Gang Chuan. Gentle fist pays attention to the upper plate action. Usually the trick is to stick to the bottom plate. The upper body uses the unique gentle fist to break chakra into the opponent's body to destroy the opponent's tendons and internal organs. After all, the most powerful person in the normal ninja world, the internal organs cannot be cultivated, and the internal injuries usually caused by gentle fist are fatal. Unless you reach the 6 levels, or have Senju Hashirama's sage body or be transformed by Thulhu like Haiden. Gang Chuan pays more attention to the movement of the bottom plate. The tricks are usually open and close. The attack is generally based on the legs. The use of chakra makes the body more explosive and destructive. The action is swift and fierce. Direct damage to the enemy's surface. Setsuna carefully records every movement of Guy. There is no way that anyone can stop him from crossing the Uchiha clan. What he has is not Sharingan, and he does not have the ability to instantly copy the other's actions. He can only learn slowly by his own ability. Setsuna knew that he was not a master of physique and did not have the ability to blend 2 different styles of physique, but learning the Gang Chuan of Guy Konoheu, Setsuna just hoped to inject more changes into his gentle fist until he himself, after reaching a certain level of strength in the future, he will create his own strongest physical skill. Guy in the middle of the practice range is still continuing his concentrated practice under the sweat of rain, and he didn't notice that some 10 meters outside the practice range at this time are still watching him with Byakugan through the wire fence. At this time, Guy was just a chunin, and he did not show the powerful skills behind in his physical skills. Setsuna only learned a few basic physical skills such as Leaf Hurricane and Leaf Great Whirlwind. It's not too early. If you are too greedy, you can't chew badly. Let's learn these tricks first. Anyway, Guy usually practices in these places. If you want to learn, use Byakugan to remotely see when you have a chance. After peeking for about 10 minutes, Setsuna knew that if it was too late to go back, the Hyuga clan would have to undergo an inspection. Setsuna, who didn't want to be too troubled, returned to his home in the Hyuga clan early. Chapter 5. Back to the room, Setsuna lying on the chuang, looking at the ceiling. What I thought of was everything that happened today. If I could not clearly feel the chakra and devil fruit abilities in my body, I would really think that I experienced what I experienced today. Just a dream. Just thinking about it like this, Setsuna fell asleep. No words for a night. Chapter 7, Back Mountain Cultivation, Second More. The next morning, when a ray of warm sunlight shone on Setsuna's face, Setsuna woke up. Setsuna slept unsteadily last night, maybe too many unimaginable things happened yesterday. Thoughts day by day and night by night, Setsuna had many strange dreams at night. From time to time I dreamed that I defeated Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara and reached the top of the Jainin world, and from time to time I dreamed that I, like Hyuga Niji, died in the 4th Ninja War. It seems that too many things happened yesterday, and the brain was overexcited, which caused me to sleep and dream. After Chuang washed, Setsuna looked at herself in the mirror, with a delicate and handsome face and big eyes with pure white pupils, coupled with long black and shiny hair. If some otaku in the previous life saw it, they would definitely sigh, "What a black, long, and straight, little boy." After freshening up, putting on a kimono with a black background and a white border with the Hyuga clan emblem printed on the back, the whole body reveals an exquisite elegance. It is no wonder that the street will attract so many people's attention. The only flaw is that Setsuna's smooth forehead is engraved with a mark, indicating the identity of the branch house of the Setsuna Hyuga clan. In fact, in the previous life, Setsuna was particularly puzzled by the protagonist Uzumaki Naruto's aesthetics. No matter how prominent the two-dimensional world is, no matter how exaggerated the shape is, no one will say that you kill Matt. Why do you have to wear that orange weird sweater? Of course, there are even more ridiculous things that are Guy and Xiao Li's green tights, which makes people shudder when they think of it. After tidying up the ninja and the package while complaining, Setsuna went straight out. Today's practice task is very heavy. First, find a suitable place to practice shadow clone technique and learn to climb trees and tread water. From the original comics, Setsuna knows that third Hokage is usually used to using the telescope technique, through the crystal ball as a medium to gain insight into every corner of the village to maintain public order in the village. Although the current Hokage is 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, who just took office not long ago, there is no guarantee that he will continue to use this technique to observe the village. Setsuna didn't want to be exposed to others' eyes all the time even in his practice. What's more, his frozen fruit ability could not be revealed to others for the time being, otherwise it would be difficult to explain to others that he is a ninjutsu that does not require seals. What's going on? The most important thing is that Setsuna is to find a suitable practice place, not only need not worry about others' prying eyes, but also let go of hands and feet to practice various abilities. The early morning air in Konoha was particularly refreshing, crowded with the hustle and bustle of people, and Setsuna went upstream in the direction of Hokage Yanyan. Setsuna remembers that Konoha's iconic Hokage Yanyan is behind a whole flattened back mountain, and you can walk deeper for more than an hour to reach the Temple of Fire. The back mountain is surrounded by Maumita Senlin and canyons. You can definitely find a good place to practice. Yes, this is it. After walking for about an hour, Setsuna finally found a good place to practice. This is a low-lying valley with a clear stream flowing through it and surrounded by dense woods. Setsuna observed it with Byakugan. There were no people around 1 kilometer, and it was not a village blocked by woods, so there was no need to worry about other people's peeping. Before practicing, let's take a look at the attributes of your own chakra. Setsuna reached out and took out a chakra test paper from the ninja bag, held it in his hand, concentrated on running chakra into his hand, and lost on the chakra test paper. Soon, Setsuna saw that the test paper in his hand had changed. After entering chakra, the test paper was first soaked and then cut from the middle. Does the nature of water and wind change? After seeing the changes on the test paper, Setsuna's inspiration flashed. It seems that my frozen fruit ability can find a slightly more reasonable statement. Immediately Setsuna put away the test paper, closed his eyes and tried to concentrate chakra on the soles of the feet. After feeling chakra on the soles of the feet, Setsuna slowly walked towards the creek. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Wow! Unexpectedly, Setsuna stepped into the water with her whole foot, splashed all over her face. It seems that climbing trees and treading water is not that easy. Setsuna remembered that it took almost a week for Naruto and Sasuke in the anime to master them. Thinking about Setsuna patiently tried dozens of times. The time gradually approached noon, and the sun began to move to the center. The scorching sun sprinkled on Setsuna through the gaps in the woods. Within an hour, Setsuna began to sweat. Success! After finally trying dozens of times, Setsuna once again concentrated on chakra's feet and stepped on the water, with the feeling of stepping on the real thing. Setsuna carefully placed the center of gravity on the foot on the water, and the other foot released chakra from the bottom of the foot and stepped on the water. The little Sakura with strong chakra control in the original book also took a lot of time to master. I didn't expect that I succeeded so quickly. The chakra control ability of the Hyuga clan is really not covered. In the original anime, it can be taken from Hyuga Niji. The Hyuga clan who is proficient in injecting chakra into the opponent's body and controlling the opponent's gentle fist can also release chakra from the acupoints of the whole body. This is something that even Jainin can't do. It can be seen from this. The chakra control ability of the Hyuga clan is second to none in the ninja world. Setsuna, who successfully stood on the water, tried to walk on the water a few more times, and almost fell into the water a few times, but as long as he mastered the feeling of using chakra, Setsuna began to become more and more proficient on the water. Gradually began to walk on the ground. After getting acquainted with walking on the water, Setsuna went ashore and began to practice climbing trees. After proficiency in treading water, Setsuna felt that it was easier to climb trees. The same principle released chakra from the solace of the feet and adsorbed it to the trunk like a sucker. Setsuna succeeded in the first attempt. Tree top. Being able to learn to use chakra to tread water and climb trees so quickly proves that the Hyuga clan is indeed excellent in chakra control ability, and on the other hand, it also shows that Setsuna is still very talented as a ninja. You must know that even other members of the Hyuga clan cannot be so fast for a day. Learn this ability in less time. Next, learn Shadow Clone technique. He jumped down from a beautiful backflip on the trunk, and after landing steadily, he took out a palm-sized scroll from his clothes. Shadow Clone technique is a B-level ninjutsu developed by Konoha II Hokage Senjuhima. It was originally a ninjutsu used by Senjuhima for espionage. It can create the same body as the caster, and chakra will evenly distribute it to each clone. Compared to the clone phantom created by the ordinary clone technique, the Shadow Clone technique can be said to be flawless. This is a kind of ninjutsu that can create entities. Unlike ordinary clone techniques, this clone is physical and can attack. It can be applied to various ninjutsu, and it is felt by Shadow Clone that is attacked or cancelled. The memory of the experience received will also be passed on to the body. This is probably the only thing left to me by my parents in this life. Uzumaki Naruto, the protagonist in the original book, used this technique to cheat against enemies and practice. Looking at the scroll in his hand, Setsuna remembered his life experience and couldn't help feeling a little bit. Chapter 8 Learning Shadow Clone, Third More. Then Setsuna opened the scroll and looked at the contents carefully. The above described in detail the actual operation process and application principle of the Shadow Clone technique, and also drew the required seal of this ninjutsu. After reading the content on the scroll, Setsuna followed the gesture drawn on the scroll and started to seal, closing his eyes and running chakra in the manner stated on the scroll. Boom! After a burst of smoke, a person exactly like himself appeared beside Setsuna, but this Setsuna was lying on the ground with a listless appearance. Sure enough, isn't it that simple? The practice of Shadow Clone technique really did not succeed as easily as Setsuna thought. Setsuna felt a little funny when he looked at himself lying next to him on the ground. Come again. After recovering the failed Shadow Clone, Setsuna's hands were sealed again. Boom! A figure emerged from the smoke again. This time the Shadow Clone had a yellowish and thin face and looked malnourished. Failure, come again. Boom! 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 Soon it was noon, and after dozens of failed works, finally a Shadow Clone that looked the same as Setsuna stood in front of Setsuna. Finally succeeded. Looking at the Shadow Clone in front of him, Setsuna wiped the sweat from his forehead, and the whole morning of practice made Setsuna's stomach start to protest. Chapter 6. Instructed Shadow Clone to continue cultivating tree climbing and treading water, but Setsuna himself walked under the shade of the tree next to him and took out the bento bought in the morning to eat. After Naruto stole the Book of Seals, he learned the Shadow Clone technique all night. I didn't expect that it would not be so easy to practice. Setsuna sighed while sitting under the shade of the tree while eating his lunch. Strictly speaking, the hidden clone technique is not a ninjutsu that is particularly difficult to learn. The average Jonin basically knows this ninjutsu. In the original book, Naruto, who was a complete idiot of clone technique, could learn it in one night, and it would be slow for Setsuna to spend an hour to learn this technique. Ha! After eating, don't do strenuous physical exercises right after eating. Next, it's time to study the power of frozen fruit. After eating the bento, Setsuna packed the bento box and set it aside, and stood up from under the shade of the tree. After coming to this world, Setsuna discovered that in fact, many parts of this world are different from those seen in previous animations. In anime, I always like to infinitely enlarge the bright spots of this world, bringing readers a picture of blood and sunshine. But in fact, after living in this world, Setsuna really understood that this is not an animation. There are still many dark sides in this world. If you continue to have the naive attitude of watching anime, then continue to be cruel. Survival of the ninja world has become a problem. For example, Setsuna is personally facing the cruel branch house system of the Hyuga clan. Now as a member of the branch house, Setsuna can only temporarily control his wealth and life in the hands of others. Another example is the Uchiha genocide a few years later. Although it was only mentioned in anime, Setsuna, who is now in Konoha, can fully imagine the scene of blood flowing into a river. These are all digressions for the time being. Although the life is in the hands of the clan will not attack Setsuna for no reason. On the contrary, the stronger the members of the branch house, the more the Hyuga clan has the right to speak in the village, and the clan can only enjoy higher benefits. Regardless, Setsuna is now eager to become stronger, and his desire to break the prison of fate is as strong as his desire to breathe. Ice Saber. With a soft drink, Setsuna mobilized the power of frozen fruit in his body, and his hands released a strong chill. The moisture in the air was rapidly frozen, and a crystal-clear ice blade quickly formed in Setsuna's hands under the scorching sun. Unexpectedly, it succeeded all at once. Seeing the crystal-clear ice blade in his hand, Setsuna was a little surprised. Devil Fruit's power was easier to use than he thought, as if this freezing ability was part of his body, and he could use it at any time as long as he wanted to. Ice Saber is the skill of the Admiral Green Pheasant in the One Piece world. The simple principle is to use the ability of frozen fruit to freeze the moisture in the air, freeze the ice into a blade, and shape the weapon shape you want for your own use. The ice produced is at least the hardness of a century-old ice, which is stronger than ordinary iron weapons. With a quick stroke on the trunk, the sharp ice blade instantly made a deep cut on the thick trunk. Well, it really is much sharper than the general iron kunai. Setsuna looked at the ice skate in his hand with satisfaction, but he wouldn't be easily satisfied with these skills of the green pheasant. Frozen fruit would definitely be able to develop to a higher level and develop more powerful skills in the hands of his traverser. Immediately Setsuna swung the knife to cut off his wrist. It was not that Setsuna wanted to self-mutilate, but he wanted to try Logia Devil Fruit's unique ability elementalization. When Setsuna swung the knife, Setsuna mobilized the power of Devil Fruit in his body, his wrist instantly turned into ice block, and he cut it off with the knife. Ice Block's wrist broke from it and fell to the ground. Soon Setsuna's broken wrist regrown. I lost an Ice Block wrist, and immediately returned to a normal hand. It's amazing. Is this the unique elementalization of Logia Devil Fruit? It seems that I will be immune to most ordinary physical attacks in the future. He squeezed the new wrist he had regrown, and Setsuna didn't even feel the pain. He understood that it was Devil Fruit's power that had transformed his body. He was actually an ice block now, even if he was a whole person. When broken, he can immediately recondense from the broken ice in one place. Of course, Setsuna knows that frozen fruit still has weaknesses. At least the fire style, which is hot in the world, can't be carried away unharmed with elementalization. As for whether Naruto world has other means to attack its elementalization, Setsuna is not yet known. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. It is not terrible to have weaknesses. Setsuna will naturally continue to strengthen his strength, not to mention that he is not a target for others to stand still. In any case, the ability of elementalization still adds a good life-saving hole card to Setsuna. Compared with many body replacement techniques, it is still much more practical. Next, Setsuna continued to develop frozen fruit's new abilities by the stream. There is no limit to the development of Devil Fruit. This is similar to the endless evolution of the Hogyoku system towards the next level, so the Devil Fruit abilities are cultivated. It has never been Setsuna's goal to reach the level of an admiral in the world of One Piece. What Setsuna has to do now is to constantly surpass these powerful existences that he knows, and climb to the peak that no one has reached. Chapter 9 1 year later, 4th. Time flies. 1 year quickly passed through the gaps in Setsuna's crazy practice. In the back mountain forest where Koyunyan is located, a black-haired boy with pure white eyes is violently attacking the bronze man fixed on the edge of the stream. Gentle Fist Method 8 trigrams 128 palms. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. 128 palms. The young Gentle Fist fought faster and faster, both palms came out in series, and the mercury-like offensive sprinkled wildly on the bronze man. When the 64 palms came out at the last moment, the naked eye could no longer see how many palms the young man had shot. Only a vague phantom rained down on the bronze man. If someone observes carefully at this time, you will find that the 64 key points of the human body marked on the copper man have been blurred and deformed by the young Gentle Fist. It is difficult to imagine what this force would be if it were hit on the human body. Kind of effect. After playing 8 trigrams 128 palms, I looked at the bronze man who was almost deformed by himself. The boy was not over yet. Before stopping, he stretched out his right hand into a tiger's claw, facing away from him. The big tree a few meters away is a palm in the air. Drink. 8 trigrams air palm. With the boy's soft drink, an invisible chakra shock wave hit the boy's right palm, and with a clatter, the branches of a large tree 10 meters away that were as thick as an adult's calf broke. Cut, the power is still too small. When can I play Tsutsuki Kagaya's 80 God Air Strike? If there are people from the Hyuga clan watching at this time, you will definitely be shocked. Whether it is the Gentle Fist method, 8 trigrams 128 palms or the 8 trigrams air palm, it is the elite Jainin in the clan that can master it. The top physique is now actually used on a little ghost who looks 5 or 6 years old. 1 year has passed. Although Setsuna has only grown a little bit higher than last year, the growth in strength can only be described by 1,000 miles in a day. Through his own crazy training and the help of the Hogyoku system, Setsuna's current chakra volume is already at the real elite Chunin level, and you can immediately touch the bottleneck and break the boundaries through the Hogyoku system to enter the Jainin level. Frozen Fruit's ability development has not fallen. The power of devil fruit contained in the body is almost reaching the level of a lieutenant in the One Piece world, and Setsuna has developed more than 10 moves. After all, the bottlenecks that are usually troubled by ordinary people for many years can be broken through with the help of the Hogyoku system. Those bottlenecks that even hold a person's life strength are just a joke in the Hogyoku system. The Gentle Fist method before Setsuna 8 trigrams 64 palms was also evolved by the Hogyoku system to the Gentle Fist method 8 trigrams 128 palms. It is the same as the 8 trigrams 64 palms, but in the first time after the attack, he quickly applied another 64 palms to the original 64 main acupuncture points to prevent the opponent's chakra from flowing. This set of hand skills is an oral secret of Hyuga. It is usually only circulated in the Hyuga clan. Although it is a set of overall physical skills, every time it is improved, the attack speed and power of the ordinary Gentle Fist will be improved, and it will increase the attack speed and power of the ordinary Gentle Fist. Liu's body art insight is even more beneficial. Currently, Setsuna's chakra volume has not yet reached the Jainin level, but the actual speed and power of the Gentle Fist played out have already almost reached Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hizashi. However, Setsuna's progress this year is not limited to these. I saw Setsuna walk straight to the big tree in the forest, and a ball with a light blue chakra light appeared in his hand, and he pressed the ball on the big tree like a vent. On the trunk of the tree, the big tree made a clicking sound and fell. That's right. This is the 4th Hokage golden glitter that is now sung by the ninja world. In the original book, Rasengan's training methods and principles have been explained very clearly. Setsuna is naturally not difficult to learn, but why does Setsuna practice this ninjutsu? First of all, because this is a Muji ninja, it is very suitable for high-speed combat ninjas like Setsuna. I believe people who have seen Naruto have the impression of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato as Flying Thunder God and Ruby Mariko. Chapter 7. In fact, 4th Hokage is not only about Flying Thunder God and Ruby Mariko. His chakra has 3 attributes: thunder, wind, and fire. He knows many mainstream ninjutsu, and he can also use Mount Maiboku's toad magic, but his combat style is extremely fast. Juien is a waste of time for him, so he rarely uses other ninjutsu. Although Setsuna does not have the time and space ninjutsu that can be called bug like 4th Hokage Flying Thunder God technique, the combat system that Setsuna will designate for himself in the future, whether it is the specialization in physical skills or the ability to quickly activate such as frozen fruit, is doomed. Most mainstream ninjutsu in the ninja world that requires Juien will not be suitable for Setsuna. Secondly, Setsuna also wants to try to inject his own chakra nature changes on the basis of Rasengan's Muji ninjutsu, and create his own powerful ninjutsu, but before reaching the Janin level chakra, Setsuna has no way to give Rasen inject chakra property changes. The day after tomorrow is the day to sign up for the ninja school, and it's not too early. I promised that Aunt Myling would go to her house for dinner later. After looking at the late weather, I remembered that I would go to Hisashi's house to have a meal later. Setsuna hurriedly packed Genin's bags, used the shadow clone technique to summon 5 shadow clones, and assigned the corresponding training tasks to the clones. The clone continued to stay here to practice, but he trot all the way towards the village and went back first. Soon, Setsuna returned to the Hyuga clan. As soon as he walked to the entrance of Hisashi's yard, he could smell the scent of food coming out of it. After swallowing, he found that he was already hungry. Aunt Myling. Setsuna walked into the yard and shouted to the beautiful young woman who was busy serving dishes on the table. "You are back, Setsuna, come in for dinner, I made your favorite tempura fried shrimp today." Hearing the sound of Setsuna entering the door, Hyuga Myling, who was at the dinner table, showed a happy smile on her face, and hurriedly greeted Setsuna to go in for dinner. "Okay, then I'm welcome." "Ah, Uncle Hisashi." He took off his ninja sandals and walked into the room. Setsuna saw Hisashi sitting on the tatami next to him and teasing the 1-year-old Niji. "You are here, Setsuna, sit down and eat." After seeing Setsuna coming, Hisashi also picked up Niji and went to the dinner table. "Wow, so cute." After looking at the little Niji that Hisashi was holding, the pure white innocent big eyes of the little Niji who was babbling were also staring at Setsuna curiously. The naive baby almost turned into Setsuna. "Hehe, you were like this when you were a kid. Of course, you are still very cute now." Myling sat at the dinner table with a happy smile on her face, looking at the 2 lovely children and her lover. By her side, this may be the life she is pursuing. After everyone was seated, everyone started a pleasant dinner in a warm atmosphere. Chapter 10 Ninja School, 5th. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors, the food has almost been wiped out. Hisashi sipped the sake in the bowl and said, "Time flies so fast. Niji is 1 year old in an instant. Setsuna, you have grown up so much, and the day after tomorrow will be your day of school." "Got it. Well, the day after tomorrow is to go to the ninja school to enroll and sort out." Setsuna also put down his chopsticks. "How about, I have no task the day after tomorrow, do I need me to accompany you to the school to enroll?" Generally speaking, parents accompany their children to enroll in ninja school. Looking at this cousin whose parents have died since childhood, Hisashi feels, do you need to accompany him to avoid a gap in his heart? "No, thank you Uncle Hisashi. I have prepared the admission materials. I can go alone." From Hyuga Hisashi and Hyuga Myling, Setsuna still felt a rare care and warmth. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. But Setsuna's adult soul will not be confused about the world because of his miserable life experience like so many miserable young people in this world. It is enough for him to deal with these small things by himself. Then you have to take care of yourself when you go to school by yourself. Setsuna is so cute. I don't know how many girls will be charmed when we go to the ninja school. Hyuga Myling also came over to tease Setsuna, and stretched out her hand to squeeze Setsuna's face. "I know, Aunt Myling, I will take care of myself." As the soul of a little boy's uncle, being molested by a young woman like this, Setsuna's white face still has a shy blush. Get to know more friends in the ninja school. You know, being a ninja team is also a very important practice. Hisashi started his preaching again. After all, in his eyes, Setsuna has always been a sullen practice, never with other children. Playing together, it seems so uncomfortable. I know. Setsuna also knew that he seemed very lonely when he never interacted with other children, but playing ninja games with those little kids who dreamed of ninja dreams all day, and having this time, he might as well practice. The night passed quickly amidst the laughter of Setsuna and Hisashi's family. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye, and soon it was the opening day of Konoha Shinobi School. Today Setsuna woke up very early. After washing and dressing, he tied a roll of white bandage on his forehead to cover up the curse of caged bird, and then sorted out the admission information and admission notice. Just go out. The Konoha Shinobi School is located not far from the Naruto office building. It is still a short distance from the Hyuga clan. After all, the entire Konoha Shinobi village is so large, such as the Uchiha, Hyuga, and Nara clan. The land is all built on the periphery of the village. It takes a lot of time for Setsuna to walk from the clan land to the ninja school in the center of the village. The ninja school was founded by Konoha's second Hokage. At that time, during the war, in order to ensure the stability and efficiency of fighting ability and education, the ninja school was specially established for all ninjas to practice the most basic part. Through the foundation of the ninja school, after learning, the ninjas will be promoted to genin, divided into different groups to practice with their teachers, accept tasks of different levels suitable for them, and send a large number of talents to the village every year. According to Setsuna's understanding, Konoha Shinobi School is mainly divided into 5 stages: admission, basic, practice, application, graduation. As long as you pass these 5 stages of practice, you can successfully become genin and go out to perform tasks and become a ninja on his own. On the way from home to the ninja school, Setsuna saw a lot of children who went to the ninja school to sign up. Most of them were accompanied by their parents. Soon, for about half an hour, Setsuna came to a few buildings with yellow tiles on a white background, with the words Konoha Shinobi School written on them, and a banner was opened below, welcoming everyone to the entrance ceremony. The door was open, and 2 genin stood at the door doing reception work. The school playground was full of parents and children who had come to sign up. After simply submitting his information and application form at the admissions information department next to him, Setsuna looked around curiously. It is a pity that there are not many faces he is familiar with in this class of ninja at his age. I wonder if Uchiha Itachi came to sign up today? In the world of Naruto, both Uchiha Itachi and Namikaze Minato are perfect characters portrayed in the whole work. They have a strong strength, extraordinary talent, outstanding appearance, and high IQ in common combat style. It would be a shame if I didn't see the character Uchiha Itachi today. Setsuna thought. Welcome everyone to attend the entrance ceremony of the ninja school today. Please be quiet, and let our Lord 4th Hokage come to the stage to give a speech. Just when Setsuna was thinking about it, a genin wearing a green vest came up on the high platform of the playground and said loudly to everyone present, and pressed his hands down to signal the people present to be quiet. The noisy playground suddenly quieted down. On the high platform upstairs, a handsome young man with yellow hair wearing a white imperial robe with the words 4th generation printed on the back came out. The young man with yellow hair stretched out his hand and raised the Hokage hat on his head, revealing a young and handsome face under the hat, exuding a majestic vigor. I saw him preach loudly to everyone in the audience, classmates. Congratulations on enrolling. You will all become ninjas in the future. I hope you can all learn something. Is this the legendary Golden Glitter, Konoha's 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato? The protagonist Uzumaki Naruto's father? Looking at the young people talking on the high platform, Setsuna could hardly imagine the amazing strength under such a handsome and young appearance. Worthy of being the youngest Naruto in history, one of the most talented characters in the original book. Most of the children standing below like Setsuna looked at the figure on the high platform nervously and admiringly. Naruto is the leader with the highest status in Konoha, and they are each of them as ninjas most longing for and longing for. I didn't expect to see the legendary Golden Glitter. I thought it would be the old man from Third Hokage on stage. Setsuna thought to himself as he watched the passionate speech on stage. If the plot development is correct, Naruto Sasuke will be born this year, and the Nine Tails Chaos will also happen this year, but I don't know when it will be. The youngest Naruto in history, Setsuna knows today on the high platform. Maybe there will be no chance to see again afterwards. After an impassioned speech at the entrance ceremony, the next step is to divide the students into classes. The following are the students in Class 3, Yamanaka Kaze, Abarame Shive, Inu Rita, Hyaga Suzu, Narata Mohisa, Hyaga Setsuna, Shiranu Aki, Uchiha Itaki. Setsuna hadn't reacted to hearing that he had been assigned to the third class. After all, his strength had far surpassed this stage, and there really wasn't much difference in which class he was assigned to. But after hearing the report Uchiha Itaka's name, Setsuna's face finally showed a slightly surprised look. Unexpectedly, he still came. Chapter 11 Uchiha Itaki, 6th. Chapter 8. Setsuna quietly opened Byakugan quietly. After a year of penance, Setsuna's Byakugan has reached the third stage. It is not difficult for him to open Byakugan without the seal. Setsuna didn't turn his head to look around, but secretly used Byakugan's 360-degree perspective to observe the crowd trying to locate Uchiha Itaki. Finally, through Byakugan Setsuna, not far behind him, I saw a child with black hair and 2 decree lines on his face. Standing next to him was his father, Uchiha Fugaku, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. It is also the captain of the Konoha Guards now. I'm really in the same class as Itaki God. It seems that the days from now on will not be boring. Setsuna thought in his heart. Soon, there are 30 students in each class, a total of 8 classes, and soon the division into classes is over. Next, each student was taken to their classroom by the instructor of their class. Came to the third classroom, wearing a green vest, a black turban on his head, and a young teacher who used to be a toothpick hanging from his mouth, wrote his name on the blackboard and started with everyone. Introduced myself. Classmates, my name is Shiranui Genma, and I will be your instructor in the days to come. It turned out to be him. He still has some impressions of Setsuna of Shiranui Genma. He is also one of Konoha's special Jonin in the future. His appearance will always be lazy. At this time, he is still a Jonin. It's him. All the students come on stage to introduce themselves, so that everyone can get to know each other. Shiranui Genma began to ask the students below to come up and introduce themselves one by one. Hello everyone. My name is Yamanaka Kaze, from the Yamanaka clan. My dream is to become a ninja who guards Konoha in the dark. That's cool. Looking at Yamanaka Kaze who was introducing himself on stage, his head was orange. Long hair, a slightly mature face compared to his peers. Setsuna remembered that this guy would later partner with Abarame, the 2 most powerful Jonin under Danzo, but he did not expect that this guy was in the same class as him. Hello everyone, my name is Uchiha Itaki, please take care of me. It was Uchiha Itaki's turn to introduce himself on stage. Although he had a calm expression at a young age, it caused a commotion among the students below. Hey, that guy is Uchiha, right? Cut, what's so great, a little white face. The boy next to him muttered jealously. Keep it quiet, I heard that he is the son of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan is not easy to provoke. Soon it was Setsuna's turn. After Setsuna stepped onto the stage, he also briefly introduced himself. Hello everyone, my name is Hyoga Setsuna, please take care of me in the future. I'm another handsome guy, I think I'm so happy. Seeing Setsuna's stunning appearance on the stage, the girls in the audience were about to faint. What, are Uchiha and Hyaga's little white faces? Seeing that he is wearing a bandage on his head, it should be the branch house of the Hyoga clan. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Ignoring what the audience was talking about, Setsuna walked off the stage after introducing himself. Hello everyone. My name is Hyoga Ringtone, and I belong to the Hyoga clan just like the Setsuna classmate just now. My dream is to become a great female ninja like Princess Tsunade. This is a lovely girl who went up on the stage again, with a shy blush on her fair and charming face, and she introduced herself to everyone on the stage with a faint mosquito noise. Unexpectedly, besides me, there is another Hyoga clan in this class. This girl is pretty beautiful, and she has no impression in anime. Setsuna thought to herself as she looked at the young and beautiful girl on the stage. Wow, I didn't expect there to be such a kawaii girl in the class. Wow. I really want to date her. This is the same voice that was just talking about Setsuna and Uchiha Itachi. These two-dimensional children are really precocious. Setsuna looked at the screaming little ghosts around with some playfulness. Soon, all 30 students went up to introduce them, and everyone knew each other a little bit. Tomorrow is the day when the school officially starts, and today's admissions process is over. After coming out of the classroom of Class 3, Setsuna walked towards the gate of the ninja school. Today I saw 4th Hokage, Uchiha Itachi, and a few familiar faces in anime. It's not boring to live today. While walking, thinking about whether to go directly to the back mountain to practice or go home first and have a meal by the way, Setsuna's attention was suddenly attracted by the quarrel from the playground not far away. We Uchiha are Konoha's strongest clan, what are you Hyoga? Uchiha Kim, you are not allowed to say that to the Hyoga clan, even if you are a classmate, this is too much. Setsuna saw 5 children arguing fiercely in the middle of the playground not far away, and soon attracted a group of people around to watch the excitement. Originally, Setsuna was too lazy to take care of the fun of children, but the children's clothes were marked with the family emblem of the Hyoga clan and the Uchiha clan emblem, which attracted Setsuna's attention and saw the beautiful student Hyoga in the class just now. Ringtone was also sandwiched in the middle to persuade them. Don't quarrel, everyone is a school classmate. Obviously, the weak, soft tone of Hyoga Ringtone could not be used as a persuasion at all. The quarrel of several children intensified, and they soon moved their hands. Hyoga Toku, Hyoga Taka, then I'll see how good your Hyoga branch house is. Uchiha Kim and another Uchiha kid kicked the 2 Hyoga children. Uchiha Kim, Uchiha Yae, we are not afraid of you if we want to fight. The 2 boys of the Hyoga clan were not to be outdone, and went up to fight with the 2 Uchiha boys. Both families are well-known families of Konoha. Even if a few children who are not ninja fights, they are different from ordinary children fighting. Although they did not use shuriken and kunao, they are all well designed. Seeing is after special training. Soon the results came out. For students like them who just entered the ninja school, they still can't master ninjutsu and can only rely on physical skills to fight. Although the Uchiha clan is also very powerful, the result is obvious. There are still 2 Hyoga clan in front of them. Teenager has the upper hand. Humph, didn't you 2 were very good just now, I think the Uchiha clan is nothing but so. After knocking the 2 Uchiha boys to the ground, Hyoga Toku patted his footprints and said disdainfully to the ground. This sentence can't be regarded as not being heard. At this moment, a flat voice reached the ears of everyone present. A quiet figure pushed aside the crowd of onlookers around and walked in front of a few people. Chapter 12 Fighting Uchiha Itachi, 7th. This figure is Uchiha Itachi. It's Itachi, the son of the patriarch. Uchiha Kim, who fell on the ground, said when he saw the boy standing in front of him. I heard that he is a genius in our clan. Another Uchiha Yano who was lying on the ground about to get up also recognized Uchiha Itachi's identity. Wow, is he the genius Uchiha Itachi of the Uchiha clan that I have often heard of recently? I have long heard that the son of Patriarch Uchiha is an incredible genius. It is said that he already knows how to use ninjutsu. Now there is a good show. After seeing Uchiha Itachi walk in, the crowd of onlookers also made loud noises. Chapter 9. I didn't want to intervene in your affairs, but you just said that Uchiha is nothing more than that. I can't assume that I didn't hear it. Standing in the middle of the crowd, Uchiha Itachi seemed to have the unchanging calm expression on his face at a young age, and his eyes looked at Hyuga and Hyuga Takuma indifferently. Uchiha Itachi? What a genius, not a genius, but a kid as big as us. Seeing Uchiha Itachi who seemed to want to intervene, Hyuga and Hyuga Toku made a preemptive strike, and rushed directly towards Uchiha Itachi. Seeing the two people rushing towards him, they seemed to want to deal with him just like knocking down the two Uchiha boys just now. There was no panic on Itachi's face. Facing the leg that Hyuga Takuma had kicked over, he instantly bent over and sank to escape, hitting his abdomen with a punch, and saw Hyuga Takuma bent down in pain. Then, facing Hyuga Takuma's fist, Itachi held his wrist as soon as he stretched out his hand, raised his right leg and kicked Hyuga Takuma's neck with a high leg. Hyuga Takuma was kicked out immediately. Everyone saw Uchiha Itachi coming in but 3 punches and 2 kicks. 2 teenagers from the Hyuga clan had already fallen to the ground, one clutching his stomach and retching there, and the other clutching his neck and almost got kicked and passed out. Wow, really amazing, the rumors are true, he is really amazing. It's not at the same level as us. Damn, it's not the same level as him. Hyuga Takuma, who fell on the ground and clutched her neck, looked at Uchiha Itachi who was standing in front of him unwillingly. Is he the genius of the Uchiha clan that everyone in the village talked about recently? It's really extraordinary. At this time, some Chunin teachers in the ninja school were also attracted, but they didn't stop them immediately. It is now at the end of the Third Ninja World War. Affected by the long-term war environment, the ninja school is not exclusive to fighting among students. To some extent, it can promote students' ability to respond to actual combat, unless the situation is particularly serious. These ninja instructors will stop them only if they die. Today is to teach you a lesson. The Uchiha clan is not something you can slander. Uchiha Itachi said lightly to the 2 Hyuga youngsters on the ground. It seemed that he had only done a trivial thing. He wanted to turn around and leave after speaking. He was not a pushy person, but his father, who was the patriarch from a young age, instilled in him the idea that the glory of the family is more important than life, so at this time he is the son of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Had to stand up and save face for the family. Now he just wanted to end this farce soon. With this effort, it is better to go home early to practice shuriken, but things did not develop as he wanted. Really, I also want to see how powerful the Uchiha clan is, classmate Uchiha Itachi. As a quiet voice rang in his ears, a figure stood in front of Uchiha Itachi and blocked his way. Wearing a kimono with black background and white borders, his jet black hair is scattered randomly on both sides of his shoulders. His exquisite and handsome face is inlaid with a pair of pure white eyes. Although there is a white bandage on his forehead, it does not affect him. The temperament, who is this not Setsuna? Is Hyuga Setsuna? Why, do you want to fight me too? Uchiha Itachi said without changing his face when he saw Setsuna blocking his way. For Setsuna that appeared in front of him, Itachi was still very impressed. After all, there were only 30 classmates in the class. He still remembered this name for the Hyuga clan classmate who had such an appearance. No way, if I don't fight with you, I am afraid that others will mistakenly think that the two of them represent the level of the Hyuga clan. The corner of Setsuna's mouth rose slightly, and the conversation turned. Besides, I also want to try yours. The level of Uchiha's genius. Okay, then I'll let you see the gap between us. Uchiha Itachi got a little impatient, and rushed directly towards Setsuna. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. These people really don't know what to say. If it wasn't for my father who asked me to come to the ninja school, I wouldn't have time to play this kind of playhouse game with you. Uchiha Itachi thought to himself. The fact is that, even though Uchiha Itachi is only 5 years old now, but as the eldest son of the patriarch Uchiha, he has received the rigorous elite education of the patriarch's father from birth, and he himself has a talent that far surpasses others. Talent, the basic strength has already surpassed the level of the ninja school. The family asked him to come to the ninja school to consolidate the basics and learn about the interpersonal relationship. After 2 years, he must apply for early graduation. Do you think I and them are at the same level? Seeing the speed at which Uchiha Itachi rushed towards him, Setsuna felt helpless. Although this speed has shown Genin's level, it is not a problem to clean up these ninja school kids, but Setsuna is not interested in this kind of power at all. Show me your true strength. I think Uchiha's genius level should be more than that. After saying this, Setsuna burst out faster than Itachi, and rushed towards Itachi. Boom! The two figures quickly collided together, Setsuna's palm against the knee that Uchiha Itachi hit, and Uchiha Itachi's hand blocked Setsuna's fist. It looked like a close match, but soon, Uchiha Itachi's body couldn't hold up and was flew back by Setsuna. What? How come? Feeling the strong force from the opposite side, Itachi was shocked. This is not the level of the ninja school at all, and it is not the same strength as the two people just now. If you're not serious, the glory of the Uchiha clan will be dimmed from your hands today. Seeing Uchiha Itachi flying out by himself, Setsuna's temple meridians skyrocketed, and Byakugan looked at him calmly. You have actually awakened Byakugan. Uchiha Itachi was surprised to see the soaring blue veins on Setsuna's face and the eyes that seemed to see through his whole body. It seems that I have to take it seriously. Feeling the strength of Setsuna, Uchiha Itachi struck up a 12-point spirit, shaking his hands, and there were 8 shurikens on both hands instantly, and he waved his hands. The shuriken immediately flew towards Setsuna from all angles up, down, left, and right. Good shuriken skill. Several Chunin teachers in the surrounding crowd saw the shuriken thrown by Uchiha Itachi, and they secretly thought that the skill and strength of this shuriken were almost the same as their own, and the accuracy was even better. As expected of the genius of the Uchiha clan, just this hand of shuriken skills. I believe that letting an experienced genin come over will find it difficult to resist. Just when several Chunin teachers were considering whether or not to intervene to stop them, Setsuna also shot. Chapter 13 The Name of Genius, 8th. I saw Setsuna stretched out both hands, holding a shuriken between the fingers of both hands, and flicked seemingly at random when facing the shuriken that Uchiha Itachi shot over. Ding! 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 All 8 shurikens shot by Uchiha Itachi were shot down by Setsuna and fell to the ground. It can be seen that Setsuna's shuriken has done enough homework this year. After all, he is a rare genius of the Uchiha clan. Seeing that the shuriken he shot was shot down, Uchiha Itachi didn't panic. He had a backhand when he shot the shuriken, he already took out Kyuufi and attacked Setsuna. It's still a bit like. After shooting down the shuriken, seeing that Uchiha Itachi had already pierced Kunao in front of his eyes, Setsuna smiled at the corner of his mouth, but you are still far behind. Leaf Hurricane. Setsuna's upper body sank instantly, and his legs were quickly thrown out like a windmill. One kick directly kicked Kunao in Uchiha Itachi's hand, and the other kicked his chin directly from the bottom to the top with a heavy kick. In the past year, in addition to practicing gentle fist and developing frozen fruit every day, Setsuna often went to the practice range to learn Guy's physical skills when he was free, and his Gangchuan practice did not fall. Boom! Setsuna's Byakugan condensed, and Uchiha Ataka kicked into the sky by his leaf hurricane turned into a piece of wood. Body replacement technique? It's the god of Ataki. It turned out to be the body replacement technique in the three-body technique of basic ninja, and his Byakugan didn't even see when he used the substitute. Setsuna has not learned the body replacement technique yet. After all, he is just a branch house member of the Hyuga clan. Unlike Uchiha Ataki, who has the identity of the patriarch and can learn all kinds of ninjutsu, one of Setsuna's purposes for coming to the ninja school is learn the basic ninjutsu of three-body technique. Sorry, but Uchiha's glory cannot be tarnished. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. Setsuna felt a strong wind coming from behind. Without turning his head back through Byakugan's 360-degree perspective, Setsuna directly saw the sky behind him. Uchiha Ataka had already printed his hands and took a deep breath, a huge fireball directly. It spit down from his mouth and instantly burned to Setsuna. Seeing this scene, even the Chunin teachers who were onlookers could already feel the fiery temperature in the fireball from a distance. Well, I can actually use this level of fire-style ninjutsu. It's too late to stop it. The few Chunin teachers around did not expect that the children in the ninja school would use this kind of sea-level fire-style ninjutsu when fighting. It can only be said that the fighting between Uchiha Ataki and Hyuga Setsuna has exceeded the level of General Genin. It's too late for them to intervene to stop it. Chapter 10. Now I can only rejoice that the accident is not the son of the patriarch Uchiha, otherwise we will all have to eat, but it is a pity that this outstanding kid of the Hyuga clan. Several Chunin teachers also sighed in their hearts. This cannot be said about their power. After all, one is the son of the Uchiha patriarch, and the other is the unknown boy of the Hyuga branch house. The two are really incomparable at all. You are better than I thought, but that's it. Revolving Heaven. Just when several teachers around Chunin regretted Setsuna, a talented young man who had performed well, a cold shout came. I saw that a layer of blue chakra burst out from Setsuna's naked eye, and then the whole person violently rotated in place, driving the burst out of chakra, forming a spherical chakra protective cover. Ba 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 ba. The great fireball technique spit out by Uchiha Ataka was instantly impacted by the revolving heaven used by Setsuna. Only the residual flames in the air and the round pits on the ground that were turned out by Setsuna's revolving heaven proved everything that happened just now. Oh my god! What is that? This is the battle of ninjas. Are the two of them really students our age? 8 trigrams Palms revolving heaven is a secret skill of the Hyuga clan. Many Chunin teachers present did not recognize this skill, let alone other ninja students. However, in this battle between Setsuna and Uchiha Ataki, endless physical ninjutsu battles emerged, which made all the onlookers dazzled and excited. After seeing that he used the body replacement technique, the great fireball technique released from behind Setsuna was blocked by Setsuna with revolving heaven, and Uchiha Ataki was also shocked after landing. Ended. What? Hearing Setsuna's unpretentious sentence ended, and seeing Setsuna standing in front of his eyes spread his hands flat back and forth, with his feet open in a strange posture, Uchiha Ataki had a bad feeling from the bottom of his heart for no apparent reason. Not good. You are already in my 8 trigrams realm. Uchiha Ataki just tried to avoid it, but found that his whole body seemed to be frozen, unable to move. An invisible realm enveloped the two of them. Although this realm is invisible to the naked eye, Uchiha Ataki can fully feel it. Gentle Fist Method 8 trigrams 64 palms. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. 16 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. With a loud shout in the area of 8 trigrams, Setsuna turned into a ghostly shadow and crashed into Uchiha Ataki's arms, fingers, and palms out, and palms hit Ataki's body. Due to Setsuna's extremely fast shooting speed, almost only a vague afterimage can be seen in his hands. When the surrounding Chunin teachers tried to come up to stop, Uchiha Itachi had already snorted and was knocked out. "Don't worry, I didn't hurt his internal organs, but his meridians and acupoints have been blocked by me. You can take him back to rest for a day and you can unlock it. But you can listen to me, Hyuga or Uchiha. I don't know how strong it is, but here, in this school, I'm better than you. This is the fact." Seeing Uchiha Itachi, who flew out and fell to the ground immobile, Setsuna also took his hand and said to the two Uchiha boys who had been completely stared at. Uchiha Jin and Uchiha Yae nodded their heads like two string dolls. The scene just now scared the two boys. "The three of you, will you come back to the homeland with me?" Setsuna said to the three children of Hyuga, who were also shocked. After the battle just now, Setsuna decided not to go to the back mountain to practice, but to go home and take a shower. "Ah! That's amazing! Are you really from our clan?" Hearing Setsuna's question, the three Hyuga boys jumped up as if they were awakened by a stone, especially the little girl Hyuga. Her face flushed, and her admiration was beyond words. Worshipping the strong is not only in this ninja world, but also in the real world. After Setsuna and the others had left, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. But from this day on, the name of the genius of Hyuga Setsuna, the Hyuga clan, has spread like a plague in the village. "Hyuga Setsuna, Uchiha Itachi? Haha, it seems that Konoha will appear some great characters in the future." In the Hokage office building facing the playground of the ninja school in the distance, an old man in the window was smoking a pipe and muttering to himself after retracting his gaze. Chapter 14 Hyuga Hayashi, 9th. Early the next morning, when the sky was still light, Setsuna was awakened by a knock on the door. "Coming." Sleepy Setsuna walked to the courtyard and opened the door, and saw two branch house ninjas of the Hyuga clan standing at the door. "Hyuga Setsuna, Master Patriarch invites you to come over." The two branch house ninjas directly opened the door to understand their intentions. "My Patriarch? Suddenly called me over early in the morning." Setsuna thought inwardly. Hyuga Hayashi, the Patriarch of the Hyuga clan, and the twin brother of Hyuga Hisashi. As twins with similar talents, Hayashi is his brother who was born a few seconds earlier, and Hisashi is his brother who was born a few seconds later. He became the head of the clan that ruled the entire Hyuga clan, but his younger brother could only be engraved with the caged bird curse, and he could only be a tool driven by the clan for the rest of his life. Setsuna thought of Hyuga Hayashi, the patriarch who had never met, and Hyuga Hisashi, who had taken care of him a lot, and had to lament the strict system and sad fate of the Hyuga clan and branch house. "Please wait a moment, I will come right away." The call of the Hyuga patriarch cannot be neglected, at least he does not have the strength and capital yet, so Setsuna soon finished washing and followed the two Hyuga branch house ninjas to the clan's house. Regarding this early morning Hyuga Hayashi's summons, Setsuna can probably guess what it means. It was nothing more than the battle with Uchiha Itachi at the ninja school yesterday that caught the attention of the patriarch. After all, someone from his clan can defeat the genius of the Shiha clan, the son of clan patriarch Uchiha, and I have to say that he has also given him a face for the Hyuga clan. The Setsuna family and the clan mansion are both in the Hyuga clan. Following the lead of the two Hyuga branch house ninjas, Setsuna soon came to the Hyuga clan mansion. After entering, the door on the porch was open. Setsuna saw a man sitting on the main seat of the hall with his eyes closed and rested, who looked exactly the same as Hyuga Hisashi, but compared to Hisashi, the man in front of him had a more calm temperament. The position of the patriarch for many years gave the man in front of him an aura like a mountain. "Patriarch." Setsuna politely saluted Hyuga Hayashi as soon as he entered the door. "Are you Setsuna? Sit down." After hearing Setsuna come in, Hayashi opened his eyes and looked at this cousin who he had never met with a scrutinizing gaze. "Thank you, Patriarch." Setsuna thanked him politely, and then sat down in front of Hayashi. Chapter 11. For Hyaga Hisashi, Setsuna can also scream Uncle Hisashi kindly, but in the face of Hyaga Hayashi, in front of the strict rules of the branch house of the Hyaga clan, Setsuna can only use honorifics to call the patriarch, or the patriarch. You know, the Hyaga clan is one of the veterans who joined Konoha when Konoha was founded, and Jainin, who is usually Konoha, had to salute Hyaga Hayashi when he saw Hyaga Hayashi. We haven't seen each other since you were born. I didn't expect the time to pass so quickly. Hayashi said, his face seemed to have a stale expression all the time. Yes, Master Patriarch. He said yes. Setsuna's heart was muttering, usually I bury my head in practice and hardly go out. If the fight between Uchiha Itachi and I had not been passed to your ears yesterday, I guess you wouldn't be with you. Let me meet. I heard that in the ninja school yesterday, you fought with some Uchiha clan kids. Hayashi frowned slightly and asked, what happened yesterday? In fact, he already knew what happened, but he still asked that on purpose. It's not a fight, just a few classmates of the Uchiha clan, who were a little bit rude to our clan. I just discussed with them. The answer from Setsuna's immature mouth was dripping. I heard that you used Revolving Heaven and 8 trigrams 64 palms yesterday. Who taught you? Hayashi stared into Setsuna's eyes and asked. I understood Revolving Heaven by myself, and Uncle Hisashi taught me 8 trigrams 64 palms. Setsuna replied truthfully. Hisashi. Hayashi murmured. Originally, Revolving Heaven and 8 trigrams 64 palms were secret techniques passed down by the Hyaga clan, but one was learned by Setsuna and the other was taught by Hyaga Hisashi. For the twin brother of Hyaga Hisashi, Hayashi has always had a feeling of guilt, so he didn't say anything, just marveling at the terrifying talent of his cousin. You must know that even if someone is instructed, not everyone can learn Revolving Heaven and 8 trigrams 64 palms, and Setsuna can be used proficiently at such a young age, and defeated the genius of the Uchiha clan, which made Hayashi when there is nothing to say, it is also very gratified. Although the relationship between the Hyaga clan's clan and the branch house has always been tense, the harsh clan system tends all interests towards the clan, and the branch house is treated like the same person. However, there are many talents in the branch house, and the Zong family will not stop it. After all, no matter how strong the branch house is, they cannot escape the control of the curse. On the contrary, the stronger the branch house, the more powerful the Hyaga clan can be set off. The power center in the village can also fight for more benefits for the family. It's getting late and you have to go to the ninja school. If it's okay, go first. The meeting and conversation between the two did not last too long, and it was basically Hayashi's question and Setsuna's answer. When Setsuna was about to go out at the end, Hayashi also emphasized to Setsuna, Setsuna, although you are still young, you have to shoulder the responsibility of Hyaga branch house. Don't hurt others easily outside, but you must never let others underestimated our Hyaga clan. According to Setsuna's understanding, this sentence means, your kid did a good job, and you can try not to do anything outside without doing anything with others. But don't be polite when you need to do it, let them all see how the Hyaga clan is great. After leaving the Hyaga mansion, Setsuna went to the ninja school. In the next few months, Setsuna has been learning ninja theory and basic knowledge in the ninja school, and the transformation technique, clone technique, and body replacement technique have all been mastered by Setsuna. These three are the most practical basic ninjutsu in ninja battles. Although simple, they can often allow a person to reverse the battle situation on the field. Since the battle with Uchiha Itachi, this kid seems to be struggling to fight Setsuna, and he has to compete with Setsuna in all aspects in the ninja school. Although Setsuna always ranked first and Itachi ranked second, but Itachi never gave up. Although he still couldn't catch up with Setsuna, his performance was far ahead of other students in the school. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. In Uchiha Itachi's impression, from his birth to the present, no one of his age has ever suppressed him like this. This strongly aroused his enthusiasm, and at the same time developed a feeling of admiration for Setsuna. In such a daily competition, the two people actually developed a touch of friendship. Chapter 15 Actual Combat Assessment, 10th More. Today's 10 change broke out. I will continue to update after 12 o'clock tonight. Please support and rewards. On this day, in the Class 3 classroom of the ninja school, Setsuna was sitting quietly in her seat and closing her eyes to refine chakra. Suddenly Uchiha Itachi appeared in front of Setsuna, and said in a calm tone, "Setsuna, I heard that we are going to conduct a competition assessment today. Let's be my opponent." Hearing the sound, Setsuna opened his eyes and glanced at the confident Itachi in front of him, and said helplessly, "You are still so reluctant to admit defeat, Itachi. You have to know that you have never beaten me between us until now. The reason why I say this is because in the past few months, both in theory and in other actual combat assessments, Setsuna has always beaten Uchiha Itachi to rank first. He did not expect that Itachi, who had a quiet personality, would be aroused by him. Strong ambition." After hearing Setsuna's words, Itachi was not discouraged, but a stronger fighting intent was revealed in his eyes. "This time is different. My eyes have already seen through your physical skills. Today I will definitely beat you. Well, I also hope that the opponent will be you later, otherwise it would be too boring." Seeing the warfare from Itachi, Setsuna was also interested, and wanted to see what made Itachi so good today. Confidence, he knew Itachi was definitely not a targetless person. "Itachi student, you have to challenge Setsuna brother again. In today's actual combat assessment, I don't know who the teacher will arrange to fight against." At this time, Hyuga Ling-ian heard their conversation and came over, blushing and looking at Setsuna. The battle that took place during the enrollment ceremony last time has made Setsuna a recognized genius in the Hyuga clan, and the young Ling-ian has completely become a fan of Setsuna. At this time, Shiranhuo Xianjian walked into the classroom and took out a form. "Students, today's subject is a practical assessment. Let's follow me to the playground." After speaking, they took the lead and walked out of the classroom. The students in the class also took the lead and walked out of the classroom. Followed him out of the classroom. On the ninja school exercise field, the entire class stood quietly waiting for their teacher to speak. "I'll first assign a list of waiting lists." Shiranui Genma took out a form and read it according to it. Yamanaka Kaze vs Inurita. Abarame Shive vs Shiranui. Hyuga Setsuna vs Uchiha Itachi. As soon as Shiranui Genma finished reciting, Uchiha Itachi looked at Setsuna fiercely. "That's great Setsuna, it really is a group of two of us." Seeing Uchiha Itachi's ardent gaze, Setsuna thought in his heart, "It seems that this list of matches is also allocated according to the level of strength." Then began the match assessment. The first to start the match was Yamanaka Kaze and Inurita. On the field, the two figures who were constantly fighting each other, seeing Yamanaka win's skillful physical skills quickly suppressed Inurita. Setsuna secretly said in her heart, "This Yamanaka style is not simple. Although I don't know how to use the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan yet, the application of this body technique and body replacement technique is very good. It seems that he is the only one in the class besides me and Itachi. The most powerful. It's no wonder that the old fox, Danzo, in the original book, was taken into the root organization at a young age. This Yamanaka wins." The result of the match soon came out, and Shiranui Kenma announced loudly. "The next game will be Hyuga Setsuna vs Uchiha Itachi." After a boring match between Abarame Shive of the Abarame family and Shiranui Ki of the Shiranui family, Shiranui Genma announced again loudly. "Are you going to start the duel between Uchiha and Hyuga?" There was a lot of discussion next to him. "Is it a battle between first and second place again?" The second duel between Uchiha and Hyuga, two famous geniuses, undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention more than the duel of others. "Come on, brother Setsuna. This is Hyuga ringtone cheering Setsuna on the side. The two walked to the middle of the exercise field and saluted each other. Setsuna looked at Uchiha Itachi, who was fighting on the other side, and said calmly, "Come on Itachi, let me see what makes you so confident today." "Hey, you'll know soon." As Uchiha Itachi opened his eyes instantly turned into scarlet color, and a Guyu jade on each side was printed on it. "Oh! I awakened Sharingan." Seeing Uchiha Itachi's blood-red monster eyes, Setsuna is also a difference in his heart. In the original book, the god of Itachi, who only awakened at 8 years old, Sharingan, unexpectedly awakened ahead of time because of his own stimulation. Sharingan. Although it's still just Sharingan, it is enough for Uchiha Itachi to see more movements, and his insight and agility are greatly improved. Unlike Byakugan, which tends to assist investigations, as the blood successor of the Uchiha clan, Sharingan has a stronger fighting ability. Sharingan has a clear classification. Sharingan with single Go Jade has dynamic vision far beyond ordinary eyes, and can see through high-speed physical skills. Sharingan with double Go Jade can replicate most ninjutsu and physical exercises. Sharingan with 3 Go Jade can be advanced, anticipate the opponent's movements and use the eyes to impose illusions on the opponent. In addition to these ordinary Sharingan levels, there are powerful Manjiki Sharingan and Eternal Manjiki Sharingan on top of 3 Tomo Sharingan, and even finally evolved into the Eyes of Sage of 6 Paths Rinnegan. This is also the reason why Setsuna sighed why he didn't cross to the Uchiha clan when he first crossed over, because compared to Byakugan, Sharingan's combat ability is so much stronger. However, Setsuna now has the Hogyoku system and frozen fruit, so there is no need to be jealous of others' Sharingan. Moreover, above Byakugan, there is also Tensagan, which rivals Rinnegan. Although the path of evolution is equally vague, Setsuna believes that there will definitely be a chance to let himself. Byakugan gets promoted. Chapter 12. It seems that you have awakened Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. No wonder you are so confident. Facing Uchiha Itachi, who turned on Sharingan, Setsuna still seemed a little indifferent. It turned out to be Sharingan. I didn't expect Itachi had awakened the Uchiha clan's blood succession boundary at such a young age. Really deserved to be a genius. Obviously different from Setsuna's calmness, the teacher did not know that Huo Xianjian was already shocked. Let's separate the two of us today. Seeing Setsuna's nonchalant expression, Uchiha Itachi was not irritated, but calmly and quickly threw 2 shurikens toward Setsuna. Seeing that Itachi was not irritated by himself, facing the shuriken flying towards him at high speed, the tricky angle made Setsuna had to admire. Itachi God is the Itachi God. You can stay calm in any battle. Ding! Ding! Just when Setsuna was about to resist, Uchiha Itachi threw out 2 kunao in an instant. The latter hit the shuriken that flew out first, and suddenly changed the flight trajectory of the shuriken. Shuriken and the 2 kunao flew to Setsuna together. Puff! Puff! However, to Itachi's surprise, Setsuna was inserted by the shuriken before he could react. Ah! Teacher! That fellow Itachi killed Setsuna. A few students screamed in horror when they saw this scene. Be quiet! Take a good look. Shiranui Genma on the side shouted in a low voice. Boom! I saw Setsuna, who had been shot by a shuriken in the field, instantly turned into a piece of wood. Chapter 16 Sharingan, First More. Yes, so fast body replacement technique, and Itachi's shuriken skill just now, even if I am Chunin, I may not be able to do it. Seeing the performance of the two in the field, Shiranui Xianjian couldn't help but admire. Seeing that the target he had hit turned into a wood, Uchiha Itachi reacted directly and pointed his direction behind him. Sure enough, Setsuna had already jumped up from his head and smashed his leg. Uchiha Itachi was shocked. He knew how strong Setsuna's physical skills were. Sure enough, Uchiha Itachi crossed his hands and raised it to a block, and an amazing force came and pushed him back directly. dragging his feet directly on the ground 2 long ravines. Leaf Hurricane. This was not over yet. After the right leg was blocked by Itaki, Setsuna used Itaki's hands as a fulcrum, making a sudden turn in the air, and threw his left leg out. Seeing that Setsuna's left leg was about to hit Itaki's cheek, Itaki's eyes shone with red light, Shanguyu turned frantically in his eyes, and his body sank quickly, avoiding Setsuna's kick. I said, I have seen through your physique. Uchiha Itaka said in a deep voice, and the moment his body sank, the seal was already formed. Fire Style Phoenix Fire Technique. As a peerless genius in the world of Naruto, Uchiha Itaka's usual plain character actually hides a sense of arrogance, but he meets Setsuna, who is the same age as him but stronger than him. Today, he will defeat Setsuna to prove that he is the real one. Genius. Read more at hotemtelnovel.xyz. With Shanguyu's Sharingan, Itaka could see clearly Setsuna's move of Leaf Hurricane just now, and took the opportunity to release another new sea-level fire style ninjutsu Phoenix Immortal Fire Technique. Revolving Heaven. Seeing Uchiha Itaka spit out 3 fireballs at himself in one breath, and his body retreated quickly. In the face of the bashing fire style, Setsuna directly released Revolving Heaven without hesitation, released chakra from acupuncture points all over the body, spinning at high speed on the spot, and dispelling all 3 fireballs. As a result, something unexpected happened. After Revolving Heaven's rotation stopped, Setsuna discovered that Chanrao had a circle of silk threads that were almost invisible to the naked eye. This is when, seeing the thin wire of Chanrao on her body, Setsuna was surprised. If I'm not mistaken, your move should be a defensive ninjutsu that releases chakra from your body and spins your body at a high speed to bounce off all physical attacks and ninjutsu attacks. Itaka's hands don't know what it is. At that time, he held the other end of the thin wire and said to Setsuna, since the last time I suffered a loss, I have figured out such a way, so that you can no longer use that ninjutsu to continue to defend against my attacks, right? I really can't underestimate it. Setsuna thought with a wry smile. It turned out that Uchiha Itaka's Phoenix Fire technique was just a blindfold, and the real killer was the thin wire thread hidden in the fireball. Unexpectedly, I have seen me cast Revolving Heaven once, and he can immediately come up with such a way to limit my Revolving Heaven. Setsuna knew from the original work that Revolving Heaven has one of the biggest tricks through chakra's high-speed spinning ninjutsu. The weakness of Chanrao is that it would be difficult for him to successfully display it, but he really didn't expect Uchiha Itaka to see him cast it once and then he would be able to figure out a way to crack it. You give up, Setsuna. You are already locked and I can attack you with shuriken and ninjutsu at any time. Itaka held the thin wire in his hand and stared at Setsuna with a scarlet Sharingan. Really? Then you take a closer look. Seeing Setsuna, who had been threaded by Chanrao with thin wire, a light smile appeared on his face. Itaka's heart was startled. Does he have any other cards? Boom. As soon as the voice fell, I saw Setsuna, who was turned into a cloud of smoke by the thin wire of Chanrao, disappeared. Itaki immediately realized that it was not good, and turned around to stop it. However, Setsuna, who emerged from the side, had already swiftly played Gentle Fist against Itaki, and had reached the speed of the Gentle Fist of 8 trigrams 128 palms. Even if the Sharingan of Itaki turned madly, he still couldn't see Setsuna's movements. What? Trying to reluctantly resist, but his body was too late to react, Itaki was beaten out by Setsuna. Damn it, it turned out to be the Shadow Clone technique. Itaki, who fell on the ground, just wanted to move, and realized that he couldn't feel a trace of chakra in his body, and realized that he had been acupunctured by Setsuna's Gentle Fist again. You lost again, Itaki. Setsuna patted the non-existent dust on his body, and stood in front of Itaki. Although your Sharingan has dynamic vision beyond ordinary people, even your eyes can barely see me. Your body may not be able to respond to the movements. I lost again. It seems that besides Sharingan and ninjutsu, there are still many places I need to practice. Itaka thought bitterly in his heart, who fell on the ground. This game is won by Hyuga Setsuna. Please make the seal of reconciliation between the two sides. Seeing that the game has already been divided, Shiranui Genma directly announced the result of the match loudly. Thank you for your advice. Thank you for your advice. Setsuna pulled up Uchiha Itaki, who fell on the ground, and the two of them stretched out the index and middle fingers of their right hand and held them together. When the discussions were over, the seal of reconciliation was concluded. This is a ninja. The traditional etiquette that has been circulating around the world. It's a wonderful matchup. Everyone should learn from Hyuga and Uchiha. The teacher knew Huo Genma couldn't help applauding for the wonderful matchup between the two. Wow! The two of them are really amazing. The other students on the side were already fascinated by it. I knew that brother Setsuna was the best. The happiest one was the little girl Hyuga Ringtone. After defeating Itaki again at the ninja school, Setsuna did not feel that it brought him too much sense of accomplishment. After all, he was a stupid bird who flew first from birth, and put in more effort than others, and later he got the Hogyoku system improvement in addition to his ability and his talents that are not inferior to Uchiha Itaki. It would be unreasonable to lose to him in this way. After school came out of the ninja school, walked home with Lingyan on the street, looking at the night that had fallen in the sky. The white Hauyu seemed to be dyed with a weird red veil for some time, and Setsuna felt vaguely in her heart for some reason. An uneasy emotion is produced. What's the matter with you, brother Setsuna? Seeing Setsuna's uneasy look, Lingyan asked with concern. Nothing, maybe I was too tired today. Setsuna, who recovered his senses, gave Lingyan a smile, and thought to himself, maybe I'm too worried. However, at this time, in a cave outside Konoha, there is a barrier open inside. Fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato is wandering in the barrier anxiously. Inside, his wife Uzumaki Kushina is delivering babies, and his child, the future the protagonist Uzumaki Naruto, is being born. But no one knew that at this moment, on the head of fourth Hokage of Hokage Yanyan at Konoha Hyushin, a spiral twist appeared in the space, and a figure appeared on it. It was a weird man wearing a black robe with a Uzumaki mask on his face, only showing his left eye, which looked very mysterious. Nine Tails? Humph, I will get you soon and destroy Konoha. The masked man looked in the direction of Uzumaki Kushina and said to himself. Chapter 13. The space twisted spirally again, and the masked man disappeared in place again, as if nothing had happened just now. Chapter 17. Nine Tails Invasion, 2nd. Wow! There was a cry of a baby in the cave. Namikaze Minato's nervous face finally showed a smile, and his son Uzumaki Naruto was finally born safely. Handing Naruto to the guard of third Hokage next to him, Minato squatted down to hold Uzumaki Kushina's hand, and said softly, "Thank you, Kushina, our baby was finally born safely. It is good that Naruto can be born safely, that is the crystallization of our love." Kushina, lying in the middle of the barrier, finally showed a happy smile on her sweaty face. Know that when Jinchuriki gives birth, most of the chakra will be transferred to the baby, which is when the tail beast's seal is most vulnerable. To maintain the seal of the tail beast with the only remaining chakra, and to give birth to the child while giving birth, Kushina has already overdrawn all of her physical strength. What? However, this short-lived joy hasn't had time to last long. The space in the barrier fluctuates. With the screams of the two guards, Namikaze Minato came back to his senses and found that there was already a mysterious person wearing a black robe next to him. Masked Man, his newborn son was actually held in the masked man's hands. Who are you? After a short fight, relying on the newly born Naruto as a threat, the masked man finally took away Uzumaki Kushina temporarily with the trick of adjusting the tiger away from the mountain, successfully pulled out the nine tails, and controlled it with Sharingan. At night, in the middle of a bustling street in the center of Konoha, the space was twisted like a whirlpool, and the mysterious masked man suddenly appeared here. After leaving the battlefield, the masked man quickly reached the center of Konoha through time and space ninjutsu. Destroy Konoha, summoning technique. Following the resentful voice of the masked man, he pressed his hand to the ground, and the summoning curse was instantly unfolded on the ground. Roar! Without warning, with an aura of destruction, Nine-Tails Demon Fox appeared in the center of Konoha out of thin air. The Uchiha clan at this time. Really, Mom and Dad went out at this time. Uchiha Itachi sat in his arms at home and held the crying little Sasuke. Don't cry, Sasuke, my brother will always be with you. Setsuna's home in the Hyuga clan. Setsuna, who had just returned home, was sitting in front of the window. After returning home, the uneasy mood became more serious, as if some disaster was about to come at any time. Boom! Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Suddenly there was a loud noise outside, and in an instant, Setsuna saw that the sky above Konoha outside the window was blazing, and heard a huge beast roar from a village not far away. This! Isn't it the Nine-Tails incident that happened today? Seeing such a scene, Setsuna immediately thought of the Nine-Tails incident that would happen this year, but he didn't expect it to be today. Boom! 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 Sirens that spread throughout the village came from outside the house. The door in the yard of Setsuna's house was pushed open, and a ninja wearing a green vest came in. It was Hyuga Hisashi. Setsuna! Stay home and don't run around. This is an emergency call by the third-generation lord. I will go to the village to evacuate the crowd to the underground refuge. After saying that, Hisashi instantly disappeared in place and left with the instant technique. It's really the Nine-Tails incident. It seems that today is the day when Naruto was born. After Hisashi left, Setsuna didn't have too much nervousness. The Hyuga clan was far away from the center of the village, and the fierce fighting basically didn't spread here. But then again, Uchiha Obito, the original Crane Tail, grew up under the tutelage of Uchiha Madara. It's amazing! Setsuna muttered to himself as he watched the blazing world outside. Outside of Konoha village at this time, Mangeki Sharingan pupil technique Kamui and Flying Thunder God technique were in a brief confrontation. Namikaze Minato finally relied on the reflex nerves beyond ordinary people and Flying Thunder God to win a second stage and broke the mask. The man's left hand untied the connection between the masked man and Nine-Tails, leaving the technique of Flying Thunder God technique on his body. However, the Nine-Tails in Kushina's body was pulled out by the masked man and was dying. With the powerful physique of the Uzumaki clan, they could barely sustain their final life. Little Sunday. Do you really want to do that? Kushina looked weakly at Namikaze Minato. I am fourth Hokage in the village, and I must take this responsibility. Namikaze Minato said firmly, looking at Nine-Tails, which was wreaking havoc in the village in the distance. At this time, young ninjas such as Kakashi, Guy, and Yurihong were rushing to join the battle, but they were stopped by Yurihong's father, Jainin Yurigenhong. You all stay here for me. Your younger generation of ninjas are not allowed to participate in this battle. This is the order of the third Hokage Lord. Yuri Zhenhong said sharply, and there were two Yuri clan ninjas standing beside him. But everyone is fighting, but are we doing nothing like this? Yurihong eagerly defended. This is a battle within the village. You don't need your younger generation of ninjas to intervene. There will naturally be wars outside the village that you need to participate in. Said Yuri Mahong looked at his daughter, as a ninja, you will never die. It's too long, but at any rate you have to entrust my grandson to him after he is born. After Yui Mahong's persuasion, young ninjas like Kakashi Guy finally stayed honestly in the woods. Summoning. Ape Demon. Third Hokage summoning, who rushed to Nine-Tails, produced an ape, and the ape immediately turned into a stick that stretched indefinitely and directly pushed Nine-Tails to the outside of the village. Roar! Damn human! The angry Nine-Tails opened its mouth wide, and a huge chakra ball kept condensing in its mouth, and finally after a few seconds of condensing, it was launched with the power of destroying the world. No. It's tailed beast bomb. That direction is the village. I saw 9 tails launching the tailed beast bomb in the direction of Konoha village. After seeing this scene, all the ninjas in the scene were horrified. At this critical juncture, a figure appeared on Konoha Iwayan's head. The white god robe was 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Flying Thunder God Guide Mine. Facing the tailed beast bomb coming from the bombardment, I saw Namikaze Minato holding Flying Thunder God in front of him with both hands. The space in front was full of Flying Thunder God techniques. An invisible space barrier unfolded instantly. The 9 tails tailed beast bomb, powerful enough to destroy an entire mountain, bombarded the Flying Thunder God enchantment without making any waves. The entire tailed beast bomb was directly swallowed by the space enchantment. Boom! After a while, there was a huge explosion from the very far area of Konoha Mountain. It turned out to be the use of Flying Thunder God technique to expand the enchantment and transfer 9 tails tailed beast bomb directly to the outside of the village. Suddenly, the golden figure on the head of Konoha Yanyan's 4th generation left this last eternal scene in everyone's hearts. In the next battle, Konoha's 4th Hokage and his wife sacrificed themselves heroically and sealed the evil fox 9 tails who had troubled Konoha on their son, Uzumaki Naruto. With the golden glittering sacrifice of ninja legend Konoha, it seems that God is also deploring the talents, and the sky is gradually raining heavily. A few days later, all the ninjas of Konoha attended 4th Hokage's funeral. The golden glitter sacrificed herself to save Konoha, and the will of fire was passed on to every young ninja in the village. Chapter 18 Graduation Early, 3rd. Chapter 14. Time passed, and after the 9 tails incident, another year passed. In Konoha Hokage's office, an application form in front of 3rd Hokage caught 3rd Hokage's attention. Apply for early graduation, Hyaga Setsuna. With a pipe in his mouth and spitting thick smoke, 3rd Hokage's thoughts were drawn to the battle of the ninja school that he saw a year ago. Although it was only 2 little ghosts, the ninja talents that broke out of the 2 had to make him a Konoha. The supreme leader of Shinobi Village attracts attention. Unexpectedly, in just a year, this kid applied for graduation. It's a daunting talent. Setsuna's amazing talent reminded him of his former lover Orochimaru. No, Orochimaru is in his place. The age has not reached this level. Such a talented ninja should go to Anbu to hone it. 3rd Hokage put down his pipe and signed his name on the application. However, if you want to graduate early, you have to test it well. A bit. 3 days later, the news of Setsuna's application for early graduation caused a sensation throughout the ninja school, and even many people in the village were talking about it. Have you heard of it? The genius of the Hyaga clan applied for early graduation. Hnin in the tavern chatted with his companion. I've heard it a long time ago. It seems that Lord 3rd Hokage intends to pull him into Anbu. Tomorrow's graduation test arranges 3 genins to play against him. Another Chnin said. 3 genins? Isn't that too unfair? Normally, ninja school graduates as long as they reach genin's level, isn't it enough? Chnin asked inexplicably before. This is also the news I heard when I was patrolling the Naruto office building. After all, Anbu's ninjas are performing dangerous missions, and the requirements for strength must be more demanding. Just listen to this Chnin's words and change, but 3rd generation my lord means that he doesn't need to defeat the 3 genins, as long as he can protect himself in the actual battle with the 3 genins, he will pass. That's it. It seems that Lord 3rd Hokage is also taking great pains for the children in the village. The mountain behind Konoha is still on the edge of the stream in the original woods. Setsuna and his 9 shadow clone are in full swing. 8 trigrams mountain break. With a soft drink from Setsuna, he slapped a palm at 2 side-by-side trees 20 meters away. Boom! The surging chakra shock wave was like an invisible laser, which directly exploded the thick tree surrounded by 2 children. This is the 8 trigrams mountain breaking strike that Setsuna used the Hogyoku system to upgrade from the 8 trigrams air palm this year. The power is farther than the ordinary 8 trigrams air palm of the Hyuga clan. Another year has passed after the 9 tails incident, and Setsuna has grown a bit taller than last year, looking more like an 8-year-old and 9-year-old boy. This year, Setsuna's practice has been rainy or hard, and it hasn't fallen for a single day. Through my own efforts and the help of the Hogyoku system, Setsuna's chakra volume finally reached the Jainin level, and the power of devil fruit in his body also broke through to the level of a lieutenant in the One Piece world. Gentle Fist Method 8 trigrams 128 palms has been refined day by day, but it hasn't reached the stage of touching the bottleneck for the time being. After all, it hasn't been long since the last breakthrough time. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Counting the time, Konoha and Cloud Shinobi are about to break out of war. I don't know when they will be on the battlefield. Setsuna felt the surging power in his body and thought to himself, the abilities developed by frozen fruit have reached, I haven't used it now. Setsuna estimated his current strength. If frozen fruit's ability is used, there is absolutely no problem in killing Jainin, and it is not a problem even to save his life under the shadow of a ninja. For a 6-year-old, this is undoubtedly a monster-like existence, thanks to Setsuna's talent and hard work and the help of the Hogyoku system. Tomorrow will be the graduation exam. I heard that Shiranui teacher said that in addition to the ordinary basic test, 3rd Hokage will send 3 genins to fight against me. Setsuna's mouth showed a disdainful smile in the setting sun. This is right. Is my postgraduate entrance exam? Hey, 3 genins, it's really not enough. It was not that the increase in strength made Setsuna's self-confidence inflate, but that he faced the 3 genins with his current vision and strength, and it was completely crushing. I hope that tomorrow will not be too boring. Early the next morning, the ninja school's exercise field was full of people. In addition to the ninja students and teachers who watched the test normally, many other ninjas and ordinary villagers in the village also came. After all, after the genius ninja Hotaki Kakashi, he applied for graduation at the ninja school at the age of 6. Currently, Setsuna is alone. Aroused widespread concern. They all wanted to see how the legendary genius boy of the Hyuga clan would perform well. In fact, even 3rd Hokage, although not directly present, was still observing every move here through the crystal ball with the telescope technique in the office. Today, the ninja theoretical foundation test and 3-body technique actually used 2 tests, which naturally did not have any difficulty for Setsuna, and soon passed the full score. The next step is the actual combat test. Hyuga Setsuna, these 3 genins are your opponents for the next actual combat assessment. Your task is to successfully persist in their hands for 10 minutes, or defeat them, even if you pass the test. Shiranui Kenma said loudly to Setsuna. As Setsuna's class teacher, he is naturally the host of this test. The test begins. In the middle of the exercise field, besides Setsuna, 3 young ninjas stood, all of them genin, an elite with rich experience in performing hundreds of missions. The younger generation now is really amazing. They applied for graduation at such a young age, the ordinary-looking genin in the middle said. Hey, kid. I advise you to go back to school and stay for a few more years. We are all ninjas who have been on the battlefield, not the same as you little ghosts who have never been out of school. There is a scar on the face on the side. Genin said to Setsuna. The kid who has never killed anyone waits to pee on his pants, so don't cry, go home and have milk. Another cold-faced genin also mocked lukewarmly next to him. It's speechless. Why are these dragon sets the most arrogant in the 2-dimensional world? Standing in the middle of the field, Setsuna turned up Byakugan helplessly, although his eyes were originally white. 10 seconds. Setsuna suddenly spoke to the 3 genins. What? What 10 seconds? This test is for 10 minutes. Not 10 seconds. Hearing what Setsuna suddenly said, the 3 genins were a little confused. Follow him. Maybe this kid is scared to be stupid. Let's go. Let this kid know what a real ninja is. Scarface Genin took out Kunao directly, and slammed towards Setsuna. Shot out, the other two ninjas also rushed out. Byakugan opened silently, seeing the Scarface Genin who rushed up first, and seeing Kunao who was about to pierce his eyes. Setsuna didn't do anything. This kid really has no combat experience. Is he scared to be stupid? Seeing his own suffering is about to pierce the eyes of the boy in front of him, Genin gradually showed a cruel smile on his face. After 3 cruel battles in the Ninja World War, he would not have any good intentions to see the flowers in these greenhouses in the village. Chapter 19 Fight against 3 Genin, 4th more. Just when Kunao was about to touch Setsuna's eyelashes, Setsuna finally moved. Setsuna's right hand became a palm, and Gentle Fist's chakra was wrapped on it. At a speed that Genin could not see clearly, he slapped a palm into his arms. Puff! I saw Genin's Kunao falling to the ground, a mouthful of blood was spit out, and his face was painful and he knelt in front of Setsuna, clutching his stomach. This is Setsuna's Gentle Fist chakra who hit his body and destroyed his internal organs. Seeing Scarface, Genin knelt down in front of Setsuna with one move. The other 2 Genins were shocked, and they didn't dare to be careless. Genin, with a cold complexion, put his hands in front of Seong decisively and began to seal. Wind-style wind-cutting technique. An invisible wind blade suddenly gathered in the air, violently cutting through the air and attacking Setsuna. Take it to death. This is the sea-level ninjutsu I learned on the battlefield, and it cannot be blocked by you ninja school kids. Seeing the ninjutsu he successfully cast, Genin said with pride. 8 trigrams mountain break. Facing the wind-style ninjutsu in the air, Setsuna's expression remained unchanged, and he slapped the wind blade in the air. Chapter 15. What? This sea-level wind-style ninjutsu was instantly dissipated by Setsuna's 8 trigrams mountain breaking strike. It didn't stop Setsuna's attack at all, and directly cast away and hit the cold-faced Genin. He flew out 5 or 6 meters away, spit out a mouthful of blood in the air, and then fell to the ground. 8 trigrams breaking the mountain is Setsuna evolved from the Jainin level secret technique 8 trigrams air palm. It is not comparable to this sea-level ninjutsu, let alone a sea-level ninjutsu, even in front of it. It's a big stone in a house, and Setsuna can smash it with one palm. Damn it! Seeing the 2 comrades face each other, Setsuna lost their combat effectiveness. The remaining ordinary Genin rushed up, drew a big sword from behind, and leaped from top to bottom. Setsuna! Leaf Great Whirlwind! In the past time, Setsuna did not lose the training of Konohara's gang, directly evolving Leaf Hurricane's trick to the bottleneck and evolving into Leaf Great Whirlwind. Setsuna didn't move his hands, but his body sank sharply and then turned around. His legs were thrown out one after another like a whirlwind. Before the legs and feet arrived, there was already a strong wind. First, his left foot kicked the sword in Genin's hand in front of him, and then his right foot directly hit his chin, kicking him off the ground. What an amazing physical skill! It seems that the genius of the Hyuga clan is not only good at gentle fist. Setsuna's beautiful physical skill directly made the ninjas watching around him shine. Just when Setsuna landed coolly and everyone thought it was over. Snapped! Genin kicked into the air and fell to the ground directly into a puddle of mud. Is it the soil clone? It seems a little more powerful than the 2 wastes just now. Setsuna was not surprised to see the opponent turned into a puddle of mud, but immediately used Byakugan to observe the surroundings. Go to hell! Kid! Just when Setsuna seemed to be paying attention to the surroundings, the ordinary-looking Genin suddenly jumped out of the soil and threw the sword directly at Setsuna. Hee, overwhelming! Seeing Genin who jumped up from the ground, Setsuna's mouth showed a disdainful smile. Revolving Heaven! A large amount of chakra was released from the acupuncture points all over the body, and Setsuna swiftly spun on the spot. Genin, holding the sword, was directly flew out by revolving heaven, and the momentum of the high-speed rotation directly knocked his internal organs into a tumbling. The time is exactly 10 seconds. At the same time that Genin was knocked out, Setsuna threw out a handful of kunao, nailed his crotch to the ground, and directly declared the victory of the battle. I gave up. I gave up. Genin fell on the ground feeling a cold in his crotch, and when he saw the karma nailed between his crotch almost urinating, he hurriedly begged for mercy. All this, Setsuna has done very lightly, and even feels that the pressure brought by these 3 genins is not as threatening to him as Uchiha Itachi. The crowd watching on the side fry the pan instantly. Oh my god! He actually defeated 3 genins in 10 seconds. Only one uncle said, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. This is too exaggerated. Is he really just a kid who hasn't graduated from ninja school? This is a newly promoted chunin. This is really an amazing talent. I'll go back and report to Master Danzo. At this time, a ninja with a cat face mask and an instant technique disappeared in the original crowd. Ground. With the praise and applause of the surrounding audience, Setsuna returned to Shiranui Genma, the instructor of the 3rd class, and other students. Congratulations, Setsuna, you are now a qualified genin. Shiranui Genma took out a ninja forehead protector and handed it to Setsuna. This is the ninja forehead protector for you. You are the time I taught the shortest but also the best student. Thank you, teacher. Setsuna took the ninja forehead protector, which was engraved with the Konoha Shinobi Village logo. Setsuna put it on his forehead, just covering the white bandage that bound the caged bird curse. Setsuna, I didn't expect the gap between us to be getting bigger and bigger. As a competitor of the ninja school and a close friend, Uchiha Itachi walked up to Setsuna. However, I will catch up with you soon. The pace, and surpass yours. Seeing that as his own competitor who has been catching up, he has graduated from the ninja school early with such ease, Uchiha Itachi's desire to become stronger is even stronger. Maybe I should apply for early graduation, and I can't stay here anymore to waste time, Itachi thought in his heart. I look forward to that day, Itachi. I believe that with your talent, you should graduate from here soon. Setsuna never dared to underestimate Uchiha Itachi's talent. In the original book, he graduated from the ninja school next year, and now he has the excitement of his opponent. Maybe he won't have to wait until next year to graduate early. Woo! It's annoying. Brother Setsuna, after you graduate, I can't go to school with you and go home after school. The most unhappy one here is the little girl Hyaga ringtone. Okay, Lingian, it's not impossible to see it anymore, don't we often see it when we live in a clan? Setsuna is also particularly helpless facing the nasty little girl Lingian, although she is indeed very beautiful. Cute, but Setsuna, who is 2 lives, only treats her as a little sister from the bottom of his heart. After touching Lingian's head and comforting the clingy little girl, Setsuna also bid farewell to Shiranui Genma and the classmates. Then a ninja with a cat face mask appeared in front of Setsuna. Hyaga Setsuna, Naruto-sama wants to see you, please come with me. Naruto-sama wants to see me. Setsuna didn't know that 3rd generation wanted to arrange him into Anbu, so he was a little surprised. He didn't expect his performance to attract 3rd Hokage's attention. Hearing the words of the Anbu ninja with the cat face mask, everyone present was even more affirmed that Setsuna's future achievements are limitless, and he was personally summoned by 3rd Hokage. Chapter 20 Joining Anbu, 5th. Setsuna, who was galloping with the Anbu ninja ahead, didn't know that a fierce quarrel was taking place in the Hokage office at this time. Do you know what you are talking about? Danzo. The 3rd generation old man had already thrown his pipe at this time, and he asked the person in front of him loudly, give Hyaga Setsuna and Uchiha Itachi. You. Sarutobi, give me these 2 potential geniuses. They are fully capable of teaching these 2 people within the roots. The person in front of 3rd generation also said loudly. This man is wearing a white kimono with a bandage around his right eye, one hand is on a crutches. And the other is hidden in the kimono. It looks a little weird, but this man is Konoha's high-level man, the third-generation secretly adversary. The founder of the root organization Chimera Dance. Of course I believe in your abilities, but I'm sorry, I have already planned to let the two of them join Anbu. I believe that their growth in Anbu will never be worse than that of you. Third Hokage said calmly. What? Danzo's eyes gradually turned cold. Do you have to fight with me about these two people? There is nothing indisputable, this is just my decision. Third generation shrugged to express helplessness, but the tone was extremely affirmative. What do you mean, Sarutobi? Kakashi is with you, and the only kid in the village who can use wood style was also snatched by you. What are you? Before Danzo finished speaking, he was interrupted by third generation. Danzo, I am Hokage after all. Then the third generation talk changed again. Well, Danzo, there are other outstanding talents in the ninja school now. The kid from the Yamanaka clan is not bad. I agree to let him join your roots. Yes, he is Hokage, the highest leader of this village. Danzo gritted his teeth and ignored what the third generation continued to say. He walked out the door with his cane, his eyes grew colder and he thought bitterly. Said, Sarutobi, you forced me, one day, I will board the position of Hokage, then. Ugh. Looking at the back of Danzo going out, third Hokage sighed heavily when he remembered that his former teammate had now taken a completely different path from him. Soon, Setsuna followed Anbu Ninja's footsteps and arrived at the Naruto office building in a blink of an eye. After going up, Anbu Ninja knocked on the office door. Come in. An old man's voice came from inside. Naruto-sama, Hyuga Setsuna brought it here. After entering the door, Anbu Ninja bowed on one knee and saluted. Thanks for your hard work, let's go down first. Third generation sitting behind the desk said to the Anbu Ninja in front of him, and then turned his gaze to Setsuna. You are Setsuna, you really are an out-and-out genius. Master Naruto is too acclaimed. I wonder if Master Third Hokage asked me to come today. While third generation looked at Setsuna, Setsuna also secretly looked at third Hokage in front of him, if it weren't for seeing third generation's old eyes. From time to time, Lee also revealed a wise edge. Setsuna would really think that he was just an ordinary old man, not the famous ninjutsu professor in the ninja world. I already know that you applied for the early graduation test this year. I am really glad to see that the village can cultivate a ninja as talented as you. Third generation looked at Setsuna while holding his pipe. He said, I called you over today to ask your opinion. Next, do you want to choose a guide Jainin to join the team to perform the task, or do you want to join Anbu and directly accept Naruto's orders? Chapter 16. Speaking of this, third generation remembered the secret report from the front line some time ago. Thunder Country's Cloud Shinobi recently took action. Sunin's departure and the death of fourth generation in the Nine Tails incident caused Konoha to fall into this period of time. Given the unprecedented combat power crisis, third generation has to count on these young generations to grow up faster. Choosing to guide Jainin to join the ninja team? Or will you join Anbu and be directly assigned to third Hokage? After listening to third generation's words, Setsuna fell into deep thought. If you join the ninja squad, you are a little bit more free, you can choose to take on tasks of various difficulties, and I will have extra time to practice. But if you join Anbu, you can directly accept Naruto's dispatch and perform some combat tasks. Improve my actual combat experience. Setsuna thought for a moment, then spoke to third generation and said, I want to join Anbu. Okay, you want to join Anbu. Setsuna's answer is also more in line with the idea of third generation. The idea of third generation is also that Setsuna joins his own Anbu. After deciding to speak, then I will arrange you to the one in Kakashi. Team up, there are more young people in that team, which is more suitable for you to communicate. Kakashi. I didn't expect to join his team. Setsuna thought after hearing the words of third generation. Okay, that's it. If there is no problem, you will report to Anbu in 3 days. Third generation looked at Setsuna, but realized that he couldn't see the color hidden in the eyes of the child before him. Yes, if nothing else, Master Naruto, I will go out first. Okay, you go down first. After coming out of Hokage's office, the sky outside was already in the evening, and the sky above Konoha was full of red clouds. Walking on the way home, the wind rustled the trees on both sides of the road, and Setsuna suddenly stopped. Come out, I have seen you. Setsuna stopped and spoke abruptly to the empty street in front of him. Whizzing! 2 figures suddenly appeared beside Setsuna, each with a cat face mask. One after the other, they sandwiched Setsuna in the middle, blocking Setsuna's path. Is it Hyuga Setsuna, Lord Danzo, please come with us. The cat face masked ninja in front said to Setsuna. Sir Danzo? I'm sorry I don't know, please give me a hand. Setsuna said calmly, but bypassed the ninja in front and continued to walk forward. Danzo? Setsuna's heart is still a little bit turbulent. He knows the character Danzo better than anyone who has read the original. The leader of Konoha's root organization is cruel and unscrupulous in doing things, and he has a deep mind. An absolute old fox, if not special things, Setsuna didn't want to get involved with such troublesome characters. However, the 2 rooted ninjas obviously wouldn't let Setsuna leave so easily, and once again stood in front of Setsuna. That's offending, we have to knock you out and take you away. The ninja in front took out a sharp kunai from his sleeve, and the ninja in the back drew the sword directly from behind, enclosing Setsuna in the middle. Setsuna can also vaguely guess that it is probably his recent outstanding performance that has attracted the attention of the old fox, Danzo, and wants to absorb himself into the root organization. I didn't expect your root organization to act so boldly that you openly attacked the ninjas of the same village in Konoha. Setsuna opened Byakugan. Through perspective, it can be seen that the chakra in the 2 ninjas in front of them is probably at the level of Chunin. Chapter 21 Root, 6th. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. No one will know, because soon, we will knock you out and take you back. Said that the root organization ninja in front directly pierced the position of Kyo towards Setsuna's heart. This is actually just a false move, the real one. The goal is to expose Setsuna to reveal the flaws and then let them seize the opportunity. Hehe, Tujnin. But unfortunately, you 2 are not qualified. Setsuna said coldly. Setsuna directly used the speed of Gentle Fist 8 trigrams 128 palms, and slapped the front root tissue ninja kunai with a palm. With a light kick on his legs and feet, his body instantly leaped forward, and the whole person plunged into his. In his arms, his hands turned into 2 phantoms, and dozens of palms were shot continuously in an instant. Ah! Before he could even react, the root tissue ninja in front was directly blocked by Setsuna's gentle fist and flew out. At the same time, the sword of the root organization ninja at the back has been killed, and the biting ice on the blade of Setsuna's skin can almost be felt. Setsuna didn't look back. Byakugan's 360-degree angle of view allowed Setsuna to see his attacking angle directly from behind. Setsuna's right leg quickly moved backwards, in a posture of Sasori's tail, kicking away the sword that was stabbed by the ninja from behind. The moment he kicked the sword away, Setsuna disappeared. When he reappeared in the next second, Setsuna was behind the root organization ninja, and there was already a ball of light blooming with blue chakra in his hand. Raise Nan. Raise Nan bombarded the back of the root organization ninja, the ninja uttered a scream, and the whole person was pressed to the ground by Setsuna with Raise Nan, and the entire ground was bombarded by Setsuna's Raise Nan into a big pit. In a blink of an eye, the 2 root organization ninjas had fallen to the ground and lost their combat effectiveness. Papa, Papa! At this moment, a round of applause came from the side. Setsuna looked over and found that there was a man in a white kimono with a bandage on his right eye and a cross-shaped knife on his chin standing by the side of the tree. Unexpectedly, you would still use 4th Hokage's ninjutsu. After seeing Setsuna's raised nan, the visitor said in surprise. Danzo. After seeing this person, Setsuna's pupils shrank. It's a wonderful battle. Even though I've rated you high enough, I never thought I underestimated your abilities. Danzo, who was standing next to him, praised, with a peaceful smile on his old face. If you don't know him, the bottom line, most people would really think that he is a good benevolent man. But Setsuna, who has read the plot of the original novel, can easily see a strong desire for possession in his eyes. It's a bit troublesome now. I didn't expect Danzo to come here in person. Setsuna was ideal. Using Byakugan, he could see from Danzo that this was a shadow level figure, although he was not strong in the shadow level. But anyhow, it far surpassed Janin's level. Although it feels a bit troublesome, Setsuna didn't panic too much. If he showed all his strength, it would still be no problem to hold on to Danzo. Of course, the premise is that if Danzo takes the shot himself, Setsuna must be taken away. Hyaga Setsuna, join my root department. You can definitely get more improvement than you can in Anbu. Danzo looked at Setsuna and said, my organization still lacks a combat and detection ability like yours. A genius ninja in one. Indeed, after years of development, Danzo's root organization has gradually absorbed the various masters in Konoha, like the ninjas of the Aberame clan, Yamanaka clan, and the Secret Arts clan. They all have the root organization. Even Danzo plans to infiltrate the Uchiha clan in an attempt to get involved. The power of Sharingan. In Konoha, the ninjas of the Hyaga clan who have always maintained neutrality, the excellent detection ability, superb chakra control ability and powerful physical skills have always been the target that Danzo wants to possess. I'm very sorry, Lord Danzo, just now I have promised Lord 3rd Hokage to join Anbu. Setsuna chose to refuse, for Danzo, who hangs everything on his mouth all day for Konoha and carries out the darkness in his heart. Setsuna really has no good feelings. In the original book, when Danzo sealed himself with the idea of dying with Sasuke, many people seemed to think that this character was whitewashed, but Setsuna did not think so. People like Danzo, even though his starting point is really for Konoha, so many dirty methods, so many innocent people become his experiments and victims, even Nagato Yahiko, who originally hoped for peace, are also Danzo. Because of his selfish purpose to destroy and was pushed into the abyss. As a teammate in his youth, Danzo can send people to assassinate 3rd generation many times for his own ambitions. Such a person, such a behavior, can be washed out for Konoha? Although Setsuna never thought of herself as a good person, Setsuna always hated someone like Danzo, who used all means to achieve his own goals, but was still high-sounding. Haha, don't rush to refuse. Danzo didn't show an angry expression after hearing Setsuna's words. Instead, he smiled and said to Setsuna, as for the curse seal of your Hyaga clan branch house, our root organization actually has a lot of information. Danzo did not finish speaking, but Setsuna was shocked and was directly attracted by the content of his words. Does he have a way to unlock the caged bird curse? Setsuna watched Danzo's face carefully, as if he wanted to see something from it. If you are interested in knowing, then come to Root to find me someday when you have time. Danzo turned and left after saying, Hey, Hyaga kid, I'm sure you will not be able to bear it one day. Live will come and beg me. After Danzo had left, 2 Root organization ninjas appeared on both sides of the road, and the 2 people who had been defeated by Setsuna were back on their backs and left instantly. After everyone left, Setsuna walked home alone but fell into contemplation. From the perspective of the penetration of the roots in Konoha in the original book, even Senju Hashirama cells and Sharingan can be obtained. Maybe Danzo there may be a way to unlock the spell of Hyaga branch house, but this old fox will definitely not give it to me so easily. Regarding the caged bird curse of the branch house, everyone in the branch house of the Hyuga clan cannot escape. As long as they do not get rid of the curse for a day, they will have to be controlled by others for life. This is a sword that has always been hanging on Setsuna's head. In the original book, Hyuga Hisashi is because of the identity of the branch house, and because of the incident of Cloud Shinobi stealing Byakugan, he made Hyuga Hayashi's elder brother Hyuga Hayashi's replacement for the Hyuga clan. Setsuna didn't want to see such a thing happen to him one day. Chapter 17. No matter what, it is impossible for me to put my life in the hands of others. I have to get rid of this fate. Setsuna was pondering such questions along the way, and didn't even know how he got home. After returning home, even though he was a little tired, Setsuna still separated a shadow clone and asked him to go to the back mountain to use the shadow clone to continue his practice, while he lay on the chuang and began to meditate on the ceiling. Chapter 22 Anbu Report, 7th. 3 days later, Setsuna arrived at Konoha Anbu's base. Hyuga Setsuna, this is your full set of equipment, take it away. Setsuna stood in front of the gloomy window of the equipment department. The people inside took out an Anbu costume and a cat face mask and placed them in front of Setsuna. Thank you. After taking away the equipment, Setsuna went to the locker room to change into Anbu's costume, and walked towards the place where Anbu assembled. After arriving at the meeting place, Setsuna found that there were already 7 or 8 Anbu ninjas standing there. Is this kid the Hyuga kid? Said an Anbu ninja sitting on a wooden stake, watching the thin figure as Setsuna walked over. Indeed, although the 6-year-old Setsuna is already 4 feet tall, compared with the surrounding Anbu ninjas, Setsuna still looks so thin. At this time, an Anbu ninja, who looked pale and looked like a teenager, walked up to Setsuna and said, "Boy, I don't know if the standard of ninja school is getting lower now, so that a kid like you graduated early, but you listen to me, give me a good performance, don't hold us back. Don't be so windy, we as seniors should take care of their younger generations." This is a female ninja with long purple hair walking up to Setsuna, taking off the rabbit face mask, revealing a bright and moving face. "You are a new player, my name is Uzuki Zion, and I welcome you to our team." It turned out to be her. Although there are few scenes in the original book, the gorgeous purple hair, bright face, and slim figure still make Setsuna deeply remember the role of Uzuki Zion. At this time, Uzuki Zion was only an 11th. 2-year-old girl. "Hello, I'm the new Hyuga Setsuna, please advise." Seeing Uzuki Yun's attitude toward him so friendly, Setsuna politely spoke to her. Then this pale-faced tuberculosis ghost looks like Moonlight Storm. Setsuna glanced at the ninja who had treated him badly just now, and thought to himself. Moonlight Hayate, Setsuna, also has an impression. Konoha's special Jonin in the future, Naruto, and the chief examiner of the 3rd session of the Chunin exam, Uzuki Yuga's future fiancé, died of Sand Shinobi Jonin Baki in the Orochimaru Konoha collapse plan. The short-lived ghost in his hand. Humph, Zion, you don't need to be so polite to him. However, Moonlight Hayate still reluctantly looked at Setsuna disdainfully, like this kind of kid who just left school, he can't be counted as a ninja at all. I'm afraid he will come. Time will drag you down. Haha. Setsuna smiled after hearing Moonlight Hayate's words. When I watched anime before, I didn't really see that he was such a self-righteous person, and said to him indifferently, "Someone said this to me before. Now they are all lying in Konoha Hospital. What are you talking about? Kid." Seeing that Setsuna, a newly graduated kid, didn't put his predecessor in his eyes like this, Moonlight Hayate glared at him, releasing a murderous intent from his body. "Do you need me to repeat it? Rubbish." Feeling the murderous intent of the Moonlight Blast, Setsuna, who was repeatedly provoked inexplicably, also moved to murder. "It seems necessary to teach you to respect your senior." Seeing Setsuna's arrogant attitude, Moonlight Hayate immediately shot his hand with anger, the light of the sword flashed, and the sword behind it was directly out of the sheath, and the whole person turned into a crescent moon and moved quickly towards it. Setsuna hacked away. Read more at hotmtlenovel.xyz. This time, Moonlight Storm did not leave his hands, and directly exploded Chnin's strength. This beautiful swordsmanship was a trick he combined with the swordsmanship of the samurais Iai and Konoheu. Because of the wonderful posture of this trick, it rushed towards the enemy. Its orbit is crescent-shaped, so it is called Crescent Moon Dance. Hey, little bugs! Setsuna snorted coldly, but he didn't care about it. With this fierce swordsmanship, this Moonlight Hayate is indeed a talent, but it's too self-righteous. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Facing the mortal swordsmanship of Moonlight Gale, Setsuna burst out of the Janin level chakra in his body. The body quickly sank and kicked out with his right foot and high leg, carrying the violent wind directly. Kicked away Moonlight Hayate's arm holding the knife, and kicked his Seong mouth straight with his left leg in a round motion. Setsuna's sudden superb physique directly disrupted Moonlight Hayate's position. Although he knew that the kid who graduated early from the ninja school must have some real skills, he did not expect that Chnin's strength would be able to be broken so easily. Hookingly watched Setsuna kick her Seong mouth. Boom! The blast of moonlight kicked out by Setsuna directly turned into a cloud of smoke and dissipated into the air. Its shadow clone. Setsuna directly opened Byakugan. Try this, kid. 3 Sun Moon Dance. The moonlight gale suddenly appeared behind Setsuna's hands, and there were 2 more identical clones around Setsuna, which surrounded Setsuna in a combination of 3. In the blink of an eye, Moonlight Storm and the 2 clones slapped a meniscus-like light towards Setsuna in the middle. The caster Moonlight Storm split into 3, attacking Setsuna from multiple directions. Moreover, it is launched suddenly, and ordinary people can't prevent it, and as long as they are hit by one of them, they will definitely suffer fatal injuries. It is a very powerful ninjutsu. Don't be hurricane. Seeing that Moonlight Hayate unexpectedly resorted to Konoharu's sword technique 3 Sun Moon Dance, Uzuzian exclaimed in exclamation. Since you want my life, then I'm not welcome. Facing the Moonlight Blast, which is almost a killer move, Setsuna burst out Janin's chakra directly, and suddenly started spinning on the spot at high speed. Revolving Heaven. The high-speed spinning chakra storm ball directly bounced off the light from the surrounding blades. Under the high-speed impact, the 2 shadow clones of the Moonlight Blast were directly turned into a cloud of smoke, and his body was also destroyed. The bullet flew out. Really, what a terrible kid. That Moonlight Blast was blown away. Seeing the remaining Anbu ninjas around this scene was also secretly shocked. Cough cough. The Moonlight Blast flying out of Revolving Heaven fell heavily to the ground. This huge impact almost smashed his internal organs. No. Let him go, Setsuna. Seeing Setsuna walked in front of Moonlight Hayate, and seemed to want to end him, Uzuki-zian appeared and stopped in the middle. Although she has not been with Moonlight Hayate yet, the 2 have been childhood sweethearts since childhood. The relationship between the elders in the family is also very good. In any case, she can't watch him die in front of her. Stop it all. At this time, an Anbu ninja with a black mask and a towering silver hair appeared in the middle of the field without warning. After seeing his iconic appearance and the scar on his left eye and the Sharingan, Setsuna immediately recognized it. Out of his identity Konoha's first technician Hotaki Kakashi. Captain Kakashi. It's Kakashi here. At this time, the surrounding Anbu ninjas also greeted one after another. It seems that Kakashi has just become the leader of this Anbu squad, and he is still popular, Setsuna secretly said. Chapter 23, Hotaki Kakashi, First More. It seems that your strength is not as great as your mouth. After seeing Kakashi coming, Setsuna condescendingly said to the Moonlight Hayate who fell on the ground, Today, it depends on Uzuki-senpai and Captain Kakashi. Forget it, I will kill you next time. Damn. Moonlight Hayate fell on the ground and felt hot on his face. He didn't expect that he was promoted to Chunin at a young age and he was beaten on the ground by a kid so much younger than him. "You're the new player Hyuga Setsuna, I'm your captain, Hitaki Kakashi, your teammate Uzuki Yuga, you have met, and one is Yamato Tenzo. All the members of our team are here." Kakashi, when he walked to Setsuna, he said without emotion, as if it were a numb machine. In the past few years, Kakashi has just experienced the nightmare of personally killing Rin Nohara. His teacher Namikaze Minato died in the Nine Tails incident last year. His emotional state is in the most numb and cold state, and his personality is not as spoof as later. Some people call him cold-blooded Kakashi. "Hello Setsuna, my name is Yamato Tenzo, and I am also your teammate." A boy who looked 11 or 12 years old walked out beside Kakashi and greeted Setsuna gently. "Hello, please advise." Looking at the immature face in front of me, I found that Konoha is the only wood-style ninja now, with long hair, very cute and shy. Is this really Konoha's uncle wood-style in the future? Setsuna was madly complaining. Setsuna looked at the members of his current team curiously. Kakashi was 15 years old, Yamato Tenzo and Uzuki Yuga were both 11 or 12 years old, plus a 6-year-old self, as expected by third Hokage. That way, it is a very young team. Unexpectedly, several of his teammates were Konoha Miku's mainstays. Setsuna thought to himself, including the Moonlight Blast just now, these people have the worst achievements in the future and are especially at Janin's level. It seems that you are quite strong, and Moonlight Hayate lost to you. Kakashi stared at Setsuna with his iconic Sharingan, as if trying to see him through. "Thanks to seniors, I have heard the genius Kakashi's name in the ninja school," Setsuna said humbly, but a pair of Byakugan looked at Kakashi's Sharingan without showing any weakness. Chapter 18. Not much nonsense. The main task of our team every day is very simple. It is to monitor the situation in the village. If there is any abnormality, immediately report it to Master Naruto. Kakashi and Setsuna briefly explained their main work. Sometimes there are special tasks to perform, and Master Naruto will summon us directly. After speaking, Kakashi left, and then Setsuna and others also left. In the next few days, Setsuna's work in Anbu was not only staying in the Anbu monitoring room to monitor the village, but also occasionally acting as a guard for the Hokage office building, which was extremely boring. Although in the process of work, Setsuna would still split a dozen shadow clones to go to Konoha Hyushin to practice, but Setsuna's body still uttered a boring sigh. "It's so boring." Setsuna, who was sitting in the Anbu monitoring room that day, was yawning boredly, and Kakashi walked in with Yamato. "Everyone will gather at the Hokage office in 5 minutes. Master Naruto has a task to release." After hearing Kakashi's words, Setsuna finally came to his senses. "What kind of task is really expected? It is better to be more difficult," Setsuna said secretly. 5 minutes later, third Hokage's office. After the end of the Third Ninja War, some people outside the village still wanted to maintain the chaos of the war. They were unwilling to accept the unified domination of the 3 major nations of the fire, earth, and wind. A few days ago, the Prujna of the forest country took action and snatched Konoha and Rock Shinobi's peace treaty scroll. The current peace is the sacrifice of the predecessors. Third generation is talking to Setsuna about the content of this mission, so Kakashi, I hope you will go to forest country this time. Bring back the scroll of the peace treaty. Yes. Hokage-sama. After listening to the quest released by third generation, the 4 Setsuna Kakashi turned into 4 shadows and left. The instant body technique gathers chakra on the feet to increase explosive power and create high-speed ninjutsu. This was given to Setsuna by Kakashi a few days after entering Anbu. With Setsuna's talent, he learned this technique in a day. Seeing Setsuna and the others leaving, third generation spit out a mouthful of smoke and murmured, "This team is all immature kids. Kakashi, as the captain, I hope you can take this responsibility." The next day, the border between the country of fire and the country of earth. The four of Setsuna and Kakashi were moving quickly through the dense woods on one side. The front is the country of forest. Byakugan of Setsuna saw that 1 kilometer directly ahead, the trees began to become scarce, replaced by a piece of yellow land and a huge canyon. As Setsuna, who owns Byakugan's blood succession boundary in the team, naturally shoulders the identity of the detective ninja in the team. Everyone is vigilant, Setsuna pays attention to observation, and when we meet the enemy, Tenzo and I are good at ninjutsu and go up to face the enemy with ninjutsu. Setsuna is good at physique, and Yuen is good at swordsmanship. You two will be responsible for the surprise attack. Kakashi, who jumped quickly in front of the tree, assigned tasks methodically. In these few episodes, everyone's strength characteristics have been analyzed and used very well. I have to say that Kakashi is still very good in tactical use. Don't look at Kakashi's strength later, but almost every enemy that has fought with Kakashi, let alone not cut, even Kakuzu, Deidara and Pen, these powerful enemies, the evaluation of Kakashi is very high. Even at the end of the Fourth Ninja World War, the 7th ninjas under the command of Kakashi sealed the ancestor of Chakra, Kagayaheim. All these are enough to show that Kakashi's mind should not be underestimated. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Soon after, a few people rushed swiftly, a few minutes later came to a piece of yellow land. After walking into a steep gorge, Setsuna carefully observed the surroundings with Byakugan. Suddenly, Setsuna keenly noticed that there seemed to be a part of the cliff on the cliff tens of meters above that was somewhat different from the other stone walls. Using the function of Byakugan Toyushi, he saw a group of flowing chakras. Be careful of the top. It turned out to be ninjutsu such as invisibility, and Setsuna immediately reminded Kakashi and them. Hearing Setsuna's reminder, Kakashi and Yogan Yamato stopped directly and took out their weapons and looked up warily. It was discovered, but it's useless to find out. Seeing Setsuna's posture, two figures appeared directly on the cliff. Earth-style Iwasua Falls. The two figures on the top immediately formed a seal together, and immediately after the seal, the cliffs on the cliff above Setsuna collapsed in large numbers, rolling down a lot of boulders. Chapter 24 Prujna, Second More. Be careful, everyone. Chidori. Kakashi yelled, a blue thunder and lightning burst out of his hand, and he jumped up, breaking several boulders with Chidori. Wood-style Ulan technique. Yamato also used wood-style, seeing that thick wood grew on his arm, smashing the falling boulders. But the enemy was clearly prepared. The earth-style released by the two people took advantage of the geographical advantage, and there were still a lot of boulders left to Setsuna and them. Damn it, you guys, be careful. Kakashi took a moment to look at Setsuna and Yuen, and saw that most of the boulders still fell on their side, but he was not able to do so. Don't worry about us here. 8 trigrams mountain breaking strike. Setsuna drew directly past Xian, struggling to hit the 8 trigrams breaking mountain strike towards the boulders that fell above. A surging chakra shock wave directly sent all the above the falling rocks were all broken to pieces. Seeing that the earth style he released didn't work, the two figures on the cliff jumped straight down, and 3 figures jumped down from the other side of the cliff. A total of 5 people surrounded Setsuna and the others. Konoha's ninja is good. I didn't expect that such an ambush would not bother you. The 5 enemies were dressed in dark ninja costumes with grimace masks on their faces, and the headed ninja spoke to Setsuna and them. Are you the Prujna of the forest country? Hurry up and hand over the scroll of the peace treaty. Kakashi's mask revealed a Sharingan staring at the head of the Prujna. Silver hair, Sharingan. Are you the most recently rumored Sharingan Kakashi? The scroll is indeed with me, but it is not that simple for you to take it. The leader of the Prujna crowd took one out of his arms. The scrolls shook them towards Setsuna and then retracted them. Seeing the actions of the Prujna leaders, Setsuna was simply unable to complain. What kind of bloody setting is this? It's almost like saying, the thing is here, you come and beat me, you can take it away if you beat me. Then it seems that I can only kill you. Kakashi in this period was not in a good mood to talk nonsense with these people, and directly released Chidori to attack the leader of the Pruchna. The opponent's leader handed it over. I will leave the rest to you. Seeing that his leader had already fought with each other, one of the remaining 4 ninjas said, you two go to deal with that woman, and the youngest one will let me come, and you can drag the one with wood style. Little devil, we will help you after the 3 of us have solved it. After talking about Setsuna, they all faced their opponents. Their tactics were very simple. One person dragged the wood-style ninja Yamato who looked the strongest, 2 people went to solve the female ninja Uzuki Yuen, and 1 person went to deal with the seemingly strongest wood-style ninja. The youngest Setsuna, after solving Setsuna and Yuen, go to solve Yamato together, and finally it is Kakashi's turn. Is Konoha really no one? He would have sent a kid as big as you. The ninja standing in front of Setsuna said, the eyes from the grimace mask looked like a lamb. I advise you to be more serious. I can solve you in 10 seconds at a level like you. Setsuna saw through Byakugan that his chakra is probably at Chunin level, except that the head of the Pruchna people is Jainin level. The rest are Chunin level. Hehe, are you trying to irritate me? I have killed a lot of little ghosts like you. While talking, the ninja in front of Setsuna suddenly reached out and threw out 7 or 8 shurikens, trying to take advantage of Setsuna's lack practical experience sneak attack successfully. But the speed and strength of the shuriken he threw over was only average in Setsuna's eyes, and it was not comparable to Uchiha Ataka's shuriken skills. Setsuna just dodged a few casually and avoided it. Seeing that his shuriken didn't work, the ninja on the opposite side began to seal. You're pretty good, kid, but that's it, I have to deal with you quickly and help the leader. Earth-style split the soil and turn the palm. After speaking, he slapped both hands on the ground, and the ground began to crack directly towards Setsuna. Before the crack reached Setsuna's feet, Setsuna felt the shock from the ground. Setsuna leaped into the air and took time to watch the teammates battle. Kakashi's lightning style is suppressing the Pruchna leader's earth style. Although Yamato has the upper hand, it is not so fast to decide the victory and defeat. While Uzuki Yuen is under the combined attack of the 2 Pruchna people, they were already a little stretched. There is no way, only a quick fight. Setsuna in the air was about to make a quick fight, when the ninja below began to seal again. Little devil, you are fooled. Earth-style rock pillar gun. As soon as the voice fell, 5 huge earth guns protruded quickly from the ground under Setsuna's feet after he finished the seal, and they strangled towards Setsuna quickly. A smile appeared on the faces of the Pruchna ninjas below. Using these 2 techniques of earth-style ninjutsu together, he no longer knows how many opponents he has defeated. He can already imagine Setsuna, who has nowhere to focus in the air, was pierced by an earth gun. The end of it. Revolving heaven. However, Setsuna's soft drink directly broke his obsession. Only to see the Konoha imp directly burst out a large amount of chakra in the sky, and began to spin at high speed in the air. The rock pillar gun he released it was all destroyed by this chakra ball. Chapter 19. It's over, you are already standing in my 8 trigrams area. After releasing Revolving Heaven, after a turn and a cool landing in the air, Setsuna posed in the pose of Gentle Fist 8 trigrams palms in front of the ninja. A burst of invisible 8 trigrams enveloped the 2. Gentle Fist method 8 trigrams 128 palms. Before this ninja even had a sense of resistance, Setsuna hit Gentle Fist directly on him at the speed of the gust of wind and waves. All 128 palms hit him. Setsuna's opponent didn't even make a scream, and flew out like a broken kite with a muffled scream, and hit the ground heavily. Solve 1. After flying away the opponent, Setsuna turned his gaze to Uzuki-zian. He, girl, just give up resistance. Seeing the female ninja Konoha in front of her was flanked by her too, one of the Pruchna couldn't help letting out a burst of wretched laughter. Don't worry, we will kill your Captain Kakashi and the wood-style ninja after we solve you and that kid. The other one also opened his mouth, trying to speed up the opponent with the offensive of words. Don't be delusional. Although Setsuna is the youngest among us, it is definitely much more powerful than you think. Uzuki Zian gritted her teeth and slapped Kunao with a sword, and said angrily. Hey, you should take care of yourself first. A Hanya ninja took the opportunity to go around behind Uzuki Zian, and Kyo slashed the clothes on her shoulders, revealing a piece of white skin. Wow! Unexpectedly Konoha's female ninja is so tender. The other Pruchna people saw the part of Uzuki Yuin's shoulder that was cut, and uttered a variety of nasty words. Damn! Uzuki Zian bit her teeth in anger, but she was already very reluctant to hold her under the attack of Tuchnin. Chapter 25 Scroll to hand, Third More. Raise Nan. Suddenly, there was a loud shout, and the two Pruchna crowd turned their heads in amazement, only to see that the Konoha kid had already touched quietly for some time, with the chakra ball bursting with blue light in their hands. Ah! A Pruchna who was attacked by Setsuna let out a scream, and was hit hard on the back by Raise Nan of Setsuna. Setsuna smoothly pressed his whole person to the ground. Rasengan's power passed through his body directly. A big hole was punched in the ground. Go to hell! Konoha swordsmanship obscure moonlight. Seeing that his companion was suddenly attacked and killed by Setsuna in a blink of an eye, the other Pruchna crowd was all attracted by Setsuna's attention. Uzuzian immediately seized the opportunity and quickly slashed out a full moon-like blade light. A half-meter-long wound was cut on the Pruchna who had just spoken to tease themselves. The blood was sprayed, and seeing that the Pruchna people were not alive, Setsuna stepped forward and helped Uzuki Yuin. Are you okay, Senior Uzu? I'm fine. Fortunately, Setsuna, you arrived in time. After Uzuki Yuin got up, she took out a bandage and wrapped the wound on her shoulder. She smiled at Setsuna and said, Don't call me Senior Uzuki, just call me Zian. I am not much older than you. Then I'll call you Zian sister. Setsuna is not polite, and turned to look at Kakashi and Yamato. There are still two enemies left. You stay here first. I will help them solve the problem together. A bit. The Pruchna people who are being suppressed by Yamato Wood-style are struggling to support them, not even noticing that his three companions have fallen down, and they are still cursing in their hearts. Damn it, why haven't I solved that woman and kid? I can't support it. Living. 8 trigrams mountain breaking strike. An invisible chakra shock wave erupted from the palm of Setsuna's swing, taking advantage of Yamato's opponent inadvertently hitting his back a few meters away, and the whole person flew out without a word. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. All of your subordinates have died, so go to death. This is when Kakashi saw that the heads of the Pruchna were attracted by the death of their companions. He seized the opportunity and had a high-speed sprint in cooperation with Sharingan. The Chidori directly pierced the opponent's heart. When the three of Setsuna walked to Kakashi's side, Kakashi had taken out the scroll from the clothes of the Pruchna leader and checked it. After confirming that it was correct, he nodded to everyone and signaled, "The scroll is obtained, the task is complete." "Great, let's go back to Master Naruto," Yamato said to everyone with a smile. This is Kakashi, who walked up to Setsuna and looked at Setsuna with Sharingan. "Setsuna, why do you use my teacher 4th Hokage's ninjutsu?" It seems that Kakashi also paid attention to his own situation during the fight. Setsuna explained without hesitation, "Oh, you said Raise Nan? That was when I accidentally tossed it out when I played with balloons. Later I learned that 4th Hokage also has this kind of ninjutsu. Is that the glowing chakra ball that Setsuna hit when you saved me just now?" Uzuki Yuin also intervened with interest and said to Setsuna, "I didn't expect Setsuna to develop the same shinobi as Master 4th Hokage. Skill, what a genius. Where, luck?" Setsuna said modestly, but looked at Kakashi. After listening to Setsuna's explanation and Uzuki Yuin's words, Kakashi was silent and did not ask anything else. Instead, he led everyone on the way back to the village. Setsuna's first mission ended successfully. Naruto office. Kakashi, you did a very good job this time. Third generation, holding the scroll brought back by Setsuna and the others, said to Kakashi in front of him after reading it. Back to Master Third generation, the strength of the Prujna of the forest country surpassed our expectations. This time, thanks to the outstanding performance of Hyuga Setsuna, we successfully completed the mission. Kakashi calmly reported the mission to Third generation. He is here. In this mission, a total of 3 enemy Chunin were killed. Are you 3 Chunin? When I heard Kakashi's report, Third generation was also surprised. I didn't expect the strength of this Hyuga kid to reach this level. This is the level that Jonin can achieve. And Kakashi paused after saying this, seeming to hesitate. I saw him using 4th Hokage's A** Mujutsu. Raise Nan. Hearing Kakashi's words, Third generation also began to wonder, did he develop this technique himself? After thinking for a while, Third generation was relieved. Well, the ninja talent of Setsuna is not inferior to Minato. It is a talent that our village should focus on. As for loyalty, there is no doubt that his parents are all for the village was sacrificed on the battlefield, and the curse of the branch house of the Hyuga clan. Kakashi heard the words of Third generation and thought of the curse of the Hyuga clan, and he fell silent. Could it be that no matter how great the talent is, no matter how strong it is, can it not escape the shackles of fate? Thinking of his own experience, suddenly, Kakashi felt a little sad for the child. I really don't know what the fate of this child will be in the future. Konoha, behind the mountain. After returning from Linziguo's mission, Setsuna did not go home first, but went directly to the place where he usually practiced at Konoha Hyoshin. Because he feels that his mastery of Raise Nan has reached a bottleneck, he can try to join the chakra character change. Ding! The system has detected that host Raisengan's training has reached a bottleneck and successfully broke the boundaries. Congratulations to host for acquiring the skill Wind Style Spiral Shuriken. Ding! The system has detected that host Raisengan's training has reached the bottleneck and successfully broke the boundaries. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill Water Style Hard Vortex Water Blade. 2 prompts from Hogyoku's system came in my mind, and Setsuna was in ecstasy after listening carefully. Great! Gain 2 more powerful skills. Try the Raise Nan Shuriken first. After acquiring the powerful skills of the protagonist Uzumaki Naruto, Setsuna couldn't help but try it, stretched out his right hand, released Raise Nan in the palm of his hand as usual, and then carefully explained the wind attribute chakra into it. Buzzing! A piercing air burst sounded continuously from the palm of Setsuna's hand, and there was a huge shuriken-shaped energy body in Setsuna's hand, which kept spinning and screaming in Setsuna's hand. Done! Setsuna looked at the huge group of shurikens in his hand, and immediately knew that he had completed the strongest S-level wind-style ninjutsu known so far. Boom! After Setsuna threw the wind-style spiral shuriken in his hand towards the ground far away, the shuriken directly expanded into a huge whirlwind as soon as it touched the ground. A strong hurricane and dazzling light struck. Setsuna directly used his sleeves. Covered his face. Chapter 20. After the dust settled, Setsuna saw a huge hole 100 meters in diameter on the ground in the distance. There were still wind-style chakra needles that were constantly attacking thousands of times per second. The whole person was stunned. Chapter 26 Raise Nan Double Advancement, 4th. Its terrifying power. I didn't expect that the Hogyoku system directly helped me evolve Raise Nan into a 100% completed spiral shuriken. Not only can it be thrown remotely, but it is also much more powerful than Naruto's half-hanging spiral shuriken. Setsuna looked at the effect of this ninjutsu in shock, and found that his wrist had not suffered any damage, but the consumption of chakra in his body was amazing. Oh, I still can't be like Naruto. A huge chakra can use as many ninjutsu as he wants. Setsuna felt the consumption of chakra in his body, and guessed and estimated his current Janin level chakra. You can only use the spiral shuriken 3 times. There is also a water-style hard vortex water blade with water attribute changes. Try to see how it works. Setsuna remembered that he had just acquired another attribute change skill, and immediately tried it again. Setsuna released a raised nan in the palm of his hand again, repeating the steps just now and slowly injecting the water-attributed chakra into it. Wow! I saw Setsuna's hand holding a high-pressure condensed water gun, which was constantly spinning in Setsuna's hand like a water spout, and there was a continuous loud sound of water from above, as if Setsuna had grasped a condensed waterfall in his hand. Same. Boom. 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 Without thinking about it, Setsuna threw the high-pressure water gun in his hand, and saw that the thrown water gun was suddenly enlarged into a huge waterspout 20 to 30 meters high, constantly sucking the surrounding trees and land in and stirring. After being broken into pieces, it flew out again. How it feels more scary than the effect of the spiral shuriken. Seeing the disaster caused by his hard vortex water blade, Setsuna was even more surprised than when he was experimenting with the spiral shuriken. The movement is too loud. I guess someone will come over in a while. Setsuna saw that the forest in front of him had almost been destroyed by himself. Maybe I won't be able to practice here again. Hey, probably there is less than 40% of chakra left. Setsuna felt the chakra left in his body. It was quite a waste of his sophisticated chakra control ability to continuously perform such advanced ninjutsu. The huge chakra. After tidying up his belongings, Setsuna directly used the instant technique to leave the woods. A few minutes later, 2 Anbu ninjas appeared in the woods where Setsuna was just now. The 2 Anbus saw the almost destroyed woods in front of them, and were speechless in surprise. They checked the traces of destruction in front of them and made a judgment. What an amazing destructive power! It should have been left after a powerful wind-style ninja fought with a powerful water-style ninja. Let's go back and report to Master Naruto. As soon as they finished speaking, the 2 Anbu ninjas also left the woods instantly. After coming out of the woods, Setsuna walked aimlessly on the bustling streets of Konoha. But my mind was immersed in the 2 skills brought by the Hogyoku system just now. After 2 years of getting acquainted with the Hogyoku system, Setsuna also has a general understanding of this system. Generally speaking, one goal of the evolution of the Hogyoku system is based on Setsuna's subconscious thoughts. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. For example, the 2 techniques of 8 trigrams and hard vortex water blade are skills in a Naruto game played by Setsuna in the previous life. These 2 skills do not exist in the real Naruto world, but Setsuna's subconscious thoughts. I feel that after the evolution of the 8 trigrams air palm and Rasengan's addition of water attribute changes, it should be in the form of the 8 trigrams and the hard vortex water blade. So after breaking the boundaries, the Hogyoku system evolved these 2 skills into Setsuna. Expected subconsciously. Of course, the Hogyoku system also has its limitations and stages. Its limitations are, for example, the shadow clone technique, which can evenly distribute chakra and transform into shadow clones ninjutsu, even if Setsuna is mastered no matter how proficiently it is. I didn't think about its evolution in the subconscious mind, so this skill Hogyoku system has never given enhanced functions. And its stage is that, for example, Setsuna's subconscious expects 8 trigrams air palm to evolve into an ultimate body art like Kage G80 God Air Strike, and realistic conditions cannot make Setsuna jump directly from A-level art. When you reach the level of the blood continuum, physical conditions and chakra are not allowed, so it will cause the Hogyoku system to gradually advance, gradually evolving the target into the way Setsuna subconsciously hopes, so Setsuna has 8 trigrams hit this skill. There are also abilities such as frozen fruit. The Hogyoku system will directly judge it as a separate ability. As long as the energy of devil fruit in Setsuna reaches the critical point of breakthrough, it will enhance the overall ability of frozen fruit and go directly to the next stage. It will not upgrade its individual skills alone, such as the skills of Ice Saber in the Ice Age. As the saying goes, if you can't imagine how he will evolve to the next stage in Setsuna's consciousness, then his footsteps will always be stagnant. It's a bit complicated to say, but these are all the information Setsuna has learned slowly from the past 2 years of use. All in all, Hogyoku's system is a very complicated concept. The more Setsuna learns about it, the more it will become. I found that there are more things that I need to dig by myself. Time passed, it was like a white horse passing a gap, and the days were in Setsuna's daily Anbu duty and mission, and another year passed. In this year, the relationship between Uzuki Yuin and Setsuna has also become better and better. Since the last incident in the kingdom of Lin, the two have gotten closer. Although Yugan is a few years older than Setsuna, it is in Setsuna. In the mind of the traveler, Xian is still just a little girl. Every time she goes back to the clan, the little girl Hyagaling Ian will tend come over and pester Setsuna, and when she is free, Setsuna will also point her to the practice of Hyaga Gentle Fist. Brother Setsuna, I heard that Uchiha Itachi has to apply for early graduation in a few days. When will it be my turn to graduate? There was no class at ninja school that day, and Hyaga Suzuon was sitting at Setsuna's house with his hands up. The cheek gang said with some envy. Really? I didn't think he still chose to graduate this year. Setsuna said casually, wearing Anbu's armor on himself, ringtone, I'm going to perform the task later, yourself. Let's play for a while. It's so annoying, brother Setsuna, are you going out again? When Yanling Ian wrote unhappiness on her face, muttering dissatisfiedly, damn you can't accompany me. Okay, forgive me this time. Setsuna flicked the forehead of the bell sound like Uchiha Itachi in the anime did Sasuke's forehead. It hurts. Every time I say this. The bell sounded loudly and covered his forehead, but he couldn't help showing a smile on his face. After coming out of the house, Setsuna walked down the street wearing Anbu's costume. In this year, Setsuna's chakra volume has almost reached the peak of Jainin. It only takes a moment to touch the bottleneck of the breakthrough. The energy of frozen fruit has also reached the level of Lieutenant General and it is about to be saturated. I have to say that devil fruit is really. It can grow so fast without training. This year, after the 3 major nations of Huofengtu have signed a peace agreement, only the Water Country, which is still in civil strife, and the Thunder Country, which insists on war, refused to sign the agreement. A small-scale war broke out in Cloud Shinobi, and some small powers in the surrounding countries are also ready to move and seem to want to get a share of the pie. Just as Setsuna was thinking about walking down the street, a pretty figure appeared before his eyes. Chapter 27 Chunin Exam, 5th. Xian. Seeing the pretty figure in front of him, it was not someone else, it was Mao Yuxian. This year Setsuna has also grown a lot taller. Although he is only 7 years old, his height is close to 1.6 meters, and he is only half a head short of standing in front of Xian. Setsuna, why are you still on the street? Xian, also wearing Anbu's costume, said to Setsuna, hurry up and go to the Hokage office to meet up. The 3rd generation has called us. Speaking of it, he pulled Setsuna, an instant technique, and ran straight towards the Hokage office building. After arriving at the Naruto office, Setsuna saw that in addition to Kakashi and Yamato, there were a dozen other Anbu ninjas in the office, kneeling in front of 3rd generation on one knee, following the orders of 3rd generation. Calling you to come today is mainly one thing. After seeing Setsuna and Yuin also come in, 3rd generation continued, the news from the front line not long ago, Cloud Shinobi has begun to wage war again. At present, our village ninja we have already fought with them at the border, but according to the wire report, Cloud Shinobi has sent out a large number of elite ninjas at any cost this time, and it is even possible to use Jinkraki. Having said that, hearing the 3 words Jinkraki, the expressions of all the ninjas present became even more dull. As a symbol of disaster, Jinchuriki is usually regarded as a country's military power. I believe that no one wants to encounter a tail beast or Jinchuriki on the battlefield. So I call you here today. I want to select some elites from you to go to the battlefield on the border to support the ninjas on the front line. After saying that, third generation looked at the ninjas below, and seemed to want to choose from them. Kasushi. Your team and a squad of ninjas will form a support unit to go to the battlefield to support you. Setsuna, you stay, and I hope you will take the Chunin exam 2 days later. Third generation assigned the support list and looked at it again. Threw it to Setsuna. Chunin exam. Setsuna didn't expect that third generation would call him by name. In fact, he even hoped to go to the battlefield on the front line and let his abilities break through in actual combat. Well, in addition to the ninjas from the 3 countries of Huotufeng, some other ninjas from Ninja Village will also come to Konoha for this Chunin exam. Third generation paused and continued, this time is different. In the past, the Nine Tails incident and fourth generation sacrifices, many forces have been restless, and will take advantage of the exchange period of this Chunin exam to test the current strength of our village. I'm optimistic about your strength, so I hope you can perform well in this Chunin exam, so that the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Earth will have other forces, and see the true strength of our village. After third generation finished speaking, he was there. Everyone turned their attention to Setsuna. Although Setsuna was the only genin among them, the real strength of Setsuna made them dare not underestimate this kid who had just graduated from the ninja school for a year. Chapter 21. Yes. I will not let everyone down. Setsuna accepted this task, suddenly thinking of something, and then asked third generation, Naruto-sama, can I go to the front-line battlefield with everyone after the Chunin exam? The support troops will leave in 3 days. The Chunin exam will last 3 days at the earliest. There is no time at all. You should concentrate on the Chunin exam. Third generation explained to Setsuna. Well, after Chunin's 3 tests, it would indeed take at least 3 days. After walking out of the Hokage office building, Setsuna thought. It was a figure that stood in front of Setsuna and Zien, and it was a moonlight gust. Hyuga Setsuna. You are not only late for the call of Master Naruto today, but you are always haunting Zien. Moonlight Hayate glared at Setsuna, and there were 2 companions in his team beside him. What are you doing, Shifeng? Setsuna is a good friend of mine and saved me, why do you always trouble him? Before Setsuna could speak, Zien beside her was angry at Moonlight Shifeng. Xi Yan, you. Seeing Xi Yan angry at him, Moonlight Gale was also stunned. We grew up together, you have been so close to this kid recently, wouldn't you be? We are good friends who grew up together, yes. But this does not mean that you can interfere with my personal life. I will be with whomever I like to be with. Moonlight Hayate has always been very interested in her heart. Clearly, but Xi Yan has not had any thoughts other than friendship for him so far. You didn't do this to me before. It must be because of this kid. Moonlight Hayate turned his gaze to Setsuna with hatred, and said to the companion next to him, Izumo, Zisha, help me teach a lesson. This kid. After speaking, he pulled out Tato from behind and flashed. Seeing the moonlight blast that drew out the sword and rushed towards him, Setsuna said flatly to Zien, Zien, don't make a move, let me deal with it. Rabbit Hair Needle. The Moonlight Gale, who rushed to Setsuna quickly, just wanted to use Jaiin to perform the 3-day moon dance, only to see Setsuna slap her long black hair slightly, and found that his body was numb, and he couldn't move immediately. The inertia of the dash made him fall on the ground. What's the matter? Why can't I move? Moonlight Gust of Wind fell on the ground and found that he couldn't move no matter how hard he struggled. It seems that the lesson I taught you last time was not enough. Setsuna said calmly, watching the moonlight blast on the ground. This technique is called a rabbit hair needle, which is to wrap the hair in chakra and shoot it in a needle shape, and use Byakugan's ability to stab the opponent's meridian system, making the opponent unable to move. Setsuna follows Tsutsuki Kagaya's technique. Out of practice. Water style sweet Nanahara. Ninja summon. Seeing the moonlight hurricane hit the ground, the other two ninjas spit out a large pool of Ya against Setsuna, and the other took out the scroll and summoned a huge hammer. Shinayu Izumo and Gangzisha are the two dragons. Setsuna said to himself, looking at the two familiar faces on the opposite side. Soon Shinayu Izumo's Ya body covered all the ground under Setsuna's feet. Setsuna found that the Ya body under his feet was very sticky and it was very difficult to move. Another steel iron aimed at the opportunity, took the sledgehammer and jumped into the air, hitting Setsuna's head severely. Careful! Mao Yuzian exclaimed when she saw this scene. Don't think about struggling, I specifically called Izumo over because this ninjutsu can limit your defensive ninjutsu called Revolving Heaven, you are dead today. Moonlight Hayate toward Setsuna said proudly. Does this want my life? Setsuna's eyes were cold as he watched the sledgehammer that was smashed against him in the air. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. 8 trigrams mountain breaking strike. A powerful chakra spewed out, turning into an invisible laser sword, and Setsuna shot the steel iron in the air directly with a palm. Silently transporting the frozen fruit ability in the gas, the Ya body stuck to his feet was directly frozen into ice slag, and the feet were easily pulled out with a click. Step by step, I walked to the front of Shinyuki Izumo. Shinyuki Izumo had already been stunned by the overflowing aura of Setsuna with Janin's peak chakra. However, just a glance at him, Setsuna didn't make another move. Can you beat me by calling too rubbish? Setsuna looked at the moonlight blast on the ground with disdain, and said calmly, do you think 3 eggs can touch a rock when you put them together? Master Naruto has just ordered you to go to the battlefield in 3 days. For the sake of the village, I will not kill you first, so you can do it yourself. After finishing, Setsuna directly stepped over the moonlight blast on the ground and left proudly. On one side, Uzuki-Zian looked at the moonlight blast on the ground and sighed, and then followed Setsuna in the direction he left. Damn! The moonlight hurricane fell on the ground and roared angrily. Chapter 28 The Chunin examination begins, first more. 2 days later, Konoha Chunin's examination room was crowded with ninjas from all over the world. The Chunin exam, as the name suggests, is the exam of Genin to Chunin, held twice a year, and is generally an important occasion for observing national strength between nations. Ninja village is a symbol of the country's comprehensive strength. A strong ninja village will naturally be able to receive more missions. On the contrary, a ninja village that is underdeveloped can only continue to reduce its scarce resources. From a certain perspective, the Chunin exam is another invisible battlefield where nations compete for resources. Hey, look, such a little kid has come to take the Chunin exam. A ninja with Rain Shinobi Village Forward Protector said to his companion next to him. Really? I'll just say that Konoha has had too many problems in the past few years. You see, all the little ghosts who have not graduated from ninja school have come to take the Chunin exam. Another Rain Shinobi said. I hope it's time for the support troops to go to the battlefield. Setsuna muttered to himself while sitting on a table, ignoring the dialogue of the dragon set next to him. Because Setsuna belongs to the Kakashi team, only Setsuna is Genin. Yesterday 3rd generation also proposed to him to arrange him in another team to take the exam, but Setsuna refused. He directly requested that he want to participate alone. This time Chunin exam. Out of understanding of Setsuna's true strength, 3rd generation did not refuse to directly agree to his request. It seems that the candidates for this Chunin exam don't have any familiar faces. Setsuna thought about the noisy examination room around him. Everyone! Be quiet, I am the chief examiner Yamanaka Kiki of this exam, and I will abet this written exam. At this time, a ninja with light and long hair came up on the stage, as he spoke gradually in the examination room. quieted down. It turned out to be Yamanaka Kiki from the Pig Deer Butterfly. It's strange that the examiner of the Chunin exam doesn't just need to send a special Janin level ninja to invigilate the exam. Setsuna thought a little strangely. Soon after everyone sat down, the test papers were issued. They were similar to Naruto's exams. They were all difficult ninja theory tests. Even some ninjas around had begun to use their own methods to cheat, but these were not difficult. Setsuna, after all, Setsuna's theory class has always been the first in the ninja school. Examiner, I'm finished. Soon Setsuna struggled to write and wrote the test paper in twos or twos. After less than 10 minutes, he got up and threw the test paper to the examiner and walked out of the examination room. This move of Setsuna caused the group of genin who were thinking hard in the examination room to look up. Hyaga Setsuna? He is the genius of the Hyaga clan that Hokage-sama said. Seeing Setsuna walking out of the back of the classroom, Yamanaka Hai thoughtfully holding the test paper in his hand. Damn it, why did he make it so fast? An angry voice came from the ninja who was answering the question. Wait for the second survival exercise to make him look good. A grass reluctantly said viciously, thinking about the answer. Setsuna, who walked out of the examination room, leaned against the railing in the corridor and closed his eyes to practice. He has observed all the genin in the examination room just now with Byakugan. They are basically genin level chakras. Some of the more powerful ones already have Chunin level chakras, but Setsuna is not qualified to be interested in this level. 1 hour soon passed. After the exam time was up, the ninjas in the examination room began to submit test papers one after another, and the examiner reviewed them on the spot. Konoha Genin, Hyaga Setsuna, full marks. Tien's Higuo Genin, Wind Magic Lan, 90 points. Cao Yin Village Genin, Cao Jianfei, failed. In about 20 minutes, all test takers' scores were reported from the examiner. A total of 150 ninjas participated in this Chunin test, and 91 people passed the first test. Chapter 22. At this time, a ninja wearing a ninja vest, pigtails, and ear studs came into the examination room, and said to the remaining ninjas in the examination room, "First of all, congratulations to everyone who passed the first test. I am the second. Naraluyu, the chief examiner of the test, please follow me to the test room for the second test." Yamanaka Kiichi just now and Naraluyu now. I didn't expect that the examiner for the 3 Chunin exams this time was Zuladi, Shikamaru Ino and their father. Setsuna thought. 5 minutes later, the remaining 91 genin followed in the footsteps of Naraluyu to a huge Maomita Senlin. This is the second test, the test room for the survival exercise, the Death Forest. After arriving in the Death Forest, Naraluyu explained the rules of the second test with everyone present. Each group will get a day or the Scroll of Earth passed through the Death Forest within 3 days, and the group holding the Scroll of Heaven and Earth passed. There are 91 people in 31 groups. In fact, 15 scrolls of the sky and 15 scrolls of the earth will be randomly distributed to your group. Hyaga Setsuna, you are a group of people. I will give you a scroll of the sky alone, said Naraluyu. Glanced at Setsuna, and then said, "If there is no problem, let's go in. This kid is actually a group of people." After hearing Narashika Isa say that Setsuna is a group of people, several genin from Taki Shinobu village came up with an idea. Let him hold the scroll of the sky by himself. Is Konoha's brain broken, haha. At this time, Rock Shinobi from the country of Soil looked at Setsuna with no good intentions. Ignoring the malicious eyes around, Setsuna took the lead in the Death Forest after taking the Scroll of Heaven. Quick! Follow in. Our group is the Scroll of the Earth, and the kid happens to be the Scroll of the Sky. At this moment, the groups of ninjas outside, like cats smelling the fishy smell, rushed in the direction where Setsuna had just entered. Go in. This Hyaga kid. I hope he's okay. After watching all the candidates enter the Death Forest, Examiner Narashikaji murmured as he stood outside the field. After entering the dead forest, Setsuna only felt the surrounding light dimmed, and the dense trees above almost covered the entire sky above. Turning on Byakugan's, Setsuna saw a few groups of ninjas chasing in. A meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Look! That kid is there! The first to follow was a group of 3 genins from Takanen village, and they found Setsuna standing in front of him under the tree and shouted. Humph! If you know the little devil, give the scroll of heaven. Genin from Takanen village didn't speak yet, but Setsuna under the tree disappeared in an instant. When it appeared in a second, it was already. A palm hit his stomach. The unlucky Takanen Mura Genin felt like his stomach was smashed by a sledgehammer. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he slipped weakly from Setsuna's hands to the ground. In the horrified eyes of his 2 companions, Setsuna took out a scroll from Taki Shinobu's clothes on the ground and held it in his hand. Seeing that the ninjas in all the villages were almost on their side, Setsuna had 2 scrolls in his hand. Fortune Chakra said loudly, all of you listen carefully. The scrolls of heaven and earth, you want me now, you have it. If you want it, follow me to the finish line and get it. After speaking, Setsuna ignored the 3 Takanen in front of him, and rushed towards the terminal tower one by one. Nanny! That kid actually got the scroll of earth. All genin boiled over hearing Setsuna's words. That Konoha kid actually has 2 scrolls in his hands. Hurry up! A group of ninjas had already rushed out. That's the direction of the end. Did the kid set a trap? At this time, Genin from Rock Shinobi village said hesitantly. Idiot! What are you afraid of? That kid is alone. His companion gave him a violent shudder, and then took the lead and rushed towards the end. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Using Byakugan to see a group of ninjas chasing behind him, Setsuna smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 29 Annihilate You All, 2nd. Really or not, I think everyone likes the early morning update when they vote for the update time. You don't need to sleep. It was mid-afternoon, and the shadow of the tree in the forest called Madara. In the Death Forest, a figure was swiftly shuttled among the trees. Following this figure, a large group of ninjas were in separate groups, chasing the figure in front of them madly. Hold on for a while, you will be at the end soon, wait to see where this kid is going. His companion helped him continue to dash forward. Well, it's there. Setsuna, who was jumping easily on the huge branch, muttered to himself after seeing a tower not far in front through the trees with Byakugan. Within a few breaths, Setsuna rushed out of the dense death forest and came to a clearing in front of the terminal tower. It's finally here, come on, although it's in a hurry, but I hope you don't be too boring. He threw the 2 scrolls in his hand on the clearing next to him, and Setsuna watched Byakugan rushing out of the forest to arrive. Ninja in the clearing. Haha. Boy, you can run. Actually let us chase for so long, said Rock Shinobi, who ran into the clearing. Why? Have you given up resistance? Let's snatch this kid's scroll first, and then we will try to see who can pass the finish line. Seeing Setsuna's 2 scrolls still on the ground, Akusino seems to think Setsuna has given up this exam. This kid is still smart, knowing that he is only one person, so he put down the scroll acquaintance. Genin from Konoha also said. At this time, Setsuna just looked at them with a calm face, and rushed all the way over such a long distance. He didn't even show a drop of sweat on his face. He slowed down all the way and dragged him around. I think you have misunderstood, because of something, I am in a hurry now. Seeing the dozens of ninjas who were almost there in front of him, Setsuna's face was lightly smiled, and this one, if the survival exercise follows the normal process, it will probably take about 3 days to end, so I will bring you all here from the beginning to solve you all at once. Hearing what Setsuna said, the entire clearing became quiet, and then a burst of laughter broke out. Ha ha ha! What did he say? A ninja burst into tears. I think this kid is scared crazy. Another Konoha's ninja said with a serious face. This kid really lives in a dream. Or are you Konoha's genin so arrogant? Rock Shinobi, one of the 5 ninjas, said to the Konoha shinobi next to him with a snort. He is a genius in Konoha's generation. It may be that too many praises have made his self-confidence too inflated. Alas, excessive praise has ruined a genius. A genius who has heard of Setsuna. The famous Konoha shinobi said with regret. Without thinking what they said, Setsuna saw that genin had rushed to the scroll he had thrown down, and wanted to grab the scroll, so Setsuna shot directly. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Setsuna leaped forward and kicked, and chakra at the peak of Genin's physical skills exploded, and genin, who was the first to take the shot, kicked out. Seeing that someone took action, the battle was about to start. Although a little surprised by Setsuna's strength, all the ninjas rushed towards the scroll on the ground. Very good, that's right. Seeing that almost all the ninjas had shot, and leaped towards the scroll under his feet, Setsuna shot with satisfaction. Water-style hard whirlpool water blade. Everyone in the clearing only heard the sound of a huge waterfall, and saw that Setsuna's hand had a continuously rotating high-pressure water gun. What water-style ninjutsu is that? Seeing the huge movement erupting from the water gun in Setsuna's hand, a ninja asked in amazement. I don't know, I have never seen such a technique, but it seems that the level is not low. Another ninja swallowed hard. If there was a genin like Kakashi here at this time, he would definitely be shocked by the high-level changes in Setsuna's hands. It's a pity that there was no genin here, so Setsuna took the shot directly. Boom! Afraid of destroying the scrolls on them, Setsuna was still merciful. The high-pressure water gun in his hand was only aimed at the open space in the middle of the crowd, but the huge water spout that was 20 to 30 meters high still lifted 30 or 40 genins in the middle. Flew out. Chapter 23. Ah! The ninjas who were lifted by the hard vortex water blade smashed heavily on the trunks and on the open space one by one. Some were seriously injured and fell to the ground, and some were hit near the middle and directly smashed the trunk and lost their lives. What kind of ninjutsu is this? After seeing the catastrophic scene caused by the hard vortex water blade of Setsuna, I saw the huge potholes in the clearing, and the wailing ninjas lying on the ground. The dozens of ninjas left were horrified one by one, some even he was directly paralyzed on the ground by fright. His eyes widened and he looked at Setsuna in horror. At this time, a rain shinobi seemed to be frightened mad, yelling and threw an umbrella at Setsuna, and shot countless thousands of books towards Setsuna as if it rained from the umbrella. Is there so many people left? Faced with the dense senbon shot by rain shinobi, there was no expression. The attack without blind spots seemed to make Setsuna unable to raise his eyelids. Shadow clone technique. Facing the 1,000 books spilled over to him, Setsuna quickly made a shadow of the shadow clone, and there were 8 more shadow clones beside him, and together with the main body, one shot into the rest of the crowd. Dance of Revolving Heaven. I saw Setsuna and shadow clone rushing into the crowd and released Revolving Heaven together at the same time. The 9 high-speed rotating revolving heavens are like several huge meat grinders, and they knocked out the remaining dozens of ninjas in an instant. The worst was the ninja who was caught in the middle by several revolving heavens. His body was twisted into twists. Ah! Devil! He is a demon! How could there be such a genin? This was a crazy roar from a ninja who was lucky enough to not be involved in the dance of revolving heaven. Soon, he also closed his mouth. After recovering the shadow clone, Setsuna flashed in front of him and a gentle fist knocked him out, and then used physical skills to easily knock down the remaining ninjas on the court, under the attack of Setsuna Genin's peak level of super physical skills. Without a general, the situation on the open ground suddenly became clear. After finishing all the ninjas, Setsuna's remaining job is to pick up the ninjas on the ground one by one like trash, find the scrolls on them, throw them on the open space next to them, and then throw them into the pile. The setting sun was sinking, and soon the sun was about to set, and the afterglow of the setting sun spread throughout the dead forest, and it was already evening. In the death forest where the second Chunin exam was going on, it seemed abnormally quiet at the moment. At this time, two Chunin on duty finally walked into the terminal tower of the death forest. "Don't come here so early," one of the Chunin said with a yawn. "It's almost time to come. Every Chunin exam will always have some powerful genin at this time." After another Chunin walked into the tower, he opened the gate of the tower while talking. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. After pushing the door open, the two Chunin were stunned by the scene in front of them. Chapter 30 Janin? Third more. "You are finally here, so hard to wait." The two Chunin opened the door, only to see the entrance of the tower, two mountains piled up. One is a hill made of scrolls, and the other is a mountain made of ninjas. I saw a young boy with long black hair, pure white eyes, and a handsome face sitting on the pile of people, and said after seeing them open the door. You. The Chunin who opened the door was so scared that he couldn't speak. "What are you? All 31 scrolls are here. I think I have passed this exam," Setsuna said casually, stepping into the gate of the tower, ignoring the two next to him, and was frightened. "Chunin. But I think the third exam is unnecessary." Setsuna walked into the tower with an inexplicable smile. "Konoha, Hokage office. Master Naruto. It's not good." A ninja opened the door and rushed in. "What's the matter?" Panicking. Third generation, who was reviewing the documents, was a little displeased when he saw someone rushing in without knocking on the door. "Naruto-sama, the results of Chunin's exam have come out." The ninja was only heard panting. "The results came out? Isn't that great?" The third generation who was reading the documents suddenly stopped. "What? Didn't the second session of the Chunin exam just start in the afternoon? The third session will not start until 3 days later. How did the result come out?" "Yes. It's Hyuga Setsuna. He defeated all genins in this Chunin exam." The ninja who came in felt the momentum emanating from the third generation figure, and said profusely, afternoon I defeated all the ninjas who took the exam in the death forest and took away all the scrolls in their hands." "What?" After hearing the report from his staff, third generation stood up directly from behind the desk. "Is this kid crazy?" Soon third generation sat down again, pondered for a while, and said to him, "Go to the death forest and call him over." "Yes." The ninja who entered the door instantaneously disappeared in place. Hyuga Setsuna. A puff of smoke came out of third generation's mouth. "What a freak that makes people worry." Following the ninja in front, Setsuna was not worried on the way to the Naruto office. What tree is beautiful in the forest, the wind will destroy it, or what pretends to be a pig and eat a tiger, Setsuna never believes this. If a tree dares not even be taller than other trees, how can it become a towering tree? If a person does not even have the courage to show himself, how can he become a strong man in the world? Just like the Yakushi Kabuto in this Naruto world, a character who showed no inferior power to Kakashi in his early appearances. Medical ninjutsu was praised by Tsunade as his ability to perform surgery surpassed himself at his peak, with a flexible mind and insight that surpassed ordinary people. The ingenious mind of the human heart, but for a long time playing the role of a small person, and losing himself between role transitions, even if he masters Sage Mode and Impure World reincarnation later, he can only hide in a dark corner and dare not show it in front of others. Like Uchiha Madara, will he pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger? Will he be weaker than others? No, he will only use his strength to tell everyone who is inferior to him, that he is the strong one. That's why he contemplated the world, and was called the ninja mythology together with Senju Hashirama. Moreover, Setsuna is no longer a weak person now. With the strength of Janin's peak and the ability of frozen fruit that is about to break through, he is really not afraid of ordinary shadow-level powerhouses, even though he is only 7 years old. After arriving at the door of Hokage's office, he knocked on the door of the office. "Come in." "Naruto-sama, Hyuga Setsuna brought it." "You go down first." Third generation behind the desk put down the papers in his hand and turned his attention to Setsuna, who entered the door. "Setsuna, sit down." "Thank you, Hokage-sama." Setsuna was also polite and sat directly on the sofa next to it. "You kid, let me say what is good about you." Third generation looked at Setsuna on the sofa in an angry expression, with a very tangled expression. "I asked you to do well in the Chunin exam this time. You're too behaved. Overdo it." "No way, Master Third Generation." Setsuna also gave Third Generation a helpless smile. "I want to go to the battlefield with them tomorrow, so I have to end this exam soon." Chapter 24. Why do you want to go to the battlefield so much? Third Generation stared at Setsuna's pure white eyes, as if wanting to see something. Setsuna made up a reason, and said sadly to Third Generation, "I just want to see what the place where my parents died in battle. Sorry, cheap parents in this life." After hearing Setsuna's words, Third Generation was moved with a solemn expression. Looking at Setsuna's sad face, the expression on his face could not help but soften a lot. Then you will follow Kakashi and them to the front-line battlefield tomorrow." The Third Generation pondered for a moment, and then said, "How is Chunin's Genin test Konoha today?" I'm all merciful to them, at best they are injured." Setsuna told the truth. "Today, Genin from Konoha in the Death Forest, he did act a lot lighter." "Well, let's do it, because you performed well in the Chunin exam this time." Third Generation said halfway, then paused. "As Naruto, I hereby promote you to Janin, and I will go with the support unit tomorrow before leaving." "Go to the front line to support. Promote me to Janin." At this time, Setsuna did not expect that. He thought that Third Generation would give him a Chunin or a special Janin at most, but he did not expect to promote him to Janin all at once. This night, the news that Hyuga Setsuna, a genius ninja from the Hyuga clan of Konoha Shinobi Village, defeated all ninjas in this year in the Chunin exam and was promoted to Janin by Third Hokage, spread throughout Konoha like wings. 7-year-old Janin, when the news was brought back to his village by the ninja who took the Chunin exam today, the whole ninja world was completely crazy. Uchiha ethnic land. Setsuna is already Janin. Uchiha Itachi, a young man who is practicing shuriken, was stunned. "The gap between me and him is getting bigger and bigger." Hearing this news, Itachi began to practice more desperately. Tomorrow is the day when he applies for early graduation. Hyuga family land. Naruto-sama promoted Setsuna to Janin. Hinata, who was holding the 2-year-old Hinata, was stunned when he heard the report from the branch house ninja, Hyuga Hayashi. "What are you kidding? It seems that I have to find a chance to have a good talk with him." Root Organization Base. Janin. Sitting on the stage listening to the report from his subordinates, Danzo showed a greedy expression on his face. "Hyuga Setsuna, I did not misunderstand you, what a genius." But, as if thinking of something, a gloomy smile appeared on his face. "Sooner or later, you will come here to find me." On the table in front of him, there is an unknown scroll. Chapter 31 arrived on the battlefield, 4th more. In the early morning of the next day, the venue where Enbu assembled, 2 teams of 7 people, were all ready to go. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. "Sorry, I'm late." Uzuki Yuen, who was finishing the ninja, heard this voice and turned her head in surprise. Setsuna. What caught her eye was a handsome boy with long black hair wearing a black kimono. "Are you going to the battlefield with us? Then what was heard yesterday is true?" Uzuki-zian asked Setsuna directly after seeing Setsuna's arrival. "Yes, I'm the same as Captain Kakashi, it's Jainin. Setsuna smiled slightly, and said to Yun, I'll come over and set off to the battlefield with you. Great! Xian cheered suddenly. Congratulations, Setsuna. Kakashi also walked over at this moment, pressing on the handsome boy in front of him, and a wave of emotions arose in his heart. Thank you. At this time, with Kakashi's character, it is very rare to be able to take the initiative to say congratulations to him. Other EPUB members also came over to congratulate Setsuna. Humph. At this time, the only one with a gloomy face was the short-lived ghost. Oh no, the moonlight blasted. Although Setsuna is now in their team as Jainin, which makes him feel more uncomfortable, but after the last lesson and Setsuna's current Jainin identity, he dare not show it anymore. In a forest on the border of the country of fire, the two teams of ninjas are flying fast between the trees. Kakashi, our camp is in front. At this time, the captain of the first squad Sarutobi Shinoshuke said. Sarutobi Shinoshuke, the eldest son of 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Asuma's elder brother, the father of Konohamaru in the future, he has not died at this time, and he is one of Konoha Anbu's strongest elite ninjas, making his superb earth style and fire style. Well, you will be responsible for contacting them with Captain Sarutobi later. Sharingan saw a white camp in the distance, and Kakashi said to Sarutobi Shinoshuke. Soon after the two teams passed through the night, they arrived in front of a campfire, and a dozen ninjas came out to greet the two teams where Setsuna was. It turned out to be Shinoshuke and Kakashi. He received the support request I sent to Naruto-sama a few days ago. At this time, a huge ninja walked out of the camp. Senior Dingza, after Naruto-sama received your information, he immediately sent us to support you. Sarutobi Shinoshuke stepped forward. Great, this time Luku and Ueki are not there. I'm really struggling to be on the front line alone. Akamichi Dinza invited Setsuna and the others into the camp. After walking into the camp, Setsuna and the others saw more than a dozen wounded men lying on the ground for training. It seems that the war here is not as simple as Akamichi Dinza said, a bit hard. It turns out that the examiner for the third exam yesterday was not Akamichi Dinza. Yesterday Setsuna thought that if nothing unexpected happened, the examiner for the third exam of Chunin would be Akamichi Dinza. I didn't expect him to be in the country of fire now. The border front is here. Big brother. Kakashi. At this time, with a few shouts, a few people walked into the open hood. They turned out to be Asuma, Guy, Yurihong and others. At this time, they were all Chunin, the new generation force responsible for cleaning the battlefield. When Asuma saw his brother and Guy saw his friend Kakashi, everyone naturally greeted him. He is. At this time, Akamichi Dingza's gaze was attracted by Setsuna. After all, Setsuna's appearance now looks like a genin who has just graduated. He is Hyoga Setsuna of the Hyoga clan. Regardless of his young age, he is a great genius. Sarutobi Shinoshuke explained Akamika's doubts. Also, he is already a Jainin. What? Akamichi Dingza was shocked. He hasn't been in the village in the past 2 years, so has it changed so much? Jainin so young. Guy and the others have only come to this battlefield recently. They naturally heard Setsuna's genius name in the village, but they didn't know that Setsuna was promoted to Jainin yesterday. They were all surprised. After all, these seniors are still there. It's just the elite Chunin. Hello everyone, please advise. Ignoring the shock of everyone, Setsuna greeted indifferently. Hello. Akamichi Dingza exclaimed, who had recovered his senses, it seems that I haven't been in the village for 2 years. I don't even know that such a genius ninja has appeared in the village. Let's not gossip, Senior Dingzao, I think you are not optimistic about this war. The steady Sarutobi Shinoshuke also saw that the situation in front of him was not optimistic, and directly opened his mouth to understand the situation. Chapter 25. Well, Cloud Shinobi came here prepared this time. At the beginning, 2 genin and 20 chnin were sent out. This is not counting the number of genin. Speaking of the situation, Dingzo's face a cloud was also buried, and depending on what they look like, follow-up troops will arrive one after another, and may even send Jinkriki over, so I hurriedly sent an emergency support message to Master Naruto. Jinkriki. Sarutobi Shinashuk's face was also full of worry after hearing this. Jinkriki is often regarded as a country's military power. The tail beast is a disastrous weapon on the battlefield. Generally speaking, there are no powerful shadow-level powerhouses dispatched. It is difficult for ordinary ninjas to fight against Jinkriki. Akamichi Dingza seemed to think of something again, and then said to them, moreover, in this Cloud Shinobi, the 2 genin leading the team are fine. On the contrary, the little ghosts in their team who use the Black Lightning style are more difficult to deal with. Killed many of us. Black Lightning style? Never heard of such a lightning style. Sarutobi Shinashuk and the others were also very surprised. The Black Lightning style? Is it Darui? A figure flashed through Setsuna's mind. Darui, the leader of the younger generation of Cloud Shinobi, is good at swordsmanship. He is the only successor of the 3rd Raikage Black Lightning style. He is also good at blood following the limit of Landun, which became the 5th Raikage after the 4th Ninja War. He is definitely a character not to be underestimated, but he didn't expect him to be on the battlefield so early, Setsuna thought thoughtfully. It was night, and tomorrow was about to face the enemy on the battlefield. Everyone spent the night with a restless mood. Early the next morning, Setsuna was woken up, opened his eyes, and a beautiful face was printed in front of his eyes. Setsuna wakes up. Everyone is ready to go. After Setsuna sat up, Xian handed him a towel. Oh! Thank you. Setsuna felt grateful after taking the towel that Xian handed over. After a simple wash, Setsuna set off with the Konoha shinobi troops. After running for about 10 minutes, Setsuna and the others finally crossed the forest and came to the bank of a small river. Be careful, everyone. Suddenly, dozens of shurikens and Setsuna with the detonating talisman flew over to them. Earth-style wall. Without waiting for Setsuna to take action, Sarutobi Shinashuk directly stood up and quickly sealed his hands, and saw the ground flip, and a tall earth wall instantly formed in front of Setsuna and the others. Boom! 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 The earth style used by Sarutobi Shinashuk blocked all the shurikens and kunai that hit, and the detonating talisman continued to explode on the dirt wall. What a wonderful earth style technique! Akamichi Dingza, it seems that you have called a new helper from Konoha. Chapter 32 Cloud Shinobi, 5th. Before I signed the contract, many people told me that I shouldn't update so much, but after thinking about it, I've guaranteed 5 times a day. I'm really embarrassed to break my promise. On the other side of the small river, dozens of ninjas have gathered at some point. Looking at the forehead protector on their heads, it is the ninja of Cloud Shinobi. Among them, a middle-aged Cloud Shinobi who takes the lead speaks loudly. Kuragi, the 3rd ninja war is over. Why are you Cloud Shinobi still stubborn and reluctant to recognize the reality in front of you? Akamichi Dingza also said loudly to the middle-aged Cloud Shinobi Jainin opposite. Reality? Haha, what is reality? The opposite Cloud Shinobi Kuriki showed a hideous expression. As long as we have a living ninja in Thunder Country, this war will not be over. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Cloud Shinobi Jainin Kuriki. After his parents died in the Second Ninja War, he himself was not married. He had no children and no worries. He was a fighting lunatic who saw the battlefield as his final destination. Are you all Cloud Shinobi lunatics? Seeing Kuriki's expression, Akamichi Dingza could only shook his head. This time you have invaded the border of our fire country for no reason. It seems we can only speak with blood. It should be like this. I will cut off your heads and give you Hokage ha 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 ha. Kang Mu laughed wildly, with a bloodthirsty expression on his face. The words have reached this point, and the battle between the two sides is about to break out. Everyone, come with me! The other cloud shinobi Jainin yelled, and the lead rushed towards Konoha's camp on the other side of the river. Fight! Part of the expansion jutsu. Akamichi Dingza was also the first to bear the brunt. Using a secret technique, he made a huge hand and clenched his fist and led Konoha's ninja to rush up. Lightning style go! At this time, 5 Chunin rushed out from behind Cloud Shinobi, and after forming the seal together, they pressed their hands on the ground, and a sudden burst of dazzling thunder followed the river and crawled over to Setsuna and the others. Damn! My earth style is restrained by lightning style. Sarutobi Shinashuk groaned when he saw this. His earth style was restrained by Cloud Shinobi's lightning style, and his ninja water style was not enough, so he released water style. The defense will still direct the lightning to yourself. Let me come. Wood style wooden ingot wall. Yamato quickly plugged in, nodding with both hands, and rows of wooden pillars emerged from the ground after the ground shook, and all the ninjas on Konoha's side, the guards, were inside, and after being isolated with wood style, the lightning style released by Cloud Shinobi did not cause any harm to them. Good job! Naruto-sama, is really a wise decision to send you. Seeing that the wood style used by Yamato blocked the enemy's lightning style, the Akamichi Dingza who rushed in front shouted hello. Damn it, the guy on the opposite side actually knows the wood style of first Hokage. Seeing that the lightning style released by the 5 ninjas on his side did not cause any damage to the Konoha shinobi, he rushed forward to fight with Akamichi Dingza. Cloud Shinobi Jainin cursed secretly. At this time, Setsuna, who had been doing nothing at this time, walked to the front and stretched out his right hand. If you don't return a bit of color to you, will it appear that our Konoha ninja is too rude? Buzzing! A piercing air burst sounded continuously from Setsuna's palm, and saw dazzling white light emerging from Setsuna's hand. A huge shuriken appeared at Setsuna's palm, spinning continuously and making a piercing sound. Some ninjas even reached out and covered their ears. That is. Kakashi on the side opened his eyes wide, and a Sharingan stared at the spiral shuriken in the palm of Setsuna's hand while spinning frantically. That is the technique that Mrs. Minato didn't complete. This degree of change in nature. Looking at the spiral shuriken in Setsuna's hand, the other Konoha shinobi beside him stared blankly. I finally understand why Naruto-sama promoted him to Jainin. Seeing a Konoha coming out across the river with a huge energy shuriken in his hand, Kuriki felt uneasy and immediately shouted at the surrounding Cloud Shinobi, "Get out of the way! That kind of wind style!" Boom! Before he could finish his words, Setsuna had already thrown away the spiral shuriken. Kuriki responded in time and immediately used the ninjutsu circulated in Cloud Shinobi village. His body was covered with lightning-style chakra, and he put his hands in front of him. Back quickly! I only felt that a huge force lifted him out. After a loud bang, the dust dispersed. Kang Mu saw that the ground next to it was already a huge crater of 100 meters, and a dozen Cloud Shinobi fell there and died. Damn, I can actually use this level of wind-style ninjutsu. That Konoha kid is not a simple character. Kuriki, who had escaped, felt a tingling in his arm. I just got caught. It hurts like this after rubbing it a little bit. The ninja on Konoha's side, seeing Setsuna throw a ninjutsu, caused such a big movement, and directly killed a dozen ninjas on the opposite side of Cloud Shinobi. Although only some genin and chunin, their morale increased greatly. Good boy! What an amazing technique! Sarutobi Shinashuk saw the damage caused by the spiral shuriken, froze for a while before patted Setsuna on the shoulder and praised. Setsuna is amazing. Xian also looked at the familiar figure of the young man in front of him in shock. Mr. Setsuna really deserves to be a rare genius in our village. The beautiful and enchanting Yuri Hong also looked at Setsuna's figure, with brilliance in her beautiful eyes. Okay. Everyone pushes them out. Seeing the morale of Konoha shinobi around him, Sarutobi Shinoshoku immediately took the lead and stepped onto the river. Darui. Nozomi. You two deal with Konoha's Jainin. Cloud Shinobi Kuriki said to the two young Cloud Shinobi behind him. Go and kill the kid from Konoha. After speaking, Kuriki stared at Setsuna on the other side of the river, with a bloodthirsty smile on his mouth. He pulled out the sword from his back, and a flash of thunder flashed across his body. On the river surface, kill towards Setsuna. I saw two young Cloud Shinobi rushed out behind Kuriki, one with white hair and dark skin, the other with blonde hair and fair skin. They are the two genius ninjas of the new generation of Cloud Shinobi, Darui and Xi, the right arm of 4th Raikage in the future. Seeing the thunderous figure on the opposite person rushing towards him quickly, he saw that Kuriki's target was himself, and an excited smile appeared on Setsuna's face. It's just right. I also want to fight Jainin. What about it? Snapped. With a light footstep, Setsuna's instantaneous technique disappeared in place, and when it appeared in the next second, it had already met Cloud Shinobi Kuriki on the river. Setsuna is responsible for dealing with Kuriki, Sarutobi Shinoshoku is responsible for dealing with Darui and Nozomi, Akamichi Dingza is responsible for the other Cloud Shinobi Jainin, and Kakashi is responsible for killing Cloud Shinobis Chunin and Genin. Chapter 26. Boy, you belong to the Konoha Hyuga clan. Kuriki said while stepping on the river, staring at Setsuna's pure white eyes. Does the dead need to know so much? Setsuna ignored Kuriki's words, but directly used gentle fist and slapped him. Hehe, what an arrogant kid. Hearing Setsuna's words, Kang Mu's face was distorted, and a brutal color appeared directly in his eyes. I will interrupt your limbs and let you kid know what it is. A true ninja. Chapter 33 Fighting Jainin, First More. Facing the palm that Setsuna pushed over, Kang Mu directly burst out from the thunder and lightning chakra, flashed sideways and slashed in the past. Fast speed. Seeing Kuriki flash past his gentle fist, he even struck him with a thunderstorm. Setsuna didn't panic, and his body sank, a whirling kick, and a high whip leg. He drew Kang Mu's head. At such a young age, there is such a powerful physique. After the spiral shuriken just now, Kurakimoto thought Setsuna would be a ninja-type ninja. He didn't expect Setsuna's physique to be used by his elite Jainin. After Cloud Shinobi's secret ninjutsu, he was able to cope with it. Go to hell. Setsuna's amazing strength caused a strong murderous intent to burst out of Kuriki's heart. Lightning-style chakra covered the sword and cut it directly on Setsuna's legs. Konoha must not stay such a genius ninja. However, to Karagi's surprise, Setsuna's round kick was just a false move. After kicking it out, he quickly retracted and put it down. After Kang Mu swept away, Setsuna slammed his body around and took the other leg. He kicked it out with all his strength, and a whip leg was drawn directly on Kang Mu's face. Snapped. After Kang Mu was drawn in his cheek, he flew out directly on the upper side, drawing a long trajectory on the river. Captain Kuriki. The surrounding Cloud Shinobi exclaimed after seeing them. Damn it! The Kang Mu who was kicked out stood up immediately with a hot face. Although his body was covered with lightning-style chakra, Setsuna's kick did not cause any harm to him, but he was kicked by a kid like this on the battlefield. Flying out, he felt that his face couldn't hold back at all. After kicking Kuriki away, Setsuna stood on the river with a smile and stretched out towards Kuriki. He stretched out his arm and made a beckoning motion. This beautiful two-stage kick was learned from the original Liagai's Konoha Gang's fist. Action! Damn kid, I'm going to kill you. After seeing Setsuna's actions, Kang Mu looked like a mad beast, and a dazzling thunder burst out of his body, which turned into a flash of lightning and rushed towards Setsuna. Yunryu 3 Sun Moon Slash. Kang Mu, who rushed in front of Setsuna, swung the sword in his hand quickly, slashing out 3 crescent-shaped sword energy, and quickly ignored Setsuna. Seeing the 3 sword auras that smashed at him quickly, Setsuna didn't dare to care. When he kicked Fei Kuriki just now, he knew that he did not cause any harm to this Jainin. Cloud Shinobi's ninjutsu was not an attack power or defensive power, both can be called first class in the world of tolerance. 8 trigrams Mountain Breaking Strike. Setsuna shot 3 palms in a blink of an eye, and the chakra at the peak of Jainin erupted with full force. 3 invisible chakra shock waves instantly smashed the 3 sword chis that Kuragi had split, and the body was ghostly close to Kuragi. Gentle Fist Method 8 trigrams 120-8 palms burst out with full force. Fast speed. It's troublesome to be beaten by this. Seeing that his Yunliu Sanryuazan didn't work, the kid in front of his body instead hit him with a set of incomparable punches, and Kangmu was miserable. In other words, he knew that he would never be hit by Hyaga's gentle fist, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. However, in the face of Setsuna's stormy physical skills, Kangmu found that he couldn't keep up with his rhythm at all. Because from the practice of 8 trigrams 32 palms to Setsuna's current 8 trigrams 128 palms, the time required for this set of punches to be played was completed in one go within 3 seconds, that is to say, Setsuna's current gentle fist can hit an average of 42 palms in 1 second. So what kind of shot speed? It almost broke through the limit of the human body. After Setsuna slapped a hand, there was a scorching breath in the air. Although it was not as fast as Guy opened the 6th gate and shot towards the peacock, it was not reflected by the Jainin of Kuriki. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Mentioning this, Setsuna had to thank Devil Fruit for transforming his body, otherwise the body of ordinary people at his age would not be able to support him to use such physical skills. The whole person spouted a blood mist and flew out. Although lightning-style chakra took off part of Setsuna's palm power, Setsuna Gentle Fist's chakra still broke into his body, destroying his internal organs, and the unconscious Barnwood soon sank on the river. Captain Kuriki. Seeing that Kuriki was hit by Setsuna and sank into the river, Nozomi, who was attacking Sarutobi Shinashuk with Darui, directly forced his opponent away with a knife, and he flashed to the surface of the water next to Setsuna. The warehouse wood that sank into the water was picked up. After fishing Kangmu out of the water, Xi's palm was wrapped with a layer of green light, which was a healing technique in medical ninjutsu. It's useless, you don't have to try it. Seeing Xi's actions, Setsuna said, the internal injuries caused by the gentle fist of the Hyoga clan, even more advanced medical ninjutsu are useless. After all, in this world, no matter how advanced medical ninjutsu is, it can't heal the internal organs. Even Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas, could only watch the internal organ damage and death of his brother Nawaka during the battle of the ninja world. But Revolving Heaven lacks skill. Damn. After listening to Setsuna's words, Xi also found that no matter how she used the healing technique, the blood flowing from Kangmu's mouth could not be stopped. Senior Kangmu, you hold on again, that of Yunlixia an adult will arrive soon, and I will take you back to the village for treatment. Yunli Gorge. After hearing what Xi said to Kangmu, Setsuna was taken aback. Could it be? At this moment, a sudden change occurred, and a figure rushed towards the battlefield on both sides of the Cloud Shinobi River at lightning speed from a very far distance, from far to near but in a blink of an eye, and it flew more than a dozen along the way. A Konoha Shinobi, drawn a long trajectory. So you are here. BD. Stupid. A weird accent came from the person's mouth. And he saw the person wearing a pair of sunglasses, grey hair, and dark skin, with the word iron painted on his back. Carrying 7 knives. My lord. After seeing the people coming, everyone in Cloud Shinobi shouted. Crap. It's Cloud Shinobi's Jinkraki. 8 Tails Killer B. Unlike the excitement of Cloud Shinobi Ninja, Konoha's faces immediately became very ugly after seeing the people. Unexpectedly, Cloud Shinobi actually sent Jinkraki. Akamichi Tija, who was fighting Cloud Shinobi Jainin, said solemnly. And its 8 tails. Sarutobi Shinashoku's face is not much better, he naturally knows what 8 tails Jinkriki means. Yo! Why are you all so embarrassed? Idiot! Seeing the surrounding battles seemed to be bad for Cloud Shinobi, Killer Bee saw Kuriki lying on the ground and asked in surprise, what happened to Kuriki? Senior Kuriki, the ninja of the Konoha Hyuga clan has defeated. Xi pointed to Setsuna standing on the river not far away, picked up Kuriki and said to Killer Bee, it's dying then your lord, Captain Kuriki, you have to quickly take him back to the village for treatment, and I'll leave it to you here. Unexpectedly, Kuriki would be defeated by you. After seeing Xi take Kuriki away, Killer Bee turned his gaze to Setsuna, it seems that you are not a simple kid. Stupid, BD. Although it was funny to hear bursts of crappy rap from Killer Bee's mouth, Setsuna still couldn't laugh when he thought of Killer Bee's strength. 8 Tails Jinkriki Killer Bee, nicknamed the Killer Bee, is the worship brother of 4th Hokage. He is the perfect Jinkriki who can completely control the tail beast. Although he is now in his 20s, his strength is definitely not as strong as when he smashed the Suzuki Eagles in the later stage. Great, but with the power of the tail beast, the strength of the shadow rank is definitely appropriate. Chapter 34 8 Tails Killer Bee, Second More. Setsuna. Go back. After Xi left, Sarutobi Shinashoku, who had suppressed Darui, shouted anxiously at Setsuna, that guy is not an ordinary ninja. At this time, Akamichi Dingza who fought with Cloud Shinobi Janin in the distance also noticed the situation here, punched his opponent with a huge palm, and shouted at Setsuna, Hyuga boys, you and Kakashi should retreat first, here let's hold on. Retreat? Or stay and continue fighting? Seeing the reaction of Sarutobi Shinashoku and Akamichi Dingza, Setsuna shook his head silently. Although retreat is the best choice at this time, there is not much combat power in the current Konoha village. If the battlefield here is lost. After that, Cloud Shinobi summoned more people and drove straight into the land of fire, and the consequences were even more disastrous. Moreover, feeling the ability of frozen fruit in his body, Setsuna felt that he was not without the power of a fight. Feeling the warfare from Setsuna standing in front of him, a ray of light flashed across Killer Bee's dark sunglasses, you are not bad boy. Tell me your name. Killer Bee's sword will not kill the nameless ghost. Hyuga Setsuna, said Setsuna lightly, and disappeared on the river. Make a note of the name that will defeat you. Setsuna had already appeared on Killer Bee's head when he said this in the next second, and a leaf great whirlwind slashed off his head when he turned in the air. Feeling the strong wind brought up by Setsuna that instantly appeared above his head. Killer Bee's spirit was shocked. Good speed, I will play with you, BD, baby. Setsuna kicked the leaf great whirlwind with all his strength, only feeling a block on his foot. Killer Bee's arm had blocked his kick. Setsuna felt like he had kicked his leg on a mountain, and he couldn't shake his body at all. The physical condition is not at the same level at all. Setsuna immediately saw the gap between the two. After all, his opponent was Jinkriki, who was proficient in Cloud Shinobi ninjutsu. Although he had been transformed by Logia Devil Fruit, his body was far from reaching the stage of maturity after all. Chapter 27. I don't have enough power. Stupid, BD. After Killer Bee easily blocked Setsuna's kick, he leaned forward and sprinted up, hitting Setsuna's seong mouth with an uppercut. So fast. Seeing the speed at which Killer Bee was sprinting, Setsuna was startled, and chakra radiated out of his body, spinning at high speed out of thin air. Seeing Setsuna resorted to revolving heaven, Killer Bee's eyes flashed, and instead of slowing down, he accelerated the sprint speed and blasted directly at Setsuna's revolving heaven. Boom! The two figures quickly bounced to the sides. Killer Bee's fist almost broke Setsuna's revolving heaven, and after barely bounced Killer Bee, Setsuna himself was also shaken by Killer Bee's fist. It's a great move, BD. Killer Bee didn't receive the slightest effect after being bounced off, and continued to chant the rap tune. The strength and speed of this guy far surpassed Jainin. The high-speed spinning revolving heaven was almost broken by a punch. Setsuna looked at the opponent in front of him solemnly. This is the strongest enemy he has encountered so far. Before he could think about it, Setsuna jumped and came to Killer Bee. Jainin's chakra broke out, gentle fist 8 trigrams 128 palms fully displayed, and the whole person turned into a phantom, and the sky fisted towards Killer Bee spilled over. Very powerful physique. While resisting, Killer Bee secretly discerned what kind of freak this kid is. At such a young age, he can actually compete with him as 8 Tails Jinkriki in physique. No, physical skills can't help him at all. Seeing Killer Bee under his gentle fist, he was still at ease. Setsuna's eyes condensed, and the 8 trigrams barely blasted Killer Bee away with a palm of the 8 trigrams. He stretched out his hand, and a continuously rotating high-pressure water gun has appeared. In his hands, water-style hard whirlpool water blade. Wow! 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 Hearing the sound of the waterfall flowing from Setsuna's hand, the Killer Bee sunglasses flashed light, and he immediately increased his vigilance. From the appearance, this water-style ninjutsu has a very high-level change in form and nature. Setsuna quickly kicked 2 winds on his leg as a feint, then seized the opportunity to aim the hard vortex water blade in his hand at Killer Bee and threw it over. It's too late to use the stand-in. Looking at the high-pressure water gun that was thrown at him, Killer Bee carried all chakra away to hide. Boom! A huge waterspout suddenly formed on the surface of this river. Several ninjas near Setsuna and Killer Bee were even directly involved, and they were broken into pieces before they even screamed, and then flung them out again. My lord! Seeing what happened on Killer Bee, several cloud shinobi yelled worriedly. What a great ninjutsu! Seeing the huge waterspout rolled up on the river, several Konoha ninjas stopped the battle unknowingly. A hole! I almost got hit. Idiot! After the huge waterspout gradually dissipated, a figure rushed out of the river. It was the 8 Tails Killer Bee. Setsuna clearly saw the red chakra flashing past him. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. A crisis broke out. 8 Tails chakra escaped my hard vortex water blade, Setsuna thought. It's amazing water-style ninjutsu. I might be finished if I get hit by that frontal. Killer Bee stared at Setsuna and pulled out all 7 knives from behind, each of them caught at the joints of the body. He finally took a bite in his mouth and posed a peculiar posture. I'm going to be serious next. Oh yeah. With a knife in his mouth, Killer Bee said this vaguely to Setsuna. Seeing Killer Bee's posture, an inexplicable sense of crisis suddenly appeared in Setsuna's heart. The wild heron cuts the knife. Setsuna felt a flash at the corner of his eyes, and immediately lost the trail of Killer Bee in front of him. When he noticed again, Killer Bee had appeared on his head and flipped at a high speed, and the 7 knives had sharpened sharp edges at him. Too fast. When Setsuna barely reacted, Killer Bee had already attacked him with 7 knives. Mixed with superb physical skills, Killer Bee stabs Setsuna at an invisible speed with every knife. Can't see his attack line at all. Every knife seemed to be alive, jumping flexibly in various parts of the Killer Bee. Unpredictable attack patterns and terrifying speed of the knife made Setsuna unable to defend against. Setsuna was pierced several times deep under the left and right. Wounds. Damn it, is this the strength of the shadow class? Although he had not been fatally wounded, the cut wound still pierced Setsuna's nerves. Under Killer Bee's crushing knife skills, Setsuna had to explode all the potential. Hyogaryu's gentle fist and Konoharyu's gangchuan were all used by Setsuna. Facing Killer Bee's fierce offensive like the storm, Setsuna used all his strengths to support it. Under this high pressure, whether it is gentle fist or gangchuan, Setsuna subconsciously came to it. Different physical skills seemed to gradually merge. 8 Tails, Bee Sting. Seeing Setsuna's high-speed knife attack, it seemed that he gradually adapted to his attack rhythm. Killer Bee suddenly broke out and chakra increased his speed again. and Setsuna had no time to react and was directly hit by an elbow. At the same time as Setsuna flew, Killer Bee flicked both hands, and the 7 knives instantly turned into 7 streams of light and flew towards Setsuna. Setsuna was struggling to resist Killer Bee's fierce offensive, and finally felt that his physical skills had a faint sign of breakthrough, and began to gradually adapt to his attack rhythm. Unexpectedly, the opponent suddenly broke out, and Setsuna, who was shocked in the air, watched. With 7 knives cutting through the air and flying towards me. It's midnight before it's on the shelves, and each chapter is close to 3,000 words, I'm such a good person. Chapter 35 Frozen 1,000 Miles, Third More. Ended. After flying out of the 7 knives, countless thoughts flashed in Killer Bee's mind, and finally murmured. Setsuna. Yuen, who was fighting a cloud shinobi, exclaimed after seeing Setsuna flying out. Did things turn out to be like this? Seeing Setsuna was shot off by Killer Bee, Akamichi sighed inwardly. Are everyone going to sacrifice here today? No, the real battle has just begun. A cold and familiar voice came from the center of the battlefield, and the eyes of everyone on the field were involuntarily attracted to the past. Killer Bee raised his gaze abruptly and saw Setsuna, who was stunned by him, stood unharmed on the river. The 7 swords he flew out were being blocked by an ice shield that appeared out of nowhere in front of him. This is... Killer Bee looked at the ice shield in front of Setsuna strangely. He knew the power of the 7 knives he flew out very well. He was covered with his 8 tails chakra, not to mention a side of ice. The shield is now pierced by a 5 cm steel plate, but it was blocked by such an ice shield. Withdrawing the ice shield in front of him, Setsuna looked at the 7 knives that had fallen into the water, and Setsuna exhaled for a long time. It was finally blocked. This is the ice shield formed by his highly condensed moisture in the air. Although it is not as good as 1,000-year-old profound ice, Jianying is also more than ordinary steel. Otherwise, it is impossible to block Killer Bee's full flight. Thorn. In fact, he can use frozen fruit's elemental ability to directly resist these 7 knives, but Setsuna feels that elementalization is not a critical moment and should be used as little as possible, otherwise the various abilities of the ninja world will emerge in endlessly and will always be affected. Find a way to restrain him. So. Feeling the surging frozen fruit ability in his body, Setsuna showed an eager expression to Killer Bee. The second round, let's start. It has been 3 years since I obtained frozen fruit. Although he has always cultivated and developed fruit abilities, he has almost never used it in actual combat. The fruit abilities he developed over the years have been silent for too long. Today will show its edge. Chapter 28. Death Frost. I saw Setsuna inhaled fiercely, and a white mist quickly spit out from his mouth. Before the white mist reached Killer Bee's side, it spread into an ice mist about 20 meters in diameter. Killer Bee just wanted to rush up and felt a biting icy cold rushing towards her face. Her face changed and the tail beast chakra burst out hurriedly, and her body was covered with a red chakra coat with a flash of red light. Her speed and strength suddenly increased, and she slammed towards shoot to the shore. Killer Bee just hit on the shore and saw the ice fog behind him. The entire river surface was frozen into ice block. The area covered by the ice fog was too large. A cloud shinobi that was too late to dodge on the shore was shrouded in ice fog. After that, it was directly frozen into an ice sculpture, and after a breeze on the river surface, it fell to the ground and fell to pieces. Hiss! The ninjas who hadn't been affected around saw the scene caused by Setsuna, and all gasped. What's that, ice ninjutsu? Killer Bee, who had escaped the death frost, looked at this scene, wondering in his heart. Why does Setsuna use this kind of ninjutsu? Setsuna's freezing power also caused an uproar among the Konoha shinobi. Death Frost, this move is exactly the frozen fruit move developed by Setsuna in reference to Uchiha Madara in Naruto World, fire-style ninjutsu. After creating a large amount of freezing power in the inner body, spit it out from the mouth to form a huge wall of ice fog, thereby freezing all targets. it can be considered as a skill that combines the characteristics of the current world. I didn't have time to pay attention to what the people around him were thinking, because the next second Setsuna saw that the killer bee on the shore was already wrapped in the tailed beast chakra, and stepped on the ice to rush towards him with a long tail. Does the tail become a beast? Seeing killer bee, who was about to rush to his side, wrapped in a red chakra coat, a few chakra tails grew behind him, and the speed was twice as fast as before. Setsuna's Byakugan could barely capture his movements. But Setsuna did not reveal the slightest fear on his face, and saw a few words coldly spit out from Setsuna's mouth: "Frozen Abyss." Killer bee, who was rushing towards Setsuna at high speed, suddenly felt a biting icy cold on the ice beneath his feet, his legs and feet numb, and his movements slowed down involuntarily, as if the whole person had fallen into a puddle. Frozen Abyss: direct the body's freezing power to the ice surface under your feet, turning the entire frozen ground into your own main battlefield, and the frozen ground exudes ice-cold power to gradually numb the bodies of all opponents on the ice. Finally fell to the ground and was frozen. After getting frozen fruit, Setsuna didn't stick to the abilities of the General Green Pheasant in one piece, but went to waste and saved the seed, referring to the skills of many two-dimensional worlds, and at the same time developed more and stronger skills by himself. It's a tricky ability. Feeling that his body was gradually numb by the cold air from the ice, and his movements were stagnant, Killer Bee roared and burst out more chakra on his body, shaking away the slowly condensing frost on his legs. With the power of the tail beast, he hit Setsuna with a punch. "It's useless, in front of Logia Devil Fruit. I can completely hang you after flying a kite." Suddenly, facing Killer Bee's violent fist, Setsuna stretched out an arm again, pointed at Killer Bee's 5 fingers and opened it, vomiting in his mouth: "Ice coffin." In an instant, with Setsuna's palm as the center, the cold air around Killer Bee's body instantly condensed, and in the blink of an eye Killer Bee wrapped the tail beast chakra and was frozen in a huge ice coffin. After retracting his arm, Setsuna looked at the huge ice coffin in front of him, and he could see Killer Bee glaring forward with his fist held high, feeling the energy of frozen fruit consumed in Asya's body, and exhaling gently. This ice coffin is to instantly condense the moisture in the surrounding air, and the density is extremely high. Jianying is comparable to a diamond. Unless the Killer Bee is completely beast and the body of 8 tails erupts, it will be impossible to break free from it. "My lord." Seeing Killer Bee be frozen in the ice coffin by Setsuna, the faces of the remaining 10 cloud shinobi on the battlefield were covered with ashes. "Good job, Setsuna." At this time, Sarutobi Shinoshoku also forced a fire style to open Darui, and a flash came to Setsuna's side. Although there were too many questions in his heart, it was obviously not the place to ask questions. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Your Jinkriki has been defeated by Arcanaha Ninja. Are you still going to fight? Akamichi Dingza pushed away the opposite cloud shinobi Jainin with a huge palm, and asked in a deep voice. "No way." Cloud shinobi Jainin threw out a few swords in his hand and retreated to the remaining cloud shinobi formation. After the fight just now, Konoha fell apart of Fujinin and Genin. Cloud shinobi was already dead and injured, only he and a Fujinin on the court were struggling to support him. Unexpectedly, Lord Killer Bee would be defeated by the Konoha Kid. At this time, the remaining cloud shinobi on the battlefield had no fighting spirit. When they were retiring, unexpected changes occurred on the court. Roar. Chapter 36 Completely Tailed Animalization, 4th. Whatever he was afraid of, Setsuna smiled wryly at the corner of his mouth. In the blink of an eye, I saw Killer Bee in the ice coffin, with several huge octopus tentacles constantly emerging from his body. In Setsuna Byakugan's vision, I can clearly see a huge chakra that is constantly whistling and tsunami. It continuously emerged from Killer Bee's body. Roar. A growing big octopus monster broke through the ice coffin, opened its mouth and roared. A burst of sound waves visible to the naked eye spread out, and some low-level ninjas around and even their ears leaked blood. A hole, no one can make me so embarrassed except for the golden glitter of my brother and Yukanoha. I saw the huge octopus monster staring at Setsuna with bull's eyes, and someone said, "Let you look at me now." The true face of Killer Bee. Looking at the huge monster in front of him, Byakugan saw the endless chakra inside it, and Setsuna was speechlessly shocked. There is such a huge chakra in the world. The tail beast is the incarnation of chakra in this world, and 8 tails is second only to 9 tails among the 9 big tail beasts. The number of chakras in it is not comparable to the average shadow level. Let's retreat. That is the complete body of Lord Killer Bee. The entire battlefield here will be destroyed. Cloud Shinobi Jainin anxiously said to the surrounding Cloud Shinobi, leading them to slowly retreat into the forest on the other side of the river. At this time Konoha's ninja seemed to just want to chase. Boom! The huge tentacles of 8 tails suddenly fell, and several Konoha ninjas were swept away directly. Damn! Is such a monster really something we can defeat? Seeing the huge 8 tails on the river, some Konoha shinobi shuddered. You all die here today. With the sound of Killer Bee, 8 tails opened its mouth wide, and saw the tail beast chakra crazily condensing in its mouth, and soon a huge black chakra ball was formed. Its tailed beast bomb. At this time, Akamichi Dinza and Sarutobi Shinashuk also showed despair on their faces. That kind of cohesive chakra. Obito, Lin, will I see you soon? Kakashi looked at the cohesive tailed beast bomb of 8 tails, but a hint of relief flashed in his eyes. Seeing the tailed beast bomb condensed in 8 tails' mouth, Setsuna also smelled the breath of death, and immediately released all the chakra in the body, and a huge spiral shuriken quickly formed in his hand. Hopefully, at least it can change its trajectory. 8 tails' tailed beast bomb suddenly blasted out, and the air passing by was twisted, facing the direction of the tailed beast bomb bombardment. Setsuna gritted his teeth and threw the spiral shuriken violently. Boom! After the spiral shuriken collided with the bottom of the tailed beast bomb, there was a loud noise, a dazzling white light and shock wave spread out, and everyone closed their eyes unconsciously. After the dazzling light, everyone opened their eyes and looked at it. Tailed beast bomb flew past their heads by a fraction of the distance. In the next second, a huge explosion occurred in the distant mountain behind them. It's a success. The spiral shuriken released by Setsuna successfully changed the trajectory of tailed beast bomb. Just as everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a scene that made them fearful appeared. It's you damn kid again, that broke the trajectory of tailed beast bomb. 8 tails, who was furious, was about to condense chakra again. Damn! Feeling that chakra was exhausted in his body, Setsuna gritted his teeth and can only fight. Closing his eyes mobilized all the remaining frozen fruit energy in the body, Setsuna leaned forward with both hands, the cold in the air condensed crazily, and suddenly dozens of huge icicles appeared around 8 tails, enclosing 8 tails in the middle. Millennium Ice Prison. With a soft drink. Setsuna shook both hands abruptly. Dozens of huge icicles instantly gathered in the middle to form a huge ice jail, which immediately sealed the 8 tails inside, and froze into a high mountain-standing ice field. After releasing the 1,000-year ice prison, Setsuna's body was emptied. After all his physical strength was overdrawn, his feet softened and his eyes dizzy, and he couldn't stop himself and planted into the river. Before going into a coma, he said with his last strength, "Hurry up, this can only temporarily seal it at best." Chapter 29. In a daze, Setsuna seemed to feel as if she was floating on the water, and as if she was sinking into the abyss. I don't know how long time passed, and a warm feeling awakened Setsuna from the coma. When I opened my eyes in a daze, the first thing I saw was a beautiful face of Ching Cheng, and then I heard Xi Yan's voice. "Setsuna, you finally woke up. Great." Seeing Setsuna awakened from the coma, Xi Yan quickly removed the hot towel from Setsuna's forehead. "How long have I been in a coma?" Setsuna sat up strenuously and found that Xian was not the only one, but almost all the Konoha shinobi were around him. "You have been in a coma for 2 days. If you don't wake up, Xian will be worried to death. A nice voice reached Setsuna's ears, and Setsuna raised his head and looked at it. It turned out to be Xian Hong. Setsuna was in a coma for all of us for so long. Of course I was worried. Besides, he was my teammate. Xian blushed and explained, but her voice became smaller and smaller. Setsuna turned her head and looked around, and found herself in a tent in the camp. How did the battle go after I was in a coma? Setsuna learned that she had been in a coma for 2 days, and as soon as she woke up, she wanted to know what happened to Eight Tails. After you were in a coma, we quickly took you back to the camp. Sarutobi Shinashuk came up and said with a smile. Listening to the detective ninja came back and said, Eight Tails broke the ice yesterday, and after coming out, it blew the mountains flat. Haha, you kid, all right. Akamichi Dingza also leaned over and patted Setsuna on the shoulder. Why do you guys escape on ice? At this time, Sarutobi Shinashuk looked at Setsuna curiously. They couldn't remember the overwhelming ice power when Setsuna fought for Eight Tails on the battlefield the day before yesterday. Probably because my chakra is the attributes of wind and water, and the combination produces this effect. Setsuna explained it without thinking and using the reasons he had already thought out. Are the attributes of wind and water? At this time, Yamato thoughtfully said, it is indeed possible in theory. My wood style is a combination of the changes in the nature of water and soil. But theory is just theory. In fact, Konoha has done so many experiments since Senju Hashirama, and he has succeeded in a wood style ninja like Yamato, and the power of Yamato wood style is very different from that of Senju Hashirama's wood style. Setsuna knew it was probably because Senju Hashirama was the reincarnation of Ashura, and Chakra was born with the power of Yang. The concept of Yin Dun is rooted in imagination and spiritual power, creating matter from the invisibility, while the concept of Yang Dun is rooted in the physical energy of life, giving material life. Setsuna guessed that Senju Hashirama's wood style must have been given life by Yang Dun, so it is so different from the ordinary wood of Yamato. When Setsuna's thoughts returned to reality, he only heard Yamato question again, but what is strange is why there is no seal when I see you cast Bing Dun. Setsuna had already prepared an answer to this question. He turned to Byakugan and asked, have you seen me Ian when I used water style hard vortex water blade and wind style spiral shuriken? That's right, is this kid's ninjutsu all Muji ninjutsu? That's too bad, everyone thought. After ignoring the thoughts of everyone in the tent, Setsuna found that he had been in a coma for 2 days, and his mind had already been swiped by the constant messages from the Hogyoku system. Chapter 37 Breaking Boundaries, 5th. After getting out of the tent, Setsuna sank his consciousness into his head. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Ding! The system has detected that the amount of host chakra has reached the bottleneck and successfully broke the limit. Congratulations on the increase of host chakra to a higher level. Ding! The system has detected that the capacity of host frozen fruit has reached the bottleneck and successfully broke the limit. Congratulations on the ability of host frozen fruit to be upgraded to a higher level. Ding! The system has detected the host gentle fist method. 8 trigrams 128 palms has reached the bottleneck and successfully broke the boundary. Congratulations to host for obtaining the gentle fist method. 8 trigrams 256 palms. 3 consecutive messages from the Hogyoku system. Setsuna was stunned after listening to it. Shit, is this too powerful? After feeling the chakra and frozen fruit abilities that were about to overflow in his body, Setsuna was in ecstasy, so he broke through to the movie level and general level? We must know how many people will not be able to break through these 2 levels, which are like the sky grass. It is unexpected that the Hogyoku system will directly help Setsuna save decades of effort. Kage class, generally called S-rank ninjas in this Naruto world, refers to ninjas who have surpassed J-nin, have unique abilities and are well known in the ninja world. They can be ninjas in the ninja village, or they can travel around the country, but are still loyal to the original. The ninjas of Ninja Village, such as Jiraiya and Tsunade in The Legend of Three Ninjas. It can also be an S-rank ninja that is highly valued by various countries. For example, the 10 people in the Akatsuki organization are all S-rank ninjas gathered from various ninja villages. Some of their abilities are comparable to those of the 5 major villages. So all ninja villages take precautions against them. Because S-rank ninjas usually possess special abilities, such as blood succession limits or secret art, blood succession elimination or Jinkraki, they are in awe of people and dare not confront them head-on. Of course, what Setsuna knows is that there are higher levels above this shadow level ninja, such as Uzumaki Nagato, who has reached the super shadow level, the older generation of 5 shadows, and Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, the pinnacle of the ninja world. Even Kaguya Hime, sage of 6 paths, Satsuki Peach style, etc. who have reached the 6th level. And Devil Fruit's ability reached the level of a general, not to mention, the actual combat power is definitely higher than the ordinary shadow level ninja. Although reaching the shadow level ninja is just a new starting point in this world, I now at least have the ability to not be subdued to anyone for the time being. Feeling the strength of his whole body fully improved, Setsuna couldn't help but clenched tightly. Fist. Sure enough, life and death on the battlefield is the best way to improve your strength. As Setsuna is digesting the improved strength outside the camp, Kakashi's voice came from behind. Setsuna, we are all working out a tactic against Cloud Shinobi tomorrow. Kakashi, who just got out of the tent, saw the aura overflowing from Setsuna, and stayed in place. Your chakra. The original Setsuna was in Kakashi's eyes. If you put away those powerful abilities, at least in terms of chakra's amount, Kakashi could still perceive that although there is a gap between him and Setsuna, it is not too big. But after discussing it for a while, Kakashi found himself seeing Setsuna again, but from him he felt the same aura as Third Hokage and Orochimaru. Well, the battle the day before yesterday made me break through. Setsuna smiled lightly, ignoring the sluggish Kakashi, and went into the tent. Broken again? Isn't that? Kakashi seemed to think of something. How can there be such a monster in the world? After entering the tent, Setsuna saw that everyone was discussing the tactics of tomorrow fiercely around the sand table in the middle. Setsuna, you are back. Sarutobi Shinosuke was discussing with a Fuchinin, and suddenly saw Setsuna come in. Just about to say hello, it seemed that he suddenly saw something incredible. Your strength. Seeing the aura of Setsuna's body, Sarutobi Shinosuke felt that his IQ was almost insufficient. The battle with 8 Tails the day before yesterday allowed me to break through again. Setsuna said lightly, turning his gaze to all the ninjas in front of him, and confidently said, tomorrow's tactics are very simple. Leave 8 Tails to me. This time I will let him see how good I am. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on Setsuna's back from the outside, stabbing everyone a little bit blindly. What kind of monster is he? How old is he? Has actually reached the same realm as Naruto-sama, Sunan-sama and the others. Although Setsuna said it lightly, everyone present was still shocked. Although there are no figures in the history of Setsuna who have reached the movie level at this age, there have been many in the Warring States period before the establishment of the 5 ninja villages. Another example is 4th Mizukage, who just took office in Mist Shinobi Ninja Village not long ago. I heard that it is also a kid about the same size as Setsuna, but at least it is Jinkraki, who has the power of a tail beast in his body. And Setsuna is just an ordinary branch houseboy of the Hyuga clan. Why does the strength barrier that every ninja encounters does not exist on him? Tomorrow's battle, Cloud Shinobi has suffered from the day before yesterday's loss, and it is estimated that more troops will be dispatched. At this time, the Kame-Kamichi Tingza gave a dry cough and brought everyone's attention back to tomorrow's battle. But I was yesterday. I also sent a secret letter to Hokage-sama. I believe that new support troops will come to our side soon. Really? That's great. The others arrived as soon as they heard the support, and their morale increased greatly. But Sarutobi Shinoshoku now looked at Setsuna with a serious face. I have to ask you for this battle tomorrow, Setsuna. At this time, everyone's attitude towards Setsuna has changed from treating a genius junior to treating a strong one. After all, through the battle the day before yesterday, everyone knows that if this war is not played by Setsuna, the whole army will be wiped out waiting for Konoha. Feeling the change in everyone's attitude towards themselves at this time, Setsuna also solemnly said, "Don't worry, just leave it to me." After being abused, of course he had to come back. Watching the sunset that burned the entire sky outside the tent, Setsuna clenched his fists. No words for a night. The next morning, shortly after the sun rose, a Konoha ninja suddenly broke into the camp. Chapter 30. That's okay. Senior Dingza. Senior Sarutobi. Cloud Shinobi attacked our camp. The Konoha shinobi shouted as soon as he entered the camp. What? Akamichi Choza and Sarutobi Shinoshoku, who were finishing the ninja, stood up all at once. They were about to rush to the battlefield, but they didn't expect them to attack so quickly. Hearing the sound, Setsuna also got out of the tent. He frowned when he heard the sound. He didn't expect to come so quickly. Akamichi Dingza said in a deep voice at this time, "Since they are here, let's go out to fight." After he waved his hand, he asked the incoming ninja to go out and gather an army to prepare for the fight. Most of the Konoha shinobi present were ninjas who had participated in the Third Ninja World War. The ninjas in the war had qualities that were unmatched by the ninjas in peace. In less than 5 minutes, all the ninja army had been assembled. 10 minutes later, following the lead of Akamichi Dingza, the army of Konoha shinobi came to the clearing of a huge forest. 100 meters apart, there is a mighty army of Cloud Shinobi. In addition to Killer Bee and Cloud Shinobi Jainin the day before yesterday, there are 3 more Jainins, and the number of other Chunin and Genin has also increased to 100. Multiple people. It seems that this war is difficult to fight. I didn't expect Cloud Shinobi to come back so much support. Seeing the number of Cloud Shinobi on the opposite side, Akamichi Dingza's expression was very solemn. Chapter 38 Fighting Killer Bee again, first. Konoha's cowards. Jainin from Cloud Shinobi, who was opposite, shouted, "After the last battle escaped, I didn't expect you to come out to fight. Ha 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 ha. Humph, I don't know who was killed last time with only a few stragglers left." A few support came today and started to speak out again. Sarutobi Shinoshoku snapped back. "Kill me." Cloud Shinobi Jainin didn't have much nonsense after listening to Sarutobi Shinoshoku's counterattack. Since the past many wars, they have forged countless blood feuds with Konoha, so they directly ordered everything. Cloud Shinobi kills Konoha's army together. Everyone killed them. Akamichi Dingza was not polite in the face of Cloud Shinobi's offensive, and directly commanded Konoha Shinobi to rush towards the Cloud Shinobi army. "Give me to die. Haha. Kill them all. Kill them." Among a group of Konoha Shinobi, Setsuna rushed to the forefront first. The shadow level chakra flowed around, a simple instant technique, a distance of 100 meters between a few flashes, appeared in the Cloud Shinobi army. In front of. "Last time you were lucky enough to let you run away, I didn't think you dared to come out. Stupid. A hole." At this moment Killer Bee pushed aside the Cloud Shinobi army and rushed directly in front to block Setsuna. Both sides know that if they don't stop the other side and let the other side free their hands to deal with other ninjas on their side, the consequences will be unimaginable. This is the decisive role played by the shadow-level combat power in a war. Hey, haven't you heard of Shivi's admiration for 3 days? Seeing Killer Bee stepping out of the Cloud Shinobi army to block him, this fits Setsuna's heart. "Today I will let you fall at my feet. Bullish kid." When Killer Bee heard Setsuna's provocation, he didn't talk nonsense, and a red chakra appeared directly on his body. Turning on the tail beast mode and blasting Setsuna with a punch. Gentle Fist Method 8 trigrams 256 palms. Read more at hotmtlenovel.xyz. Faced with Killer Bee who turned on the tail beast mode, Setsuna was also unceremonious, and directly broke out the strength that had just been promoted to the shadow level, and hit him with 256 gentle fist 8 trigrams. In a flash, the sky was full of palm shadows, and every time was extremely fast. His shots even rubbed the air to create a hot flame. The gentle fist method is more difficult to improve in the later stage, but every time it increases, the speed and power of the fist will double. What's the matter with this feeling? How did this kid have improved so much in just 2 days of Kung Fu? As soon as they played against each other, Killer Bee realized something was wrong. The speed and power of Setsuna's shots more than doubled from the last time. Gentle Fist, which was fully deployed, was so fast that he almost didn't react, and directly caused the heat in the air. Flame bombarded him. Ah! Although he barely blocked a few moves, most of the Gentle Fist was caught off guard and bombarded Killer Bee's body. The huge power and Gentle Fist's unique chakra internal energy directly began to destroy his internal organs. Could not help but a trace of blood hung from the corner of his mouth. My lord! Several cloud shinobi around the battlefield exclaimed when they saw Killer Bee had been injured by Setsuna. What's the matter with your strength? Why did you suddenly improve so much? Killer Bee stood up hard and looked at Setsuna in disbelief. My strength is breaking through every day. If you still look at me from the past, then you are ready to be buried here today. Setsuna stretched out a palm to aim at Killer Bee and said calmly. Unexpectedly, Gentle Fist 8 trigrams palms, who hit me, could stand up, seeing that all his acupuncture points blocked by me were rushed away by the 8 tails chakra in his body, Setsuna thought. Unexpectedly, Konoha would have a monster like you in human skin. What a terrible talent! Killer Bee stood up and said, while chakra on her body soared, I have to kill you today, otherwise our village there will never be a day out. Double Lariat. When chakra soared to its peak, Killer Bee slammed a fist at Setsuna, almost several times faster than usual. When Setsuna reacted, Killer Bee had passed the distance between the two in an instant, and a punch had been hooked to Setsuna's young mouth. It's solved. Killer Bee muttered. Judging from the feeling from the hand, it definitely hit the body. Since practicing this trick with his brother, no one has ever escaped except Konoha's Golden Flash. Over this one killer move. Setsuna. Seeing that Setsuna was suddenly attacked by Killer Bee, everyone in Konoha who was fighting on the side was shocked. However, what happened next surprised Killer Bee and all the ninjas. Setsuna, who was blasted by him with a double lariat punch, turned into a pile of ice blocks and fell to the ground. Nani? Is it an ice substitute? Killer Bee suddenly saw the broken ice block on the ground rise again and condense into Setsuna's appearance, standing in front of him intact. No, it's not body replacement technique. Killer Bee soon reacted, it should be a ninjutsu similar to the hydration technique of the Mist Shinobi Ghost Lamp clan. It's really troublesome. It seems that physical attacks are basically ineffective to him. Up. It's very dangerous. I was almost killed by a single blow. As expected, none of the ninjas reaching the level of the shadow rank can be underestimated. Setsuna reunited from the ground with a palpitating heart. I just relaxed my vigilance and I was almost killed. Fortunately, there is an elemental body of Logia Devil Fruit. It seems that you can only use your complete body to deal with him. Staring at Setsuna in front of him, Killer Bee's chakra spread out all over his body, gradually revealing huge octopus tentacles on his body. Get out of the way. Seeing Killer Bee ready to be completely tailed, the ninjas of Konoha and Cloud Shinobi scattered around one after another. Faced with this level of existence, they can only be reduced to cannon fodder next to them. Everyone, use ninjutsu to deal with it. Sarutobi Shinoshuke was the first to react and immediately directed Konoha's ninja to use ninjutsu to attack 8 tails. Suddenly, more than a dozen Konoha shinobi practitioners jumped and used various ninjutsu towards the huge 8 tails. Roar! As soon as the body of Eight Tails appeared, it was attacked by various ninjutsu around it. Eight Tails let out a roar, and directly flicked its tail and lifted the group of Konoha shinobi around. "You all step back. Let me come." At this time Setsuna shook his head and shouted at Konoha's ninja. In the face of high-level tail beasts like Eight Tails, their low-level ninjutsu would have no effect at all. Instead, it only increased casualties. Turning around, facing the huge Eight Tails, Setsuna gradually closed his eyes, gathering all the frozen fruit energy in his body frantically, and then a cloud of icy blue energy exuding astonishing cold gathered into his hand. "Ice Age!" Setsuna let out a violent shout, and then flew directly and leaped a punch to smash the ice blue ability in his hand onto the ground in front of him. Puff! Soon, the amazing freezing power spread like a plague. In the blink of an eye, except for Setsuna and the Konoha shinobi behind him, the entire forest was frozen into a vast ice world. What kind of power is this? The Konoha shinobi behind Setsuna was so scared to speak by the sight in front of him. He looked at the entire forest on the ground, including Eight Tails and all Cloud shinobi. Frozen into a lifelike ice sculpture. Is this still the power of a ninja? Kakashi muttered to himself, looking at the ice world in front of him. Chapter 31. In the Ice Age, this is the strongest skill of the General Green Pheasant in the world of One Piece. It can freeze a sea area for a week with a single shot. This skill is the best choice in terms of lethality and range, so Setsuna will choose to keep practicing this skill. After Frozen Fruit's ability is promoted to the general level, both quality and quantity have been greatly improved. The freezing power released by Setsuna is infinitely close to the level of 1,000-year profound ice. Ninjas below the shadow level only need to be sealed by ice, unless soak in the water immediately to thaw and rescue, otherwise there will be a dead end. Chapter 39 Ice Age, Second More. Crack. There was a cracking sound, and the ice on Eight Tails soon cracked, and the cracks began to grow more and more immediately. Roar. Finally Eight Tails broke the ice and let out a loud roar. "This damn ice escape!" said Eight Tails, who got out of the ice, suddenly saw Cloud shinobi surrounded by ice, and said in anger, "You actually took them all. You have already lost." Looking at the angry Eight Tails, Setsuna looked very indifferent. This piece of ice will last at least a week, but they obviously won't last for 10 minutes. Damn it! Looking at the surrounding companions who had turned into ice sculptures, Eight Tails snarled in pain, and he had no way to save them. "Kill you!" Without returning to his companions, Eight Tails gathered chakra directly in his mouth, ready to release the tailed beast bomb to kill all the ninjas in Konoha. "It's useless, I have already learned this trick." Seeing the Eight Tails condensing tailed beast bomb, Setsuna said blankly, "In the face of absolute power, everything is vain. Go to hell. Konoha's kid." After condensing the tailed beast bomb, Eight Tails blasted towards Setsuna first, and he must kill this nasty kid to avenge the village companions. "Setsuna! Be careful about that." Kakashi next to him saw the tailed beast bomb coming and said worriedly. "I know. Give it to me." Setsuna stretched out his hands, chakra gathered in his palms, and a gust of wind rose in his hands, and both hands gathered a spiral shuriken. "This trick is no longer useful to me." After speaking, Setsuna waved his 2 spiral shurikens directly at the location where the tailed beast bomb was attacking. Boom! The 2 spirals and the shurikens collided, and suddenly a dazzling white light and shock wave exploded, and a huge pit was directly exploded on the snow-white ice ground. Setsuna was blocked. Konoha's ninja couldn't believe it was true after the explosion. Tailed beast bomb was actually blocked. Eight Tails looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. The devastating tailed beast bomb he released was actually blocked. Unbelievable. For the tailed beast bomb that was blocked, Setsuna was rather calm. After being promoted to shadow level, as long as chakra is enough, he can continuously release spiral shurikens or hard vortex water blades at any time to block tailed. Beast Bomb is really nothing strange. You are no longer my opponent. After coming and going without insulting, Setsuna shot again after blocking the tailed Beast Bomb. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Urgent Mouth. Setsuna punched his right hand to wrap up the ability of frozen fruit, and blasted a huge ice bird towards Eight Tails. This was also one of the few skills that Setsuna learned from the green pheasant and retained. Bang! A giant ice bird almost half the size of Eight Tails hits Eight Tails directly, and after bursting, it leaves a layer of snow-white ice armor on Eight Tails. Ah! Eight Tails screamed after being hit by the violent mouth. The huge impact and the freezing power covering him made him miserable, and he slammed Setsuna with pain and anger. 1,000-year ice prison. Seeing the fist that was smashing over like a hill, Setsuna's expression remained unchanged, and two arms were stretched out towards Eight Tails. Several dozen huge icicles suddenly appeared in the void, surrounding Eight Tails. You stay here for me today. With a roar, Setsuna shook both hands abruptly. Dozens of icicles in the sky instantly gathered in the middle, freezing Eight Tails in the middle, solidifying into a huge ice sheet. Win! Seeing that Eight Tails was frozen by Setsuna again, Konoha's ninjas all cheered and jumped for joy. That's amazing! I even caught Eight Tails' Jinchuriki. Konoha behind him couldn't imagine what a huge victory this was. Standing in the boundless world of ice, Setsuna's perfect face was imprinted on the shining ice surface, and the long, jet-black hair scattered with the wind, like a god who fell into the world, and everyone in Konoha could see it for a while. Crazy! It's so beautiful! Xian muttered while looking at Setsuna's figure in a daze. This kid is really not human. Seeing Xian's expression, the corner of Rihong's mouth could not help but a smile appeared. After the battle, watching the Konoha shinobi sweeping the battlefield on the ice, feeling the energy almost squandered in his body, Setsuna vaguely felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell. Suddenly, Setsuna seemed to think of something, and suddenly turned on Byakugan to look at Eight Tails, which was frozen in a 1,000-year ice prison. As expected, the Eight Tails in the huge ice sheet had long been gone, and a section of octopus tentacles were suddenly frozen in it. Damn it! Obviously I have read the original book and knew that Eight Tails would use this trick to disconnect the tentacles as a stand-in, but he still let him run away carelessly. At this time Akamichi Dingza also found something was wrong, and saw the frozen Eight Tails in the ice sheet turned into tentacles, and immediately wanted to organize everyone to chase them. No need to chase. Setsuna thought that if they chased him, it was just to give away the head. Besides, it didn't make much sense for him to kill Killer Bee. He immediately stopped them. It is estimated that he escaped back to Cloud Shinobi Village. It's difficult for you to catch up. After talking about Setsuna, he turned and left. Although the scale of the war was small, it was only a local outbreak, but Setsuna's gains were not small. Both chakra and frozen fruits abilities broke through to a higher level. Next, he needs to master it well. To dig out more of them. Soon, Setsuna's battle report here immediately reached the office of the leaders of the 5 major countries. Konoha, Hokage office. Good job. I wiped out the invading Cloud Shinobi. Listening to the report from his subordinates, a smile appeared on third generation's face. You said that the Eight Tails Jinchuriki sent by Cloud Shinobi was repelled by Hyuga Setsuna. Yet. Yes, Naruto-sama, in this front-line battle. Hyuga Setsuna used a peculiar ice escape ninjutsu and almost killed Cloud Shinobi's Eight Tails Jinchuriki. An Anbu ninja was kneeling on one knee in front of his desk. Truthfully report the battle on the front line. Ice done? Has the nature of the combination of wind and water changed? Third generation couldn't help but think of Setsuna, a young man he couldn't see through. This is equivalent to having a second blood on his body. Following the limit, he did not expect him to reach this level. I hope that there will be no mistakes in the Hyuga clan. Following the smoke ring, and looking at the sky of Konoha outside the window, third generation's thoughts drifted further and further. Cloud Shinobi Ninja Village. At this time fourth Raikage was furious in the office. What? After listening to the report from his subordinates, fourth Raikage, a sturdy, dark-skinned figure, filled the entire Raikage office building. You said the ninja sent out this time was wiped out by Konoha. What about it? What did he do? After Baisama escaped back, most of his muscles were severely frostbite, and he is now receiving treatment at the ninja hospital. Seeing the angry fourth Raikage, the Cloud Shinobi reported below did not dare to come out. How many ninjas did Konoha dispatch this time? To annihilate our ninja troops, and Biju suffered such a serious injury. Fourth Raikage asked after finally calming down. Chapter 32. Konoha is still the original more than 100 ninjas. This time it is mainly a boy of the Konoha Hyuga clan called Hyuga Setsuna, who killed all our ninjas with a strange ice escape. Cloud in front of fourth Raikage Shinobi answered truthfully. Konoha Hyuga clan? Hyuga Setsuna. Fourth Raikage took a deep breath and looked cold. I remember this name. After the golden glitter sacrifice of the Nine Tails incident, Konoha is still a genius. Cradle. After the injury recovers, you let him bring more ninjas, and we are bound to win this war. Fourth Raikage said in a deep voice, his eyes revealing an incomparable determination to victory. Chapter 40 The Return of War, 3rd. Blood stained with yellow sand, fighting desperately. More than a year has passed, and Konoha's 51st year will soon be ushered in. During the year, Konoha and Cloud Shinobi fought many wars on the border of the Fire Country, and both sides invested more troops. As Setsuna killed more and more enemies on the battlefield, the name of Konoha Byakugan Demon began to spread in the ninja world with this war. Among the Konoha Shinobi, as long as Setsuna appears on the battlefield, the Cloud Shinobi will be discouraged, and the morale of the Konoha Shinobi will be greatly increased. Suddenly, the name of the demon Setsuna Byakugan began to be made up into stories by people and spread throughout the ninja world. In this war, Setsuna has repeatedly fought 8 Tails Jinkriki and the subsequent 2-Tail Jinkriki. Setsuna's physical ninjutsu and frozen fruit have become more proficient. In addition, Konoha's existing ninjas are all well tested. Elites who have gone through hundreds of battles, therefore, the battle with Thunder Country has become a war of attrition. Thunder Country came all the way, and it was very difficult whether it was supplies or logistics. Finally, at the autumn equinox of the year, Konoha was handed an armistice agreement, which hurriedly ended the war. Konoha, I'm back. The autumn wind brought up the fallen leaves on both sides of the avenue. Today, the gate of Konoha Shinobichi village welcomed a special guest. Looking at the 2 huge wooden doors in front of Konoha's door, they were still so majestic, and Setsuna couldn't help but feel a familiar feeling in her heart. Please show your pass. Although it has been determined from his Byakugan and forehead protector that he is a ninja of the Hyuga clan in the village, the 2 gatekeepers Chnin stopped Setsuna according to the usual rules. Here, this is my pass. Setsuna took out a pass from him and handed it to Chnin, the gatekeeper. It turned out to be Hyuga Setsuna Jainin. I'm sorry to offend, please go in. After reading Setsuna's pass, the gatekeeper Chnin suddenly looked down and said excitedly, "Oh, thank you." Without paying attention to the 2 Chnins, Setsuna stepped into Konoha's door. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the turbulent flow of people and the prosperous shops, one after another, laughter and shouts were endless. Setsuna, who had already entered the village, did not notice that the 2 Chnin guarding the gate behind him had already begun to discuss fiercely. "Is it him?" a Chnin said excitedly. "Of course it is him. Have you ever seen Jainin younger than this?" This was another Chnin's voice. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. The youngest Jainin in Konoha's history. The genius of the Hyuga clan. Isn't he on the battlefield on the front line? Why did he come back alone? Chnin asked suspiciously. Have you not heard of it? Cloud Shinobi has already submitted the agreement for the armistice. He is the biggest hero in this war. Another Chunin said with envy. Isn't it? I heard that he is only 8 years old? Both are ninjas, so the gap is so big. Chunin said blankly. Ignoring the discussion between them, Setsuna stood on Konoha Street, looking at the familiar and unfamiliar street in front of him, with deep emotion. Konoha, I'm back. After the baptism of a war, the 8-year-old Setsuna looks much more mature than last year. He looks like a 10-year-old boy, wearing a white ninja kimono, with black hair hanging straight on his waist. Perfect the face attracted the attention of pedestrians on the street. In this year, Setsuna did not get much new evolution of the Hogyoku system, but the various abilities and experience on his body have been comprehensively improved in the continuous fighting on the battlefield, whether it is various physical ninjutsu or frozen fruit abilities. He can now use his own mind with just a move of his mind, and his actual combat ability is simply different than in the past. It seems that there is still a long way to go before the strength reaches the next saturation point. Setsuna, who was walking on the receiver, thought, the next goal is to find a way to learn Sage Mode, and then find a way to remove the curse. Printed. Sage Mode, an ability considered by Setsuna in the original work to be very defying. After turning on Sage Mode and using chakra, all ninjutsu and illusions will be several times or even dozens of times more powerful than normal. And Setsuna knows that in the later stages of the plot, Ten Tails Jinkriki or the likes of Madara and Kagaiji who use Truth-Seeking Ball will come out at every turn, reaching the level of their bloody trap, except for physical skills and fairy skills or the same. Any ninjutsu other than the level of blood following the snare is invalid for them. Therefore, Sage Mode is one of the several abilities that Setsuna has to learn after coming into this world. Forget it, let's report to the old man of 3rd generation first. Thinking in his heart, Setsuna instantly disappeared into the street. Konoha Hokage office, 3rd Hokage's office. 3rd generation, who was smoking a cigarette on his desk while flipping through documents, was slightly in a daze at a document. Hyaga Setsuna. Ninja landing number, 102,111. Date of birth, 12/24, 8 years old, Capricorn. Height, 1.60 centimeters. Weight, 49.2 kilograms. Blood type, Type A. Ninja school graduation age, 6. Ninja upgrade age, 7-year-old. Upgrade Jnin upgrade the same year Jnin. Task experience, D, 0 times C, 12 times B, 9 times A, 4 times S, 1 time. No matter how you look at it, he is an incredible genius. Looking at the ninja profile on the file in hand and the childish face in the photo, 3rd generation exclaimed. At this time, a gust of wind blew through the window, and a figure suddenly appeared silently and sat on the window sill. What is the Lord 3rd Hokage looking at, so ecstatic? A clear and slightly frivolous voice appeared in the Hokage office. Sarah. Setsuna. After seeing the person, 3rd generation couldn't help but froze for a moment. He appeared as soon as he muttered, and in this silent way. Why are you back? Didn't the frontline ninja troop come back 10 days later? 3rd generation didn't look angry at Setsuna's frivolous behavior that suddenly appeared in the Hokage office. After his strength has been improved to the current state, Setsuna's mentality has also changed. Without so many constraints before, his every move has become free from the heart. After all, there are only a handful of people who can threaten him now. Well, the Cloud Shinobi guys have already returned to the Land of Thunder. There is nothing wrong with me. It's too boring to stay on the front line, so I will come back by myself. Setsuna curled his lips and said casually. Although this doesn't meet the regulations. The victory on the battlefield made 3rd generation look very happy, and it was a rare joke, but who made you Konoha's biggest hero in this war? The 3rd generation old man is still very kind, he thought to himself when he looked at 3rd generation Setsuna. But he turned his head while talking about 3rd generation, and said, if you have time, you should go to the Hyuga clan first. I don't know what will happen over there. Is the Hyuga clan? After listening to third generation's words, Setsuna's eyes flashed, and he didn't say anything. Chapter 33. Looking at the gleam of light in Setsuna's eyes, third generation found that he could not see through this under 10-year-old boy. Perhaps, I am really old. While third generation was seriously thinking about whether he should consider retirement and entrust the responsibility to the next generation of young people, Setsuna opened his mouth and made clear his intentions. Master third generation, in fact, I came to you today. In addition to returning to you, I have another request. I hope you can agree to it. As he said, Setsuna stared at third generation's eyes scorchingly. Oh? What request? Third generation looked at Setsuna with some confusion. As long as I can do it, I will try my best to satisfy you. For the rare genius ninja in this village and the greatest hero of the war, as long as Setsuna's request is not excessive, he will generally agree. I want to quit Anbu first. I want to learn medical ninjutsu from Tsunade-sama. Setsuna said seriously. Chapter 41 Hyuga Sect Family, 4th. What are you talking about? Are you going to learn medical ninjutsu from Tsunade? Third generation opened his eyes wide and looked at Setsuna incredible. Yes, I'm going to learn medical ninjutsu from Tsunade-sama. Setsuna reconfirmed what he said just now. I can agree to withdraw from Anbu temporarily, but why do you want to learn medical ninjutsu? Third generation looked at the talented young man in front of him, still wondering. Because I am very interested in medical ninjutsu. Seeing the surprised look of third generation, Setsuna explained, moreover, with my Hyuga clan's ability to control chakra and Byakugan's insight into the human body, I think I am very suitable for learning medical ninjutsu, isn't it? It's appropriate, but do you want to be a medical ninja? Third generation still couldn't understand Setsuna's thoughts. Obviously he has such a strong talent for ninjutsu, but he wants to learn medical ninjutsu, which few people learn. Is the idea of genius so weird? Is there anything wrong with the medical ninja? Just like your disciple Tsunade-sama, you can save the dead and heal the wounded on the battlefield. Looking at the third generation Setsuna, a harmless smile appeared. Do you want to think about it, your talent in ninjutsu? Third generation still has some concerns. He doesn't want to see such a talented ninja limit his achievements because of too many things. I've decided, please make it happen. Seeing that third generation is really thinking about it for himself, Setsuna was a little touched by the old man in front of him, but he still insisted on his decision. Well, since you insist on doing so, then I hope you will achieve something on the road of medical ninjutsu soon. Seeing that Setsuna has already decided, third generation no longer insists on it. But Tsunade has been traveling in various countries over the years, and her travels are uncertain. You still need to find her specific whereabouts. Third generation said, took out a piece of paper, and wrote, I will write a recommendation for you. If you believe you to take it to her, I will say that you are the disciple I introduced to her, and you should give me this old man a lot of face. Looking at third Hokage, who was lying on the table in front of him and writing a letter, he was like an ordinary grandfather. Setsuna couldn't help flashing gratitude in his eyes. No matter what the outside world thinks of third generation, at least he has his own village. The younger generation here has always spared no effort. The letter is finished, but because of some things that happened before, Tsunade's temper may be a little strange. I hope you can get along with each other. After saying that, third generation handed the letter of recommendation to Setsuna. Thank you, Lord Third Hokage. As a result, Setsuna expressed his heartfelt thanks for the recommendation letter from third generation. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. No thanks, I am also very pleased to see such an outstanding child as you in the village, and hope that the will of fire can be passed on to you. Third generation gave Setsuna a kind smile. Although he wasn't interested in any bullshit will at all, Setsuna thanked third generation again and again. After bidding farewell to the third generation, Setsuna came out of the Hokage office building and walked directly in the direction of the Hyuga clan. It was his home after a year away. I don't know what happened to Hayashi and Ling Ian. Thinking of Hayashi, who is usually harsh to him, the gentle Aunt Mylan, and the little Lolita who always likes to stick to him, Setsuna's face is rarely tender. With a brisk footstep, Setsuna soon arrived at the Hyuga clan. Setsuna did not rush in after passing through his own house. There was no one inside anyway. Instead, he went to Hisashi's house first. Setsuna wanted to say hello to them until they came back by themselves. After knocking on the door of Hisashi's house, the face of Hyuga Myling Meiyan came out from the door, but the face of Meiyan that has not been seen today in a year has a trace of sadness on it. Setsuna. You are back. Seeing Setsuna outside the door, Hyuga Myling's face showed a surprised smile. Aunt Myling, I'm back. After bypassing Myling's familiar face, Setsuna took a look after entering the door, but did not see Hisashi's figure. Uncle Hisashi went out on the mission? Why is Niji not at home? I was worried to die when I heard that you went to the battlefield, but I heard that you have become Konoha's hero some time ago. I am so proud of you. I haven't seen it for a long time. Hyuga Myling naturally has a lot to say to Setsuna. But there was a sad look on his face. Your uncle Hisashi took Niji out of the clan family. A few days later, it will be the day when Niji will perform the branch house ceremony. Setsuna was surprised when he heard this. The branch house ceremony, Setsuna naturally knew what it was, and couldn't help touching the curse mark on his forehead. The branch house ceremony is the ritual that every branch house child imposes the caged bird curse when he is 4 years old. Is it the clan? It's time to meet up after returning, otherwise Setsuna's mind is changed. Hyuga clan land, clan mansion. Squeak. The sound of feet rubbing on the wooden floor was constantly heard in the training room. The action is too slow. Hyuga patriarch Hyuga Hayashi, dressed in white, is instructing the 3-year-old Hinata to practice. The 3-year-old Hinata has not yet awakened Byakugan at this time, and is eagerly using the immature gentle fist to confront Hyuga Hayashi. Hinata, who has not yet refined chakra, has gradually failed to keep up with Hayashi's rhythm. Failed to keep up. Seeing Hinata's mistake, Hayashi frowned and shouted sternly. It seems that Hinata, who is shy and introverted, has no talent for practice. Seeing her awkward daughter in front of her, Hayashi sighed in her heart. At this moment, Hyuga Hisashi and Hyuga Niji, father and son, are kneeling on the floor watching Hayashi guide Hinata. Dad, Miss Hinata is so cute. The 4-year-old Niji looked at Hinata who was practicing, and couldn't help raising his head to say to Hisashi innocently. Listening to Niji's innocent words, remembering that his son would be holding a branch house ceremony soon, branding the imprint of a lifelong curse, Hisashi's squeezed brows became a little sad. Niji, you have to remember that you were born to protect the Hinata, eldest daughter of the clan and the lineage of the Hyuga clan. Hisashi opened his mouth to teach Niji. I understand. Dad. Niji nodded ignorantly. He still couldn't understand the fate of branch house when he was young. Looking at the Hayashi father and daughter who were recruiting in the middle of the training room, looking at Hinata, who had no ninja talent in his own eyes, thinking that his son Niji was talented but could only become a ninja of the branch house, he was at the mercy of the clan for his whole life. Hisashi didn't know. Unconsciously, a trace of resentment rose in my heart. There is murderous intent. However, Hisashi's murderous intent caused by the fate of the Hyuga clan was caught by Hayashi at the peak of Janin in an instant. Seeing that the source of the murderous aura turned out to be his own brother Hisashi, Hayashi immediately stopped the duel with Hinata, and immediately reached out and made a seal, which was the handprint that controlled the caged bird curse seal of the Hyuga clan. Wow! In the blink of an eye, Hisashi immediately felt a sharp pain in his head. He couldn't help but hug his head and rolled on the floor. It is hard to imagine that such a strong Janin would be so painful that he would roll on the ground, and even his saliva would flow on his clothes. This is the power of the spell seal technique inherited by the Hyuga clan since ancient times. As long as the handprint of the Zong family can instantly destroy the brain nerves of branch house members. Moreover, the moment the branch house member dies, the curse seal will automatically seal Byakugan's ability to prevent Byakugan from being taken away by others. Dad, what's wrong with you? Seeing the curse mark on Hisashi's forehead protruding with terrifying blue veins, falling on the floor in pain like a knife, Niji cried out. Stop! Chapter 34. Hayashi just wanted to warn Hisashi that he was about to stop, but he didn't want to hear a soft drink from outside the door. Chapter 42. Danzo, please, 5th. Will you be a little bit cooler if you send 5 more consecutive changes today? Tell me loudly in the comment area. I saw a young man in a white ninja kimono walking in from the door, with long black hair scattered around his waist, but the handsome face showed an astonishing aura. Who? Hayashi, who took his handprints back, heard someone say something to stop him in the Hyuga clan mansion, and saw Setsuna strolling over. Setsuna. After seeing Setsuna, Hayashi frowned in surprise, and said, "Aren't you fighting against Cloud Shinobi with the ninja forces on the front line? Is he the strongest genius in our clan that Dad often mentions?" Seeing the young Pian entering the door, young Niji and Hinata thought at the same time. Cloud Shinobi has been repulsed, and they will come to Konoha to conclude an alliance treaty in a few days. After Setsuna entered the door, he looked at Hisashi on the ground and bowed to Hayashi. Hayashi-sama, please forgive me. Uncle Hisashi. For the sake of Setsuna today, I don't care about your stupid behavior this time, but it's not an example. After all, it's his own twin brother. Hayashi didn't really plan to do anything to Hisashi. Setsuna's pleading was just as good. He came down one step. Moreover, Setsuna's amazing strength in recent years, as well as news from the front lines, all indicate that Setsuna is Konoha's greatest hero in this war. There are still many values in his body that are worthy of the clan's use. Out of various considerations, Hayashi will give Setsuna some face, which is the advantage brought by strength. And Setsuna also knew this well, so he didn't hesitate to say thank you directly to Hayashi. Thank you Hayashi-sama for his tolerance. Setsuna's demeanor made Hayashi admire him very much. He couldn't help taking a close look at Setsuna up and down, and praised, "I heard that you did a very good job on the battlefield this time. Even Hokage-sama praised you." Absolutely. That's all the cultivation of the clan, and Setsuna will have what it is today. Setsuna said modestly without being insulted. Well, with such a brilliant genius as you, our Hyuga clan has more face in the village. Hayashi looked at Setsuna and nodded in satisfaction, and beckoned to Hinata behind him. "Hinata, this is your brother Setsuna, go say hello." "Brother Setsuna." Hinata greeted Setsuna timidly, hiding behind Hayashi. "Hehe, Miss Hinata is so cute." Looking at the 3-year-old Hinata, Setsuna couldn't help but smile with that cute look. Hyuga Hinata is also one of Setsuna's favorite female characters in Naruto. She is shy like a girl next door. Although she doesn't have the talent of a ninja, but the world is so big, there are always some people who are suitable for this profession, and there are always some people not suitable for this profession. This does not affect her charm in the slightest. Then Setsuna lifted the pale Hisashi on the ground and said to Hayashi, "Hayashi-sama, if it's okay, I will take Uncle Hisashi and Niji back first." "Well, you should go back first." Hayashi nodded in agreement, and added, 10 days later, Hinata's 3rd birthday, which is the inheritance ceremony of the clan, will be attended by every member of the Hyuga clan. In 10 days? Isn't that the day when Cloud Shinobi came to Konoha to conclude an alliance treaty? I don't know if Hisashi will die for Hayashi that day with his own intervention. Seeing Hisashi, who was pale beside him, Setsuna was silent for a while, nodding in response, "You must be on time." After speaking, Setsuna helped Hisashi and took Niji out of the Hyuga clan mansion. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. On the road, seeing that Hisashi's pale face was covered in cold sweat, Setsuna couldn't help asking, "Are you okay, Uncle Hisashi?" "You have seen it just now, Setsuna, this is our sad destiny as a branch house." Hisashi's face is full of sadness, even his own life and death cannot be controlled by himself, and Niji will have to bear this fate in the future. Fate? Setsuna was silent. He knew the fate of the branch house of the Hyuga clan from the very beginning, so he began to practice hard since he was born. Why? In order to break this fate, not to be swayed by anyone. Fortunately, through the help of the system and his own efforts, he finally has the strength he is now. As long as he finds a way to break the spell, he can truly control his destiny. I don't believe in destiny. I believe that as long as the strength reaches a higher level, everyone can control their own destiny. Setsuna said softly. Is the strength reaching a higher level? I hope it can be so, Setsuna. You and Niji are both young and both have talents that ordinary people don't have. Maybe the destiny of the Hyuga clan will really change for you. Hisashi said in a tone of voice. With unwillingness in the middle, there is still some hope. Niji, who was next to Setsuna and Hisashi, still didn't understand what they were saying. He just stared at Setsuna curiously with his big white eyes. Brother Setsuna, Dad, they all said you are our village. The most talented ninja in the world, is it true? The most talented ninja? Hearing Niji's innocent words, he smiled and stretched out a hand to rub Niji's cute little head vigorously. In a way, it should be considered. What? Niji pushed away Setsuna's ravaged hand on his head, straightened his tousled hair, and cried out unconvincingly, I will definitely surpass you in the future. Become the most talented ninja in the village. Hearing Niji's childish noise, Hisashi's haggard face couldn't help but smile. Then Niji, you have to come on, your brother Setsuna is now a ninja better than Dad. Better than Dad? Niji was stunned. In his little head, Dad was a powerful ninja second only to Naruto in his mind. I don't care. Anyway, I will surpass him and become even more powerful than him. Ninjas, hum. Ha ha ha, this kid. As the sun sets, the three figures on the road drift away. Early in the morning, Setsuna cleaned the family's yard. After more than a year, the house was already full of dust. Putting on a white ninja kimono, I simply tidied Setsuna and went out. Today, the ninja school just took a break. I took the time to see the little girl Hyuga Ringtone and Uchiha Itaki. I heard that this kid has been promoted to Chunin some time ago. 2 years earlier than in the original book. After all, he is a real genius born and raised in this world. It seems that he, a traverser, also gave him a lot of excitement and motivation, and Setsuna sighed along the way. Suddenly, there was a breeze on the side of the road, and Setsuna frowned his pretty brows, but didn't even open Byakugan. Come out, don't hide your head and show your tail. Stopping, Setsuna said calmly. Mr. Setsuna deserves to be the most valued talent of Lord Danzo, this keen insight. Behind Setsuna appeared a black-clothed ninja with a cat face mask. Are you from Danzo again? Hey, the noses of the people in your root organization are really sensitive. You already knew it when I returned to the village yesterday. Turning around and looking at the ninja in front of him, Setsuna noticed the silver gray behind his mask's hair. This feeling seems a bit familiar. Seeing the ninja in front of him, Setsuna thoughtfully. Our roots know everything about Konoha, said the masked ninja, and made an inviting gesture to Setsuna. Master Danzo, after knowing that Setsuna is back, sent me to invite you to our base. Go to your base. Setsuna raised her brows and said in a flat tone, what if I say I don't want to go? Mr. Setsuna joked. You are the most important talent of Master Danzo. Before sending me out, Master Danzo specifically asked me not to be rude. The masked ninja's tone was very sincere, and the conversation changed, but Master Danzo said, there is one thing in the base, I believe Mr. Setsuna will be interested. Okay? Danzo, the old guy, are you sure I want to crack the caged bird curse? Hearing that, Setsuna narrowed his eyes. I want to see if you have what I want. Chapter 43 Root Organization Base, First More. Since you are so polite, then I am embarrassed to refuse, right? Let's lead the way. After Setsuna made up his mind, he said to the masked ninja, please follow me. After hearing Setsuna's consent, the masked ninja walked in front of Setsuna and led Setsuna toward the root organization base. Looking at the back of the ninja in front of the organization along the way, seeing his figure in his early 10 years, and the tone of his speech before, Setsuna felt more and more that he looked like a person in his memory. What's your name? Setsuna said in silence. We are the roots. The roots have no name, no feelings, no past and no future. The ninja in front of him did not look back, and the light voice stopped Setsuna's question. Chapter 35. There is no past and no future? After chewing on the meaning of this sentence carefully, he looked at the figure in front of Setsuna and said playfully, then, do you know a person named Yakushi Yeneyu? He said, then, do you know someone named Yakushi Yeneyu? Click. The ninja in front of him paused and stiffened in an instant. After hesitating, he quickly reacted and said, I haven't heard of this name. Haha, is it you? Yakushi Kabuto. The fleeting reaction of the ninja just now allowed Setsuna to confirm his identity. Yakushi Kabuto, Orochimaru's assistant in the near future, a man who is proficient in many aspects such as medical treatment, espionage, and ninjutsu. In the original book, Setsuna is very optimistic. He is clever and thoughtful. As the war orphan of the Third Ninja War, he was adopted by the head of the Konoha orphanage, Yakushi-Nuyu, and was later taken by Danzo to the root organization to threaten Yakushi Nanoiwan spying for him. In the end, they knew too much. Danzo used a trick to kill the two of them, and sent Orochimaru to solve them at the same time, but he was invited to join Otonin village by Orochimaru's talent. It looks like he hasn't become Orochimaru's person yet. Looking at the back of Tou, Setsuna thoughtfully, thinking of his life experience, Setsuna mentioned more about Danzo, a figure known as the darkness of the ninja world. Be vigilant, this kind of insidious figure with no compromises is really casting too many tragedies with one hand. Here, please come in with me. Soon, Setsuna followed his pocket to a forest. A hexagonal passage on the ground was slowly opening the door. After the door opened, the gloomy stairs inside revealed. After going forward, Setsuna followed in without much thought. The scene after entering was much bigger than Setsuna had imagined. I walked through a long corridor under the lead of my pocket. There were dim lights hanging on the walls on both sides. The stairs continued to lead to the ground, from the side of the stairs. Looking up and down, Setsuna couldn't see for a while how many layers there were. The base of the root organization seemed to be a huge underground world. It's really welcome, Mr. Setsuna. After entering a large hall, Danzo's voice came from a huge stone chair in front of Setsuna's eyes. After bringing Setsuna to Danzo, he retreated, but before going down, he took a deep look at Setsuna. Hyuga Setsuna, why do you know that name, and what role do you play in it? This underground base really fits your gloomy temperament. Setsuna said mockingly, ignoring Danzo in his seat. Bold. Insulted Master Danzo. I saw that the kid in front of me dared to speak rudely to their adult Danzo. Danzo hadn't spoken yet. The two masked ninjas around him could not bear to teach Setsuna. After a long period of brainwashing, Danzo is the ninja in this organization. The only god in my heart. Stop. Setsuna-san is my important guest. Danzo softly drank his men next to him, and then Setsuna put on a smile. Unexpectedly, in just over a year, Setsuna-san has become the most dazzling star on the battlefield. Well, I didn't see you wrong as expected. Ignoring Danzo's hypocritical smile and compliment, Setsuna said straightforwardly, let's talk about it, what the hell is asking me to come? Haha. Danzo let out a sullen laugh, Mr. Setsuna, with your wit, you should know the purpose of my invitation, right? Generally understand. Setsuna chinked slightly. Then I won't talk too much nonsense. As he said, Danzo took out a scroll from his sleeve and illuminated it in front of Setsuna. The method of the Hyuga clan caged bird to imprint is here. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Seeing the scroll Danzo took out, Setsuna's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but put his gaze on it. Noting Setsuna's gaze, Danzo smiled with satisfaction. I believe Setsuna, such a talented ninja, should soar above the 9 heavens, and you don't want to be a bird in a cage forever, right? Then what should I do to not be a bird in a cage? Setsuna retracted his gaze at the scroll and looked at Danzo. It's very simple. Danzo stared at Setsuna's face, making no secret of his desire. Join the roots to work for me. This scroll that unlocks the spell of the Hyuga clan is yours. Get out of the cage of the destiny of the Hyuga clan, and then enter your cage of Danzo? After listening to Danzo's words, Setsuna was silent. If I can't unlock the curse of caged bird, even if I join the roots, it is of no use to him. After all, the Hyuga clan can manipulate my life at any time. Setsuna's mind turned sharply and quickly came to a conclusion, so, his scroll must be real. After a moment of silence, Setsuna finally spoke, I have already taken Third Hokage's mission to send me out of the village. It will take more than a year. During this time, I will think about it and come back to you. Danzo's face froze. He didn't expect the boy in front of him to be so calm. He could hold back the key to unlocking the fate of the Hyuga clan right in front of him? Okay, after you come back, you will give me your answer. Danzo immediately let go, and after so many years of secretly planning, he definitely has a city and patience far beyond ordinary people. Well, I'm leaving without anything else. After leaving a sentence, Setsuna turned and left. Staring at Setsuna's leaving back, Danzo's face revealed crazy desires, and he muttered, Hyuga Setsuna, soon your power will only serve me. It has to be said that since Setsuna became famous on the battlefield, the rumored power to repel Cloud Shinobi 8 Tails Jinkriki, Danzo has long been unbearable coveted, not to mention Setsuna is still so young, there is still a lot of room for improvement. After coming out of the root space, the sunny sunshine and fresh air outside made Setsuna almost feel like a world away. It's such a gloomy guy. Even the base was chosen in such an invisible underground. Walking in the woods, Setsuna thought, although I want to unlock the curse now, Danzo, an old fox like Danzo, before giving me the scroll I will definitely plant the curse of their root organization first. What's the point of jumping from one cage to another like this? And Danzo's old fox hides many methods that are not so easy to deal with. If Setsuna rushes to snatch it, it will only startle the snake, and the consequences will be disastrous. Forget it, anyway, with my current strength and reputation, it is of great value to the Hyuga clan. The clan can't be unfavorable to me for no reason. When my strength is improved, I will find a chance to grab the scroll directly from Danzo. Come here, or sneak into the clan to find clues. Thinking all the way, Setsuna soon walked out of the woods. Chapter 44 Fighting Again, 2nd. Setsuna. A slightly different voice sounded. Setsuna, who had just walked out of the woods and was still thinking, suddenly heard someone calling him in front of him, and looked back. Itaki. Setsuna saw the 3 people walking side by side in front of him. One of them was Uchiha Itaki, who had not seen him for 2 years. When did you come back? Uchiha Itaki walked in front of Setsuna. He has grown a lot taller without seeing him for 2 years, becoming more upright and handsome, and the whole person's temperament more calm. Ah, I just came back to the village yesterday and I was just going to find you. Setsuna said with a smile. At the ninja school before, he and Uchiha Itachi were competitors, but they were also close friends. I've heard the news that you are on the battlefield. You are indeed a genius of the Hyuga clan. Uchiha Itachi said, looking at Setsuna with piercing eyes. In 2 years, he had already graduated early and was promoted to Chunin. This is also in the village. There was a heated discussion, and everyone regarded him as the strongest genius after Setsuna. You praised. Setsuna was about to be humble with Uchiha Itachi when he was interrupted by a clear voice beside Itachi. Are you the Hyuga Setsuna? You seem to be just a kid. At this time, Setsuna turned his attention to Uchiha Itachi. The person who said this was a braided hair with black hair. Purple, beautiful girl. Is her. Looking at the pretty girl in a ninja uniform and mesh underwear next to Uchiha Itachi, she was looking at Setsuna with one hand on her hips with a sly expression on her face. I didn't expect Uchiha Itachi to become teammates with Mitarashi Anko. At this time Setsuna also noticed another young chunin wearing sunglasses, and Yamashiro Aoba. Boy! Seeing Anko's sly expression, Setsuna smiled slightly, and suddenly wanted to tease the naughty girl. Mitarashi Anko chunin, if I remember correctly, Konoha's rules are more than his own. Hi ninja, should you say hello politely and use honorifics? Damn it, how does he know my name? Mitarashi Anko's sly expression stiffened in an instant, and then gritted his teeth and greeted Setsuna solemnly, hello Hyuga Setsuna Jainin. Hearing Anko's words hello to himself, Setsuna smiled triumphantly, no need to be polite Anko chunin. Chapter 36. Seeing the smug expression on Setsuna's face, Anko almost couldn't help but want to go up and rub his handsome facial features into one piece. After graduating from ninja school, Anko, who has been practicing alongside Orochimaru, is more or less contaminated with Orochimaru's character. A trace of evil on her makes her character so unique among the crowd. Hello, Hyuga Setsuna Jainin, my name is Yamashiro Aoba. This is the Yamashiro Aoba who is next to him politely came up and greeted Setsuna, secretly surprised at Setsuna's youth. Hello. Setsuna recognized that this mountain castle Aoba was one of Konoha's special Jainin, which was somewhat impressed. Setsuna, I heard that you already have the title of Byakugan Demon on the battlefield. I didn't expect you to progress so fast after graduation. I can't catch up with you. At this time Uchiha Itachi showed a warlike look at Setsuna. From the ninja school, Uchiha Itachi, who has been behind Setsuna, has made rapid progress in the past 2 years, but every time he hears Setsuna's brilliant record on the front line from the village, he still cannot bear the blood in his heart. It's rare to meet Setsuna, who hasn't seen him for a long time today. Of course, I want to fight with him to check his current strength and see if the gap between the two has been narrowed. Seeing the surging fighting spirit from Itachi's eyes, Setsuna smiled bitterly in his heart and shook his head. Unexpectedly, after being abused several times by herself, the indifferent god of Itachi became so warlike in the original book. Next to the third exercise field, let's go, let's practice. In desperation, Setsuna had no choice but to take the initiative to go to the next exercise field. Inside the third exercise field, Setsuna stood in the center of the venue for a good time, and on the opposite side was Uchiha Itachi with a solemn face, surrounded by Anko and Yamashiro Aoba. Uchiha Itachi directly opened Sharingan, and the strength that Setsuna has spread over the past 2 years has made Uchiha Itachi take it seriously. Setsuna noticed the double hook jade in Uchiha Itachi's eyes and said with a smile, it seems that you have not been idle for the past 2 years. Sharingan has evolved again. With an opponent like you walking in front of me, of course I won't stop my footsteps. Uchiha Itachi slowly took out 6 kunai and clamped them in his hands. Be careful, I'm starting. Whoosh! 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 In a blink of an eye, Uchiha Itachi flicked his hands, and 6 kunai quickly shot towards Setsuna. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Itachi threw out 2 kunai again, and changed the first 2 kunao with a jingle. In an instant, the 8 kunao swiftly fired at Setsuna from all angles, with no dead ends. What an exquisite shuriken skill is worthy of being the best shuriken player in the Naruto world, Setsuna exclaimed. To know that the shuriken can only be used in the hands of Uchiha Itachi to be able to achieve the power of blocking Pen's 6 paths and Rinnegan's shared perspective. In the hands of other people, except for the shower of shurikens to say hello every time before the battle, Setsuna's impression has never seen a character with a name die in his hands. Not even one on the sword. Revolving heaven. But no matter how subtle shuriken is, there is a significant shortcoming. As long as your defense is thick enough, you can easily block it. Especially Setsuna's revolving heaven, which is an absolute defense with no dead ends in all directions. Fire style great fireball technique. At the moment Setsuna stopped revolving heaven, a fireball the size of a house hit his face, covering Setsuna in it all at once. Fast printing speed. Itachi released the great fireball technique immediately after throwing his shuriken, and even Anko and Aoba next to him couldn't see when he nodded. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. That kid won't be burned to death. Anko murmured as he watched Setsuna engulfed by the fireball. Va. 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 Only see the place where Setsuna was engulfed by the fireball constantly emitting white water vapor. After the fireball, Setsuna has disappeared, leaving a pool of clear water on the original ground. It's the water body. Itachi was taken aback, and immediately reacted and took out a handful of kunao turned and stabbed. It's too slow. Setsuna, who had appeared behind Itachi, underplayed and grabbed Itachi's hand, and the other hand instantly turned into several phantoms and hit Itachi's body. Itachi, who was hit by Setsuna's gentle fist dozens of times in an instant, flew out with a grunt, bang. It fell to the ground and turned into a piece of wood. Body replacement technique? With a very fast operation speed, Setsuna saw that the hitting ferret turned into a piece of wood, and there was no trace of panic on his face. The 2 years of life and death fighting on the battlefield allowed him to fight this level of battle. It turned into a child's play in his eyes. Hid you hide. Setsuna, who opened Byakugan, easily saw the hiding Itachi on a big tree behind him, turned around and shot it out with a palm, and 8 trigrams broke the mountain and hit the powerful chakra shock wave in front of Itachi. The big tree exploded in 2. Fire-style impatience claw red. The ferret, who walked out of the grey-headed face from behind the big tree, quickly spit out a flame from his mouth, and then threw out 10 swords in an instant. The shuriken flew into the flame and divided the flame into 10 small fireballs. In a blink of an eye, 10 small fireballs were wrapped. 10-handed swords struck fiercely. It seems that you have made a lot of progress. Setsuna looked at the rotating shurikens in the overwhelming fireball, and couldn't help sighing the rapid progress of Itachi, which was infinitely close to Janin's level. But that's it. Chapter 45 Leisure Time, 3rd. Wow. 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 I saw that Setsuna had a high-speed rotating high-pressure water gun in his hand. The huge sound of water almost made the people on the side think that he was holding a deafening waterfall in his hand. I saw the high-pressure water gun in Setsuna's hand. The pupils in Sharingan shrank suddenly. That degree of change in the nature of chakra. Water-style hard whirlpool water blade. A calm voice came, and Setsuna threw the hard vortex water blade to the side of Itachi. Boom! A huge waterspout rose up on the ground, and annihilated the fireball and shuriken on the spot. With a powerful spin, it directly lifted the Itachi, Anko, and Yamashiro Aoba in the exercise field. After the dust settled, Itachi, Anko and Yamashiro Aoba fell to the ground in embarrassment, staring blankly at the unrecognizable exercise field in front of them. The muddy water stains on the ground and the huge pit in the middle kept reminding them. What happened just now? This kind of power. The 3 people sat on the ground in shock and stared at the spotless Setsuna on the edge of the exercise field. I'm sorry to involve the 2 of you, but I already stopped just now. I used this ninjutsu in the middle of the field. You were only affected. Setsuna explained to them and pointed at the same time. Refers to the huge pit in the middle. A hole. What if you accidentally missed us just now? Anko immediately jumped up from the ground, and the huge pit in the middle of the field made her panic if this power hit her directly. I'm sorry, I know too little ninjutsu, so I can't use only these. Setsuna said sly when he saw Anko, who was furious. This is the truth. In addition to the techniques of the Hyuga clan, Setsuna's attack ninjutsu seems to be the only two powerful attack ninjutsu, the spiral shuriken and the hard vortex water blade. It seems that it is necessary to learn more. It's ninjutsu, Setsuna thought. Damn it, I really don't know how there is a freak like you. Setsuna's words became an active fork in Anko's ears, and he couldn't help but gritted his teeth. Unexpectedly, the gap with you is still getting bigger. Itaki also stood up from the ground and smiled bitterly at Setsuna. Unexpectedly, I recently practiced with brother Shisui, but I still couldn't catch up with you, Itaki thought helplessly. When your Sharingan reaches a higher level, I believe that your strength will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Setsuna's words are not comforting Itaki. He refers to the higher level of Manjiki Sharingan. Every Uchiha clan who turns on Manjiki Sharingan, the strength is a reborn upgrade, it will instantly reach the shadow level combat strength, and the ability will enter a stage of rapid improvement. A higher level Sharingan. Itaki subconsciously thought that Setsuna was referring to 3 Tomo Sharingan. After all, he had not discovered the secret of Manjiki Sharingan at this time. It seems that you haven't used the ability of the ice escape that you used on the battlefield in the rumor. At this moment, Anko interjected. She had heard from the village that the Byakugan demon would use a peculiar way against Cloud Shinobi. The ice escape. On the other side, the mountain city Aoba also looked at Setsuna in admiration, thinking that Itaki was already strong enough, but he didn't expect that there really is a genius stronger than him in this world. Is this what you said? Hearing Anko's words, Setsuna suddenly smiled slyly, stretched out his hand in front of her and shook her. Blinking, Anko saw that Setsuna's hand had a crystal clear ice rose. Chapter 37. Wow! So beautiful! Looking at the ice rose that was handed to her, Anko exclaimed from the bottom of his heart, and the girl's love appeared in her eyes. But after receiving the ice rose, Anko changed his style in a blink of an eye, and he hooked Setsuna's neck with one hand, and said with a wicked smile, "Isn't your kid interesting to me when I learned how to send roses at such a young age?" Seeing that the expression of the Anko girl appeared in less than a second, a huge drop of sweat appeared on the heads of the 3 Setsuna, and they were indeed Sun and Orochimaru's disciples. Is Bing Dun's ability, sure enough, is the opponent that I will chase after all my life. Seeing Setsuna's short-lived ability, Itaki said inwardly. After bidding farewell to Itaki and Anko, Setsuna walked leisurely on the bustling Konoha street. Walking through the endless stream of people, watching the occasional slapstick children on the street, admiring the shops crowded by people around, Setsuna, who just returned from the battlefield on the front line, finally felt that I found a kind of leisure and comfort. Perhaps it was the victory from the front line that repelled Cloud Shinobi, and Konoha was enveloped in a peaceful atmosphere. It's kind of boring, Yun and Kakashi haven't come back from the front line. I really don't have a few acquaintances in Konoha. Setsuna thought, bored as he strolled aimlessly. Is that you? Brother Setsuna? A silver bell-like exclamation came from behind Setsuna, and Setsuna looked back. Ringtone. Turning back, Setsuna found that it was Hyuga ringtoning that hadn't been seen for more than a year, and she was more slender after more than a year, with 2 beautiful girls beside her. It's really you, brother Setsuna. I look very back like you. Damn it, I didn't even tell me when I came back. The ringing sound of Setsuna excitedly ran up to Setsuna, the flashing big eyes flashed the color of surprise, but his mouth Shang complained. Aha, didn't you just come back yesterday? I just wanted to go to the ninja school to see you," Setsuna said apologetically, looking at the ringing sound of his chin just before him. She found that this little loli didn't grow up much. "These two are. Wow. Ling Ian is the Setsuna you mentioned all day. Really handsome." Seeing Setsuna's gaze noticed himself, the two girls immediately approached Setsuna, and the stars appeared exaggerated in their eyes. "Are you the rumored genius ninja Hyoga Setsuna? I didn't expect that I was so handsome. I feel so happy." Another beautiful girl in a fur coat also said with a red face, and she covered it with her hands. "Own cheeks. You two should be suitable for me." Seeing the two female companions around me who were about to faint, Ling Ian's mouth was pouted, and she turned around and introduced Setsuna anger. "This is Inyazuka Hana. And Yamanaka Yuki, the two of them are best friends in school. Girls from the Inyazuka and Yamanaka clan? Isn't this Inyazuka-ka's sister?" Setsuna thought to herself as she looked at the two beautiful girls in front of her. "Hello, I'm Hyoga Setsuna. I troubled you to take care of Ling Ian in school." Setsuna greeted them politely. "Don't be so polite to them, brother Setsuna, we will have the graduation exam in a few days." Suzu rushed up and took Setsuna's arm unceremoniously, and turned her head to show pride with Inyazuka and Yamanaka. The expression, "I tell you, brother Setsuna is already a Jainin now. It's really incredible. He's already Jainin as big as we are." Inyazuka Hana muttered, her eyes bursting with worship. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Caught between three precocious girls, Setsuna could only smile awkwardly. "I invite you to go shopping and eat." Just coming back from the battlefield, in fact, he is really not used to enjoying this feeling. "Really? Great!" The three girls suddenly cheered upon hearing this. In the following shopping, the three of Setsuna and Ling Ian spent a leisurely afternoon. Under the leadership of the three girls, Setsuna also tasted many delicacies that Konoha hadn't eaten before. Fortunately, Setsuna's previous commissions for performing tasks and Jainin's income were enough for Setsuna to squander for a long time, and it was also considered to add a sense of life to this boring ninja life. Chapter 46 Konoha Celebration, 4th. 10 days passed in an instant, and Konoha's streets seemed particularly quiet in the afternoon as usual. Because today is Konoha's important celebration, the country of Unoha, who has fought with Konoha for many years, finally sent an envoy to sign a peace agreement with Konoha. "Come on! The messenger of Cloud Shinobi. There are Konoha's frontline troops." With the sound of a few surprises, huge cheers erupted from Konoha's streets, happily welcoming the coming of peace and the heroes returning from the battlefield. Hearing the sounds of the people around him, Setsuna, who was leaning against the street, opened his eyes lightly and looked at Konoha's gate, his eyes erratic. The door slowly opened, and a large group of people walked in. In front of them were a few ninjas on horseback, who was the messenger of Cloud Shinobi who came to sign the peace agreement. A bunch of ninjas followed, headed by the Konoha Shinobi trio, Sarutobi Shinoshuke and Kakashi Uzuki Yuga. Setsuna. After entering the door, a long way away, Xian saw Setsuna leaning on the street among the crowd and waved her arms at him happily. Hearing the whispers of Hwang from Xianchigu, Setsuna looked towards Xian who was waving at him with joy, and waved her hand at her with a happy smile, ignoring the moonlight blast behind the troops. "Is that guy?" His eyes turned to the leader of the Cloud Shinobi messenger team. It was a middle-aged ninja with stubble on his face. The loose Cloud Shinobi forehead protector was wearing a black eye mask underneath, and Kakashi showed one eye outside. It was this guy who kidnapped Hinata and was killed by Hyoga Hayashi, making Hyoga Hisashi a substitute for death. With a different mind, Setsuna looked at the ninja carefully. As the team gradually deepened, the crowd around Konoha Street also gave out even greater cheers, which was a cheer of peace. "It's really unexpected." Setsuna was looking at the Cloud Shinobi messenger, not caring that another ninja behind him had already rode up to Setsuna. "Isn't this the frightening Byakugan demon on the battlefield?" When did he hide in the village ahead of time? A 30-something-year-old cloud shinobi Jainin rode up to Setsuna with the hostility of returning from the battlefield. Looked at Setsuna condescendingly, and sighed mockingly. Gradually, the cheering crowd calmed down. All the people around were focused on Setsuna and this cloud shinobi. I haven't seen you on the battlefield before. Facing Cloud Shinobi's provocation, Setsuna glanced at him with a playful look. Go back to the village early to pay homage to your hundreds of compatriots who died in my hands, right? You. Cloud Shinobi let out a low growl, and Setsuna's words stung the deepest scars in his heart. He will always remember the scene where his predecessor, King Mu, was carried back to the village, vomiting blood, and the rescue failed. Shut up. Don't forget the purpose of our coming here. The envoy of Cloud Shinobi in front interrupted him and gave him a dissatisfied look. Hey! Cloud Shinobi, who was reminded, seemed to suddenly remember his mission today, and pulled his horse back into the team angrily. Looking at Cloud Shinobi, who returned with disdain, Setsuna couldn't guarantee what kind of ice sculpture he would freeze him if he met him on the battlefield. If nothing happened, with a shrug, Setsuna turned around and crowded out the crowd. There is no time to attend Konoha's celebration today. He has to attend the inheritance ceremony of the Hyuga clan. Chapter 38. In the evening, the Hyuga clan's ancestral hall. When Setsuna arrived, the empty space at the entrance of the ancestral hall was already full of members of the Hyuga clan. After seeing Setsuna coming, the girl Ling-Ian beckoned Setsuna secretly in the edge corner. The Hisashi family of 3 standing in the front row nodded and greeted when they saw Setsuna coming over. After standing next to Hisashi, Setsuna found that Niji had a white bandage on his head. It seemed that the branch house had been engraved of the curse. It is great to see everyone gathering here today. Today is a big day for our Hyuga clan. In addition to the birthday of the little girl Hinata, this is also her inheritance ceremony as the heir to our clan. On the steps of the entrance to the shrine, Hyuga Hayashi said to all the Hyuga clan members present, besides Hinata and a row of branch house ninja guards behind him, there is also a small old man that is the elder of the clan, that is, Hayashi and Hisashi's father. The power is still higher than the patriarch Hayashi. Hinata wore a colorful kimono today, standing beside Hayashi timidly, looking at the many people below. She was shy like a docile rabbit. She didn't dare to look up at the people below. The Hyuga patriarch's lavish speeches and long and complicated inheritance ceremonies continued until dark, after which the crowd in front of the ancestral hall gradually dispersed. A white full moon hung above the sky, laying a silver radiance on the earth, and countless insects sang in the forest, making the sleeping Konoha village exceptionally quiet. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from the clan mansion of the Hyuga clan. Dozens of Hyuga clan members searched for something with blazing torches. Immediately after the commotion spread to the entire Hyuga family, countless Hyuga ninjas woke up from their sleep, and under the order of the clan, rushed to various places in the ninja village, searching for the enemy's trail. Setsuna, who had already fallen asleep on the bed, was awakened by the noise from outside under his keen awareness. Did that still happen? Setsuna put on his clothes hastily, and Setsuna rushed out of the room. The dark night has built a natural barrier for all the evils under the night. When Setsuna rushed to the Hyuga clan mansion, it was already brightly lit, surrounded by dozens of branch house ninjas holding torches, and in the middle was Hyuga Hayashi's feet lying a corpse in black. Setsuna looked away from the crowd, and the corpse on the ground was the leader of the Cloud Shinobi Peace Talk team at Konoha Festival today, the Cloud Shinobi wearing a blindfold. Master Patriarch. At this time, the other Hyuga people who heard the movement also rushed over. Some of them didn't even have time to dress neatly, carrying various types of endurance equipment. Go and inform Naruto-sama right now. The leader of Cloud Shinobi is trying to rob the Hyuga clan heir and spy on the secrets of the Hyuga clan Byakugan blood succession boundary. He has been killed by me. If it is a matter of great importance, you go immediately. Hayashi, who realized the seriousness of this matter, yelled at the people around him. It was related to his daughter, his family, and Konoha. Yes. Did it still happen? By the early hours of the morning, Setsuna was already standing in the meeting room of the Hyuga clan family. In addition to himself and dozens of branch house members, there were Hayashi and the elders of the clan, third Hokage who had arrived, and a few Konoha and other ninjas. Before I came here, I had talked with the representative of the country of clouds. Sitting in the meeting room of the Hyuga clan, third generation kept puffing out the smoke in his mouth. It is obvious that their behavior this time is to explore the secret of Byakugan. But just now they insisted that it was the Cloud Shinobi ninja who was killed in Konoha for no reason. At the meeting table, third generation put down the pipe in his hand and stared at everyone in Hyuga. Chapter 47 The Cloud Shinobi Incident, 5 Consecutive Changes, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Hokage-sama has already talked to me before coming. At this time, Elder Hyuga spoke, and Byakugan watched Hayashi on the vicissitudes of life. The condition proposed by the Cloud Country is that Konoha must surrender this killing. The murderer of the messenger of the Cloud Country, the Hyuga clan who owns Byakugan, the blood succession, is you, Hayashi. What? They are too much. This can never be promised. As soon as Elder Hyuga's voice fell, the surrounding Hyuga ninjas made angry protests, and Hayashi, the protagonist of this incident, fell silent after hearing the words. It seems that this can only be done. Hayashi said after a moment of silence, with a resolute tone in his tone, if I sacrifice my own person, the whole village can be saved. Don't worry, Hayashi. Hayashi was half talking, and was interrupted by Elder Hyuga. Don't act rashly. Hyuga's bloodline is an important trump card in this village. The mission of the clan is to protect this bloodline forever. I know this is important, but is it necessary to bring the village back into war? Hayashi said excitedly, who had been instilled in his family mission and the will of fire by the village and his family since he was a child. I understand, of course you can't let the village get involved in the war again. Elder Hyuga said, turning his gaze to Hisashi behind him, that's why we have the branch house. Let Hisashi die for you to deal with those people. Right. What? This. Hearing Elder Hyuga's words, Hayashi looked at Hisashi who was silent behind him in shock. Hisashi agreed. Elder Hyuga said slowly, as if he said that the person to be sacrificed was not his son at all, but just an unimportant name. But don't they want Byakugan's secret? If Hisashi dies, Byakugan will also be sealed. I am afraid that Cloud Kingdom will not agree so easily, right? Hayashi said hesitantly. Hey, they guessed it was this calculation that they would propose to us to hand over Hyuga Hayashi's corpse. Elder Hyuga snorted and said in a deep voice, so as long as we pretend to agree, hand over Hisashi who looks the same as you, presumably they have nothing to say. But Hayashi still seemed to hesitate. Hisashi was his biological brother after all, and it was him, not Hisashi, who killed the messenger of Cloud Shinobi. Don't hesitate Hayashi anymore. Elder Hyuga stared at the hesitant Hayashi, and said again, the ancestors preserved Hyuga's bloodline in the same way. Even if they are brothers, they must be cruelly abandoned whenever necessary. This is the destiny of the Hyuga clan. Damn! Hayashi clenched his fists and cursed in hatred. The scene fell silent for a while, and finally Hisashi, who was standing behind Elder Hyuga, walked out. Where did Hayashi-sama, who is always tough on weekdays, go? Hisashi seemed to have a pretentious smile on his face, looking at the brother who had a different fate from his birth. Why are you so scared today? This matter is very important, how can it be easily? Hayashi's eyes stared in the middle of what he said, and suddenly he covered his stomach and fell to the floor. It turned out that while he was talking, Hisashi suddenly shot and punched him in the stomach. Let me go. Looking at Hayashi who fell from his hands, Hisashi said calmly. This sudden change surprised everyone present. Hayashi fell on the ground and said with difficulty, "What are you talking about, Hisashi, you and Niji, how can you choose to die for the clan? It's not like this." Hisashi glanced at the people present, and said to himself, "To be honest, I have hated the clan family until today, but I did this today not to protect the clan, but to protect the clan. Protect your brother and the village you love. For me, this is the first time I have the freedom to choose, even if I choose to die." Hisashi continued quietly, "From the time I was born, my destiny cannot be chosen by myself. Niji always sees that all I am an incompetent me. So I want to understand. I hope that after my death, please tell Niji for me." His father was not to protect the clan, but to protect Niji, his brother and relatives, and Konoha. Volunteer to choose to die. Hearing Hisashi's words, everyone present was moved, and third generation fell into silence. "No, I don't agree." At this time, a clear voice broke the silence on the scene, and everyone looked up and it was Setsuna standing on the edge. Walking slowly to the crowd, Setsuna looked at Hisashi and said, "Uncle Hisashi, is such a sad family really worthy of you? What are you talking about?" Setsuna's words instantly aroused the anger of all Hyuga people present, especially the elder Hyuga staring at Setsuna sternly. "Master Third Hokage." Ignoring the reaction of the Hyuga tribe, Setsuna turned his gaze to third generation instead. Is Konoha already incompetent and cowardly enough to have to sacrifice the innocent ninjas in his village in exchange for the so-called peace? Boy! When is it your turn to talk to Naruto-sama like this? Before third generation could speak, Elder Hyuga yelled at Setsuna angrily. Facing the anger of Elder Hyuga, Setsuna did not even lift his eyelids, still staring straight at third generation. "Setsuna, you don't know something?" After hearing Setsuna's questioning, third generation did not get angry, but softly explained to him, "Although we repelled the Cloud Kingdom this time, the Third Ninja World War has accumulated. As well as the incident that happened 3 years ago, our village really can no longer withstand the impact of a war." Chapter 39. I can't accept this approach. If even our villagers cannot be protected for the so-called peace, then why did we live and die on the battlefield before? What is the meaning of such peace? Setsuna looked at third directly generation said, emotionally a little bit already. "You stinky boy. It seems that you have some genius, and the little credit on the battlefield before, has made you forget." Seeing that the kid in the branch house of Setsuna completely ignored himself, the elder of the Hyuga clan, Elder Hyuga, directly stopped in front of Setsuna. "Setsuna, don't be rude to Naruto and Elder." Seeing that Elder Hyuga had stopped in front of Setsuna, and even had the sign of the Hyuga clan curse in his hand, Hisashi yelled to Setsuna anxiously. "Am I wrong?" Seeing Elder Hyuga who stopped him, Setsuna looked straight at him and continued, "And you, Hayashi-sama is your son, isn't Uncle Hisashi your son? Let him die so easily." Hearing Setsuna's words, Elder Hyuga's rigid face showed an angry look. This is the decision of the high-level Konoha. Moreover, as a member of the branch house, Hisashi's mission is to protect the lineage of the clan. I will let him replace Hayashi. You got a branch house kid to interrupt. The mission of the branch house? He. In the meeting room, Setsuna let out a deep laugh. What kind of shit system is this? It is ridiculous to divide the relatives of a clan into clan and branch house. If you say this, it is to protect Hyuga's bloodline. So I ask you, what happened to the Byakugan that was in the hands of Miss Shinobi? The attitude and words that Setsuna showed, made everyone present stunned. Chapter 48. The Death of Hisashi. First of all, I would like to thank my book friend for helping me make the new cover, which is worthy of being a professional. Is Byakugan in the hands of Miss Shinobi? That was during the last Ninja World War. How did he know? After listening to the content of Setsuna's words, there was a glint in third generation's eyes. If in such a system, Byakugan would still fall into the hands of outsiders, that can only explain one thing. Seeing everyone who was shocked at the scene, Setsuna continued, "It's just that such a ridiculous system doesn't exist at all. Necessary. What do the ignorant juniors know?" Realizing the seriousness of Setsuna's words, Elder Hyuga directly stretched out the gesture to control the curse seal. The Byakugan of the clan has fallen into the hands of Mist Shinobi. It seems that I need to make you aware of your mission. No. Don't be impulsive. As soon as the voice fell, Elder Hyuga formed a handprint directly on his hand, and Third Hokage and Hisashi around the movement of his hand were startled, and it was too late to stop it. However, a scene that shocked them even more happened next. Setsuna, who was controlled by the curse seal, did not scream, but turned the upper body into an ice block on the spot. This is the way Setsuna has already figured out how to deal with the curse of the Zone family. Caged Bird's curse is imprinted in the brains of branch house members, directly controlling the brain nerves of the human brain of the branch house, and manipulating the life and death of the branch house members. But Setsuna, after Frozen Fruit's transformation, his body and brain can be transformed into an ice block at any time. How can Zone family's curse imprint control an ice block? But Setsuna knew that he could not keep this elementalization all the time. After turning back to the body, his brain was still the original brain, so he said under the horrified eyes of everyone, "I can freely turn my body into ice block at any time. You think you does the curse seal get me?" The scene is silent. How is it possible? Elder Hyuga controlled the curse imprint again without believing in evil, and found that Setsuna was still unmoved. The curse imprints of the Hyuga clan that have been passed down since the Warring States period are actually useless to you. Has he reached this level? Hyuga's curse can't control him. Seeing Setsuna turned into an ice block, a ray of light shined through the old muddy eyes of third generation. Seeing everyone's shocked gaze and Elder Hyuga's sight of ghosts, Setsuna continued, "How can the ants on the ground know the height of the eagle in the sky? But Uchiha, you must know that the Uchiha clan does not have a branch house. Isn't the family still stronger and more brilliant than Hyuga?" Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. So, the ridiculous system of the clan branch house is just a cover for your clan members to enslave their compatriots. Every word of Setsuna's words was nailed to their hearts like shurikens. This is impossible, this is impossible, have we been wrong for so many years? Seeing Elder Hyuga and Hayashi on the ground standing sluggishly, Setsuna smiled helplessly. He knew that he had nothing to do with this stubborn old man. He had been influenced by family concepts since he was a child. His eyes only have rights and interests. Struggle, family honor is paramount, there is no family affection at all. Is it true that the system spread by the Hyuga clan is really wrong? Setsuna's words undoubtedly set off a storm in Hayashi's heart, and he fell to the ground and muttered to himself. Enough. Setsuna, you don't have to say any more. Just when Setsuna thought he had convinced them, Hisashi actually said to stop Setsuna, "I have decided to die in place of my brother. In any case, I can't let the village fall into war again. Setsuna, you are different from us. You are still so young, you are the true genius of our family, the ancestor Hyuga Tianran does not have the talent like yours. I believe you can definitely see a different future for Hyuga. Niji can have a brother like you, I believe he will be in the future. I will be proud of you. My elder, let's do it." After talking to Setsuna, Hisashi walked up to the elder Hyuga. Setsuna's whole person was instantly devastated. Why did he do this? Why, I have almost convinced everyone, why does he still choose to die? Suddenly Setsuna understood, he understood. Hisashi, Niji, Myling, and all the people he cares about are in this village. This man had to say this. In Konoha village, his mortal destiny cannot be changed. Even if Setsuna comes out to stop it, it will not change the fact that the village has no place for him. It's hard for Setsuna to understand what kind of mood he is at this time. He can only deceive himself and say that this is his own choice. Is it to protect his loved ones and the village? Hisashi, still dead. Extinct yourself. Even if Setsuna prevented it, nothing changed. Seeing Setsuna walking out of the meeting room as if losing her soul, third generation pondered for a moment and issued an order to all Hyuga members present. I have assigned an important task to Hyuga Setsuna before, and will leave soon. Village, I hope you will not arrange other jobs for him during this time. Setsuna knew that third generation was to protect him, but Setsuna still walked out of the Hyuga clan mansion without looking back. What about the strength of the shadow grade? It's just a stronger ant in front of fate. You can't change anything. It started to rain in Konoha late at night. Without an umbrella, Setsuna seemed to be walking in Konoha's streets in the middle of the night like a wandering soul. He dared not go to Hisashi's house, dared not tell Myling and Niji the news, dared not see any desperate and sad expressions on their faces. Have to compromise and sacrifice the interests of a small number of people to fulfill the interests of the majority? A bitter smile appeared on Setsuna's face, and the village in front of him seemed very annoying. Konoha 51 years. During this year, the country of fire and the country of cloud, which had been fighting for many years, signed a peace agreement, and the people of the two countries cheered. This meant that the war for many years was finally over and the Third Ninja War finally ended. But few people know that a person named Hyuga Hisashi is a small wave among the many sacrifices made in this hard-won peace. That night, the fallen leaves were scattered all over the forest of the fire country, and Setsuna had already walked on a small path along the border of the fire country. Whether it was Yugan, Myling and Niji, Setsuna didn't say goodbye to anyone, but just said hello to third generation, then left Konoha and embarked on the path to find Tsunade. In fact, Hisashi had tried his best to change the matter, but the result was still the same as in the original book. Driven by the interests of most of Konoha, a small number of people are always forced to sacrifice. The same is true for Hisashi, and the same is true for White Teeth. Even if he was desperate to shoot directly at the time, and luckily killed Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga elders, it would not change the fact that Hisashi would still be pushed out by Konoha to sacrifice. Under the premise that the Cloud Country threatened war, Konoha wanted to compromise. You must meet the conditions of the Cloud Country, but unfortunately, Hisashi just happened to be the abandoned pawn. Unless one's own strength is so strong that it can disintegrate the entire system, then things will change. Rotten Konoha? I hope I can continue to maintain the hypocritical peace before I come back in a stronger posture, otherwise it would be too boring. On the desolate border, Setsuna's wanton laughter came, and the figure of a young man drifted away. Chapter 49 Tsunade and Shizuan. Chapter 40. Tianziguo, a small town called Yuan, seems to have an unusual guest here today. A young man in a white kimono came to the entrance of the torii gate of the small town. He raised his head to reveal a handsome but slightly childish face, with long dark hair hanging straight at his waist, looking at the place in front of him. Is it here? After searching for 2 months, I finally found the trail of Tsunade. Walking into the town and looking at the people passing by, Setsuna found that there were quite a few people here. Tanokuni is a small country sandwiched between the fire country and the rock country. Its national power is weak and there is no ninja village of its own. The leader of the country seems to be an idiot. After these days of inquiries by Setsuna, in addition to the news that Tsunade was here, Setsuna also heard about Konoha's rebelliousness. Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas, bewitched the leader of the country and established Otonin village here. But these have nothing to do with Setsuna. His purpose of coming here is to find Tsunade, and then from Tsunade's summoning beast Katsuyu, he found a way to one of the 3 sacred places of celestial art, Shibone Forest, and learned Sage Mode. That's it. From the people around, Setsuna found that besides ordinary people, there were occasional ninjas passing by. Seeing the hotel open next to him, Setsuna decided to go in and have a rest for an afternoon meal, by the way to find out if there is any new news. After entering the door, he ordered a few small dishes, and Setsuna sat in the hall seat. At this time, the conversation between two middle-aged men dressed as Ronin at the table attracted Setsuna's attention. "Have you heard? An incredible guest came to that casino. Are you talking about the golden-haired fat lamb? I heard that she had lost 10 million there. Yet, I have never seen a person with such bad luck, but he looks really beautiful." Speaking of the two Ronin, they showed a smile that a man understands at the same time. Noting what they said, Setsuna thought that she wouldn't be so lucky. Could it be her? "Hello, may I ask, how do you get to the casino you just mentioned?" Setsuna walked over and asked both of them directly. "Why, do you want to go to the casino to play at such a young age?" One of the Ronin looked at Setsuna, and subconsciously nodded to the other Ronin. "I just want to find someone there," Setsuna continued, as if not noticing the meeting of the two Ronin's eyes. "Then come with us and take you there." After speaking to the hotel owner, the two Ronin took Setsuna out of the hotel. After following them for 2 streets, Setsuna found that the two guys had taken themselves to a deserted alley. "Boy, if you look good, please hand over all the valuables you know." The two Ronin showed their true colors and said to Setsuna with a grinning grin. "So you are for this purpose?" Setsuna sighed as he looked at the two Ronin who took out their weapons. Hearing Setsuna sighed, the two Ronin became even more proud. "Boy, hand over all the money, maybe uncle, we are in a good mood, and we will take you to the casino to find." Before they finished speaking, the two Ronin flew out. Both of them smashed into the wall of the alley. They didn't see what Setsuna was doing. They walked straight in front of the two people. "If you know each other, now take me to find someone, or you two will die here." Hearing Setsuna smiling and saying such cold words, and thinking that he was beaten out without even seeing his movements just now, the two Ronin quickly got up from the ground in fright. After the two guys crossed another street, Setsuna came to a casino at the end of the street. Before entering the door, he heard the constant noise coming from inside. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. "Master Tsunade, stop betting, you have lost more than 10 million in a row." A young girl's voice reached Setsuna's ears. "Haha, it doesn't matter, what I have is money." Another nice voice reached Setsuna's ears, but the owner seemed to be drunk. "Finally found it, this must be Tsunade and Shizuan." Hearing the dialogue between these two voices, Setsuna walked directly into the casino without hesitation. After more than 2 months of searching, he finally found it. As soon as he walked into the casino, Setsuna looked around. In addition to a row of middle-aged gamblers at the gaming table, there were also 2 beautiful women attracting the attention of the audience. A beautiful woman with slightly golden hair and looking in her 20s, wearing a long green gown with the word gambling written on the back, is lying on the gaming table slightly drunk, and the amazing song surrounding attracts hungry wolves. "Look like that." Another black-haired girl in a black kimono looks about 18 or 9 years old, with a demure temperament, holding a pet pig beside her and persuading the giant Seong woman. Setsuna glanced briefly, and it turned out that it was him who had been searching for Tsunade and Shizuan for more than 2 months. Just about to go up and talk to him, Tsunade suddenly stood up. "Now, let's go, today's luck is really bad," Tsunade said with a blurred drunken eye, put a hand on Shizuan's shoulder, and walked out of the casino under the various greedy gazes in the casino. Seeing Tsunade and Shizuan walking out of the casino, Setsuna quietly followed. After walking 2 streets behind Tsunade and Shizuan, the 2 slender figures in front of Setsuna suddenly stopped. "Come out, since the casino, you have been 2 streets with us." Tsunade turned her charming face and looked behind him, where there was still a half-drunk in his eyes. As expected of Princess Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas, she wasn't drunk at all. Seeing Tsunade, she immediately realized that she was following them, and Setsuna walked straight up from behind. "You are?" Looking back at the boy who had walked in front of him, looking at Junsu's face with pure white eyes, "You belong to the Hyuga clan. Did the 3rd-generation old man call you?" From the logo of the Setsuna Hyuga clan, Tsunade's first reaction was that third Hokage sent someone to find him. Yes, nor is it. With a relaxed smile on Setsuna's face, he stared at Tsunade Meiyan's eyes. I have come to teach you medical ninjutsu. Looking for me to apprentice? Tsunade is not surprised. From his youth to the present, with Sunen's strength and Princess Konoha's identity, there are too many people begging her to apprentice, except for Kato Shizuan, her niece. I have never accepted anyone as a disciple. Seeing that Tsunade seemed to want to refuse, Setsuna directly took out the recommendation letter from third generation to him and handed it to her. Oh! After taking the letter from Setsuna, he opened it and looked at it carefully. Tsunade was a little surprised and raised his beautiful eyebrows. The old third generation man seems to be very optimistic about you, saying that you are a talented ninja. Your name is Hyuga Setsuna, isn't it? I seem to have heard this name somewhere. Master Tsunade. When Shizuan heard Setsuna's name, his face changed as if he was thinking of something, and he leaned into Tsunade's ear and said something. So you are the Byakugan demon we heard when we were in the Kingdom of Clouds. After hearing Shizuan's whisper, Tsunade looked at Setsuna with interest. I didn't expect to be a handsome boy. Hearing that, a tic-tac-toe appeared on Setsuna's forehead. Nima, that's the nickname Cloud Shinobi gave me. Messy, okay. What are you guys making up with? Can you chat anymore? That's all Cloud Shinobi's exaggerated rumors. Setsuna said modestly with a reluctant smile on her face. He once thought about having a handsome title like Shisui. It was also good to call Eternal Setsuna, but the reality turned out to be so unsatisfactory. Only the wrong name is not called the wrong nickname. On the battlefield, in the eyes of the enemy, is it not like a demon? Chapter 50 The Wind Demon Clan, 3 consecutives. The appearance is really good. Although the old man's face is embarrassing, it is not so easy to be my Tsunadeji's disciple. I want to see if you are an excellent ninja like the rumored one. Tsunade put away after receiving the recommendation letter from third generation. I seem to want to test the handsome boy in front of me. It seems that someone is going to interrupt our communication. Setsuna said suddenly. At this time, he had noticed that the people on the street had already gone, and a large group of people had begun to walk over the street. Ah, it doesn't seem to be some little guys. Tsunade also noticed the group of people who were surrounding the street. Judging from their outfits, they were actually a group of ninjas. Smelly boy. I know you are a ninja, so you dare to hit us. Don't you know that this is the place under the jurisdiction of the ninja of the Wind Demon Clan? 2 people jumped out of the crowd. They turned out to be the 2 previous Ronins who had been taught by Setsuna. So it was you who caused the trouble. What a troublesome kid. After hearing the words of the 2 Ronin, Tsunade couldn't help but curl his lips. Before Tsunade's voice, another person jumped out from the crowd. It turned out to be the boss of the previous casino. He was glaring at Tsunade and said, "You damned woman. Turned out to be a ninja. You actually used the transformation technique to spend money in our casino just now. Many, it's damned." Chapter 41. It turns out that Tsunade-sama used the transformation technique to turn the clone into a bet to spend in the casino. It's really bad. After hearing the words of the casino owner, Setsuna glanced at Tsunade a little playfully. It was really a bad character. If you want to talk more, you should think about how to get out. Tsunade became a little embarrassed when he was exposed about the gambling fraud and gave Setsuna a hateful look. It's a ninja from the Wind Demon Clan. There are so many people. This is a bit troublesome. Setsuna looked indifferent after Tsunade glared at him. After scanning the surroundings, his mouth was troublesome, but his expression is still so painless. Probably seeing Setsuna's expression a little indifferent, Tsunade still kindly reminded, "I advise you to be careless. The person they take the lead is Jainin from the Wind Demon Clan. I don't want to see people from the same village die in me." Before. Without Tsunade's reminder, Setsuna actually noticed that the ugly man standing at the front of the crowd was of Jainin level strength, but after listening to Tsunade's words, Setsuna still showed a sly smile. Can I treat this as a concern? It seems that Master Tsunade has agreed with me as your disciple. I didn't promise to accept you as a disciple. Seeing Setsuna's hateful smile, Tsunade's forehead appeared a huge tic-tac-toe, but then he said, but, if you can defeat this group of ninjas, it's not impossible to accept you as my disciple. It just so happens that Tsunade also wants to test Setsuna, to see if this kid is really as genius as third generation said. In the past, these ninjas were the best touchstones. Anyway, if something happens, she can take action at any time. Hey, the two stinky women and that stinky boy over there are too unwilling to put us in the eye. At this moment, the ugly ninja who took the lead saw Setsuna and Tsunade still beholding no one and said as he spoke, he was directly angry, this uncle is Jainin from the Wind Demon clan Wind Demon Shadow Wild. Ignoring the angry Wind Demon Shadow Field, Setsuna showed a happy expression on his face after listening to Tsunade's words, that's great, then I will assume you agreed. Seeing Setsuna's excited expression, the quiet Shizune next to him was a little anxious, this is too messy. Tsunade-sama, even though there are rumors like that on the battlefield, Setsuna is still a child after all. I am in a very good mood today, and I will try not to kill you guys later. Said Setsuna has slowly walked towards the group of ninjas of the Wind Demon clan, the way he walks in the garden, people who don't know. I must think that this boy is taking a walk after dinner. What an arrogant brat. Let this uncle. Seeing Setsuna's arrogant look, a ninja on the edge of the Wind Demon Shadow directly cursed and was about to rush up to teach this ignorant boy. Bang! It's a pity that he hadn't finished speaking yet. Setsuna disappeared in an instant, and when he reappeared in the next second, he had already kicked his face with one foot and stepped back on what he hadn't finished. So fast! Everyone present was shocked, including Tsunade and Shizune, especially the nearest Kazuma Yingyi to the ninja. When he immediately reacted and wanted to stop, Setsuna had already rushed into the crowd and started fighting. No, it should be said to be slaughter, one-sided slaughter. I saw Setsuna, who had entered the crowd, displayed amazing physical skills. Whether it was Hyaga's gentle fist or Konoha's gang chuan, Setsuna was familiar with it. After more than a year of battlefield experience, Setsuna had already combined gentle fist with gang. The punches are perfectly fused together, and they are punched out at random, with both the terrifying surface destructive power of strong punches and the lethal chakra internal force erosion of gentle fist. Dealing with this group of ninjas of the wind and demons is simply overkill. It is like a professional warrior bullying a group of kindergarten children. I saw Setsuna's figure swaying around, and people were constantly being beaten out by Setsuna, as if a sickle was ruthlessly harvesting straw. General. In less than a minute, dozens of ninjas had been beaten by Setsuna and lay on the ground dying. How could it? Can't catch up with Setsuna's speed. Watching Setsuna solve all the ninjas around him at once, Kazuma Yingyi's eyes widened and looked at Setsuna in horror. You? Who are you? Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Me. At this time, Setsuna threw away the last ninja in his hand and turned on Byakugan, looking at Kazuma Yingyi, with a devilish smile on his face. Guess who I am? Demon. Seeing the Byakugan opened by Setsuna and the smile on his face, Kazuma Yingyi suddenly remembered something. I see, you are the Byakugan demon. Your mouth is more annoying than yours. Setsuna, who was mentioned this nickname again, smiled grimly. It seems that the previous war between Konoha and Cloud Shinobi still affected the attention of all parties in the ninja world. Okay, very good. Shizune on the side stared blankly at Setsuna's back, and muttered, there are so many ninjas, he can solve it in 3s or 2s. It's really a terrific kid. Seeing Setsuna's strength, Tsunade was also surprised, and wondered if he would not be able to solve it so quickly if he shot himself. It seems that the old man of third generation really recommended a good one. What about talent? What the Byakugan demon, it's just a kid. Seeing the indifferent smile on Setsuna's face, Feng Mo Yingyi's pride seemed to be touched, and his hands quickly formed a seal. I'm Jainin from the Wind Demon clan. Ninfa Shadowworm Foam. An astonishing scene appeared. All the people present only saw that after Feng Mo Yingye finished the seal, he turned into a handsome boy, and 4 cicada-like wings grew behind him, and the 4 wings quickly turned into Yi's body shot quickly towards Setsuna. Revolving Heaven. Although I don't know what effect the Ye body shot over, Setsuna didn't want to be touched by this unknown Ye body, and decisively released chakra from his whole body, rotating at high speed in place to use Revolving Heaven. Hiss. 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 Feng Mo Yingye shot at Setsuna's body, and was continuously bounced onto the surrounding ground by Revolving Heaven. Tsunade and Shizuan only saw the flat ground quickly melted into pits, which were poisonous water. Damn it, all 3 of you are going to die together. Seeing all his poisonous water bounced away by Setsuna, Feng Mo Yingyi's hands were sealed again. Earth-style Hell Ant technique. Setsuna and Tsunade Shizuan felt that the ground shook for a while, and the soft body under their feet suddenly sank. The ground of the whole street began to sink like quicksand. And they were about to be swallowed. On Sunday, January 10th, it will be launched at midnight in the morning. If the subscription breaks 1,500, then 15 updates, and if it breaks 2,000, 20 updates, everyone will automatically subscribe and rewards. Chapter 51 Apprentice Tsunade, 4 consecutives. It's really troublesome. After all, it's a Jainin, and it's still a bit level. Setsuna felt his body begin to sink and directly used the power of frozen fruit. Frozen Abyss. Setsuna burst out a burst of icy power. The sunken ground around his body instantly froze. He easily pulled out his leg and stepped on the ice. He walked over and pulled Tsunade and Shizuan out, even though they themselves did. He could come out, but Setsuna showed his demeanor as much as possible in front of the lady. Thank you. Shizuan was pulled out from the ground and stood on the ice. Shizuan looked at all this in amazement. Is this being done? It's amazing. Don't sigh first, I'll solve him first, let's have a good chat, Shizuan's senior sister. Setsuna joked at Shizuan, then turned to look at Feng Mo Yingye. I haven't confiscated your disciple yet. Calling someone a senior sister. Tsunade muttered, looking at the ice on the ground, secretly wondering. You can't kill you even this way. Seeing Setsuna and the others standing on the ice unscathed, Feng Mo Yingye seemed a little hard to accept this fact. So you guys are the most self-aware. Setsuna looked at Feng Mo Yingye's incredible expression, and shook his head helplessly and said, Don't say kill us, it's the lady next to me, can blow you up in minutes. Seeing that he still didn't believe it, Setsuna didn't bother to explain to him. Chakra was spinning in his hand, and the water attribute chakra was injected frantically. In a blink of an eye, a high-pressure water gun that continuously rotated and roared was formed in his hand. That's... Shizuan opened her mouth slightly and looked at the hard vortex water blade in Setsuna's hand in surprise. What an amazing change in the nature of the water style. Seeing the hard vortex water blade in Setsuna's hand, Tsunade's beautiful eyes flashed with brilliance. Water style hard vortex water blade. Calmly spit out the name of this technique. Setsuna Byakugan slightly opened his gaze to lock the Wind Demon shadow field firmly. Goodbye, Jainin of the Wind Demon clan, I hope you can use this technique. Survive in. Setsuna Byakugan stared at Feng Mo Yingye's every move and ruled out any chance that he could use the body replacement technique to escape. He directly stretched out his hand and waved it strongly, spinning the roaring hard vortex water blade at him at high speed. You. Feng Mo Yingye seemed to want to say something, but was directly swallowed in a huge waterspout 20 to 30 meters high, and was constantly torn into pieces inside. Chapter 42. After the ninjutsu disappeared, what was placed in front of Tsunade and Shizuan was the entire destroyed street, devastated. After swallowing hard, Shizuan said in a daze, "This ninjutsu is too powerful. Finally I know why this kid can repel Cloud Shinobi's Jinkraki." Tsunade also looked at Setsuna's destructive power of the hard vortex water blade with a serious face. "This kid's fighting ability is still higher than mine." Although Tsunade is one of the legendary 3 ninjas and is proficient in an amazingly powerful fist, she is more involved in the medical field. In terms of medical ninjutsu and theoretical knowledge, no one can match the entire ninjutsu world. "How about it, am I qualified to be your disciple?" Setsuna closed his hands and looked at the dumbfounded two, and said with a smile. "Hey, it seems that your strength is pretty good." Tsunade couldn't help but snorted when he saw Setsuna's hippie smile. "Then follow me for a while, and it depends on whether you have the talent to learn medical ninjutsu." After that, Tsunade took Shizuan and turned away, and Setsuna immediately followed after seeing this. "It's really a terrible character, even 40 or 50 years old and so arrogant," Setsuna murmured, following behind. "What are you talking about?" Tsunade's ears in front of him were surprisingly sharp, and he seemed to hear Setsuna's whisper. He immediately turned around and hit Setsuna's feet with a punch. Setsuna was unstable on the spot, and a huge crack was exploded under his feet. "And the pothole," then she glared at Setsuna with her arms akimbo. "Ha, it's nothing, nothing." Tsunade suddenly turned around. Setsuna jumped down, and looked at Tsunade's devilish expression and the outrageous power, and he could only smile dryly. Seeing Setsuna's soft expression, Tsunade snorted and turned back arrogantly. Shizuan on one side quietly pulled Setsuna's clothes, and whispered to him, "Hush. Tsunade-sama cares if others talk about her age. Yes, if you don't want to die, don't say it anymore. I don't want the brother I just met to die." After listening to Shizuan's words, a huge drop of sweat hung on Setsuna's forehead, and he looked at the gentle and demure Shizuan with some gratitude. "I see, thank you, senior sister Shizuan, you are such a good person." After listening to the good person card issued by Setsuna, Shizuan only smiled softly at him, and the 3 of them walked out of the town slowly. Along the way, the time soon arrived in the evening. The 3 of Setsuna finally arrived in another small town on the border of Tanokuni and stayed in a hotel. "Hey, kid, don't say I didn't teach you well." In Setsuna's room, Tsunade threw a sari on Setsuna's table. The basis of medical ninjutsu is to mobilize the vitality of the ninja chakra. A smart medical ninja can chakra stimulates cells to achieve the purpose of healing wounds in patients, and detoxification. An attack can also be achieved through changes in form. After more than 10 minutes, Tsunade roughly explained the basics of medical ninjutsu to Setsuna, then pointed to the sari on the table and said to Setsuna, "This sari was made into a suspended animation by me using medical ninjutsu. When you can mobilize the activity in chakra to wake it up, even if it's getting started." After that, Tsunade went out holding the pet pig called Dolphins, and when he walked to the door, he added, "By the way, it takes at least half a year for ordinary medical ninjutsu to reach the standard of entry, and it doesn't. Everyone must have the characteristics of being a medical ninja, so you can toss it slowly." After Tsunade went out, Setsuna sat in the room alone, looking at the sari on the table, lost in thought. Medical ninjutsu. Setsuna knows that it is ninjutsu that uses active chakra to stimulate the target cells to achieve the purpose of healing. Like the expansion jutsu of the Konoha clan to increase the quality of Ro-Ti, it belongs to the category of Yang Dun. Although it cannot give life to objects like Yang Dun, it is also a very practical ninjutsu system that integrates healing and killing enemies. Thinking of this, Setsuna immediately stood in front of the table, closed his eyes and carefully mobilized chakra in his body, controlling the flow of chakra to the palm of his hand. This step was easily completed with Setsuna's strength, but Setsuna tried for a while, but he could not mobilize chakra. The activity of the house. Seeing that the chakra in the operation is still the blue of ordinary chakra, it has not become the green of medical ninjutsu. Setsuna is not discouraged. No training can happen overnight. At the beginning, he practiced raise nan and gentle fist like this, one step at a time. Come slowly, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. The sun outside soon went down the mountain, and when it was night, Setsuna hid in the room all night and devoted himself to cultivating chakra activity. Even Shizuan came over and asked him to go downstairs to eat. At last it was midnight, and everyone in the whole town went to sleep, only Setsuna's room was still shining a little light. Finally succeeded. Setsuna looked at chakra in his palm with excitement, a faint green light radiating outward. On Sunday, January 10th, it will be launched at midnight in the morning. If the subscription breaks 1,500, then 15 updates, and if it breaks 2,000, 20 updates, everyone will automatically subscribe and rewards. Chapter 52 Learning to Heal, 5 Consecutive Changes. Early the next morning, there was a knock on the wooden door of Tsunade and Shizuan's room. Who? Knock on the door early in the morning. Let me know who interrupted my sleep. Tsunade got up in his pajamas and opened the door, seeing the smile standing outside the door. Setsuna, suddenly angry, smelly boy. Why knock on the door so early to harass me to sleep? Looking at Tsunade leaning against the door, wearing a thin pajamas, a huge suction looming, and a lazy sleepiness on his arrogant face, he couldn't help making Setsuna, a 30-year-old soul, feel his heart violent. Beat. That. Setsuna blushed rarely, but quickly remembered the business. One hand took out a lively sari from behind and handed it to Tsunade. Look, Tsunade teacher, I succeeded. Nanny. Tsunade, who was looking drowsy and sleepy, suddenly got a shock. His eyes widened and he looked at the sari with its tail waving in Setsuna's hand. He couldn't believe it and said, "You kid didn't buy another sari, right? How is it possible? Don't believe me." Hearing the doubt in Tsunade's words, Setsuna curled his lips unhappily. That was the result of his hard work all night. Thinking of this, Setsuna transported the active chakra, gathered it in the palm of his hand, and shook the palm of the green chakra light in front of Tsunade triumphantly. This. Tsunade looked at the green chakra on Setsuna's palm in disbelief, almost thinking that he hadn't woken up yet, and couldn't help rubbing his eyes. Even if the chakra control ability of the Hyuga clan is excellent, you can't be all night on. As a result, Setsuna's green chakra palm still appeared in front of her eyes, and Setsuna's face with a nasty smile. Then I won't bother you to sleep. After showing his achievements with Tsunade, Chakra Setsuna turned around and walked towards his room. I slept too late last night, I have to go back to my room to make up for sleep. After Setsuna walked back to the room, only Tsunade was left standing alone at the door of the hotel room. This kid is really a genius. At noon, the dining table in the lobby of the hotel. How is this possible? Shizuan exclaimed and looked at Setsuna, who was eating a big mouth, his mouth opened into an O shape. Setsuna. That's right. Seeing Shizuan's shocked expression, Tsunade nodded helplessly. Isn't it this expression in the morning? This kid is definitely a freak. After that, Tsunade looked solemnly at Setsuna, who was sitting on the opposite side, and said to him, "It seems that none of the compliments on you in the third-generation old man's letter are exaggerated. It is really terrifying talent and learning ability." "Ah, don't you all attribute all these to my talent, but I spent a night of hard work yesterday." Setsuna casually threw a deep-fried tempura into his mouth and said vaguely. With. Ignoring Setsuna's eating, Tsunade said with a serious face, "You said it is light. Do you know how long it takes for ordinary ninjas to stimulate chakra activity? At least half a year. Even Shizuan, it took 4 months to successfully activate chakra when I started." Tsunade said to himself, "It seems that I will teach you healing skills." Healing. Hearing that Tsunade was about to start teaching himself ninjutsu, Setsuna suddenly became energetic. He had seen healing skills on the battlefield. It was the medical ninjutsu used by the young cloud shinobi. Well, Let's finish the meal first. I'll start teaching you in the afternoon. As Tsunade and Shizuan began to eat the food on the table, they continued to say as they ate, Tsunade, speaking of which, the characteristics of your Hyuga clan are really true. It is very suitable for learning medical ninjutsu, chakra control ability is better than anyone else, and Byakugan, which can be used for Gyoushi body meridian points. Well, I think so too. Setsuna nodded in agreement, and decided to come and learn medical ninjutsu with Tsunade. On the one hand, it was to find a chance to learn Sage Mode. On the other hand, it was the unique chakra control ability of the Hyuga clan and the Byakugan that can be used for Gyoushi's human body. As well as learning Gentle Fist's understanding of the human body, they are indeed very suitable for learning medical ninjutsu. After lunch, Setsuna followed Tsunade and they began to learn medical ninjutsu. Compared with Jiraiya, Tsunade and Orochimaru are undoubtedly more reliable, and they are all good teachers. 10 days later, a suburb of Iwa no Kuni. Successful, teacher, look at it. Chapter 43. With a shout of excitement, Setsuna successfully performed a healing technique on his hand, slowly healing a wound that was torn by a bear on the ground. I know. Looking at Setsuna, who was yelling, Tsunade looked calmer next to her. After 10 days of learning the healing technique, she said that she was already numb to Setsuna's amazing talent. After more than 10 days of getting along, Setsuna traveled with Tsunade Shizuan around the world, and the relationship with them has also deepened. In addition to teaching Setsuna to learn healing techniques, Tsunade also taught Setsuna all kinds of medical knowledge, such as knowledge of the human body, cell research, and some knowledge of medical devices. Setsuna is really amazing. Shizuan watched as the bear on the ground gradually healed his wounds, and began to get up and walk slowly, and couldn't help but admire, I learned the healing technique in 10 days. I don't think it will take long. Medical ninjutsu will soon, it's about to surpass me. Where, senior sister Shizuan is my respected senior. Setsuna said modestly, with a complimentary smile on her face. After getting along these days, this gentle senior sister took good care of him. In fact, Setsuna knows that Shizuan, who has followed Tsunade to learn medical ninjutsu since childhood, is still far from Tsunade's level, but it is impossible for her to catch up with her in a short time. She would say this presumably because of herself. The favorite of genius juniors. Well, I learned the healing technique so quickly. That's great. As expected, I'm Tsunadeji's disciple. After Setsuna successfully performed the healing technique, Tsunade unceremoniously attributed Setsuna's talent to his own name. Hey, a famous teacher has a good apprentice. Hearing that, Setsuna patted Tsunade's flattery silently, and looked at Tsunade's proudly raising his chin, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Well, your kid is very discerning. Tsunade nodded with approval, and looked at Setsuna with approval. Since you have learned healing, it will take a long time to learn healing jutsu. This paragraph I'll teach you chakra scalpel and my strange power punch in time. Great. It is said that Setsuna's spirit is refreshed. Although it is not convenient for Tsunade to tell Tsunade that he wants to learn Sage Mode. After all, everyone has only known each other for more than 10 days, but Tsunade was able to teach Setsuna his unique skills. She already trusts herself very much. This shows that we are one step closer to our goal. On Sunday, January 10th, it will be launched at midnight in the morning. If the subscription breaks 1,500, then 15 updates, and if it breaks 2,000, 20 updates, everyone will automatically subscribe and rewards. Chapter 53 another year, because these chapters are a year later, under the huge waterfall in Kawa no Kuni. The water vapor is permeated, and the waterfall sounds like thunder. In the misty water, I saw a handsome young boy with long black hair, lightly facing a wild summoning beast more than 10 meters high, a huge tiger, standing in front of the waterfall, one by one. Suddenly, the boy's cheeks and temples bulged, and he opened a pair of byakugan. A chakra blade of more than 10 meters long bloomed in his hand, and he waved at the tiger who flew over. Roar! Seeing the young man's hand lifted the knife and fell. The blue chakra blade slashed at the giant tiger's body. The giant tiger let out a stern roar, and saw no wounds on its body, so he fell heavily in front of the waterfall and lay down. The ground was struggling and convulsing. The upgraded version of Chakra Scalpel is really easy to use. Setsuna looked at the ultra-long Chakra Scalpel in his hand, and couldn't help smiling with satisfaction. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. This year, Setsuna followed Tsunade and the others to practice medical ninjutsu. Through their diligent efforts and the help of the Hogyoku system, they finally broke through the bottleneck of healing jutsu and Chakra Scalpel and upgraded to healing jutsu and an extended version of Chakra Scalpel. Chakra Scalpel can cut the target body without any trauma. The general medical ninja can only maintain a length of 1 meter from the palm of the hand. With the upgrade of Setsuna's Shadow Chakra and Hogyoku system, Setsuna's extended version of Chakra Scalpel, it can be maintained to a length of 10 meters or more. The usage is similar to Sasuke's Chidori rifle, but the Chidori rifle is at least blocked by objects, while Chakra Scalpel can directly cut the human body through any obstacles such as clothing. It is a very terrifying ninjutsu to kill the enemy. Next, Setsuna retracted Chakra Scalpel, his hands began to release a green chakra light. Try my healing jutsu again. Setsuna walked over, aimed at the part of the giant tiger that was just cut by Chakra Scalpel, and gently placed his palm on it. Almost in a blink of an eye, Setsuna's byakugan saw that the muscle tissue severed by Chakra Scalpel in the giant tiger quickly healed. When I got up, it was as if I had never been injured. The healing effect and the healing speed are much higher than the healing. Healing jutsu was taken back with satisfaction, seeing the healed giant tiger looking at himself in horror. Maybe its simple head couldn't figure out why the human before byakugan was hurt. It is necessary to cure it. It's time to go back, they are still waiting for me. Seeing the giant tiger who fled after healed, Setsuna gave a quick smile. In this year, his gains are not only these 2 ninjutsu, but also various medical methods and knowledge of 100 healings Mark and Tsunade. After learning the strange force boxing, he has also been perfectly integrated into his own physical skills. The skills are also improving day by day. Finally, of course, there is also the warm feelings with Tsunade Shizuan and the others. This is the most rare harvest. Thinking of this, Setsuna can't help showing a warm smile on the way back. As soon as he returned to the hotel he was staying at, Setsuna had not even walked in, and he had already seen the drunk Tsunade in the lobby at the door. Really, Tsunade-sama, don't drink any more. Shizuan on the side pulled Tsunade's sleeves and whispered to persuade. What does it matter? I like to drink, and I don't have so many troubles when I get drunk. The drunk Tsunade said nonsense. Seeing Tsunade's drunk appearance, Setsuna felt uncomfortable. He knew that his dead brother Nawaki and his lover gave her too much shock, and even caused her to suffer from the problem of panicemia. This pair of ninjas and doctors, as far as she is concerned, it must be said that it is a great irony. Over the years, Tsunade has been banishing herself and tossing through various countries in the world of tolerance. In addition to some dissatisfaction with Konoha's senior management, the bigger reason is the unhealable pain in her heart. Teacher, Sister Shizuan, I'm back. Setsuna walked to the wine table after entering the door and greeted them both. Buddy, you are back. The drunken Tsunade stood up and swept Setsuna's neck bravely, and buried Setsuna's face deeply in his huge shuang peak. Let me go. Unexpectedly, Tsunade would suddenly make such an amazing move. Setsuna blushed and finally struggled out of Tsunade's arms, breathing heavily. Hey. I didn't expect that I was okay when I was young, but I was almost suffocated in Tsunade's big breasts today. I thought that I was a zeongist in my previous life. The bloodshot scene just now made Setsuna red. Raised a face. Tsunade-sama, you really are. Shizuan, who was next to Setsuna's embarrassed look, couldn't stop covering his mouth and laughed, while blaming Tsunade. Unexpectedly, the brat would blush, haha. Tsunade, who was drunk and confused, looked at Setsuna Hawaji and smiled tremblingly, and then asked, "How are you healing jutsu studying?" "Well, I have completely mastered it." Setsuna's white face was flushed, and he answered truthfully. "I didn't expect a man who was almost 30 years old in his 2 lives would still be molested like this now. Have you fully mastered it? Your kid is such a freak." Hearing Setsuna's answer, Tsunade lost some alcohol and murmured, "I have not taught you healing jutsu yet, but you can learn by yourself." After Setsuna's healing technique reached the saturation bottleneck, Hogyoku's system automatically upgraded it to healing jutsu. This is why Tsunade and the others have been puzzled by Setsuna directly and automatically learn healing jutsu. Setsuna's talent really makes me ashamed. I didn't expect that in only a year, you have surpassed my senior sister. Shizuan looked at Setsuna with envy. She really couldn't believe that she had learned medical tolerance from Tsunade since she was a child. The technique was surpassed by a young man in 1 year. This kid has the ability to perform operations in the ninja world. There is indeed no second person in the ninjutsu world. The level of medical ninjutsu operations is about to catch up with my master. What is lacking now is the actual experience. Tsunade was also next to him. I was amazed that she had seen Setsuna's performance this year. She estimated that even her grandfather and Uchiha Madara did not have the talent of Setsuna. It's all thanks to the teacher's teaching and the senior sister's care, otherwise my progress will not be so fast. Setsuna said sincerely. He has seen Tsunade and Shizuan's care for him this year. He is sincere. Thank you Tsunade and Shizuan. You don't need to be humble, this is the result of your own talent and hard work. As Tsunade watched Setsuna stretched out his hand and squeezed Setsuna's face, he laughed and said, "And when we grow up, Setsuna must be a handsome guy. No, I know how many girls will be fascinated by you. If you want to be a fan, you will be fascinated first," and Setsuna secretly slanders in his heart when he looks at Tsunade who is molesting himself. "I don't have anything to teach you about medical ninjutsu. You have to rely on yourself for the rest. Hold this scroll." Suddenly Tsunade took out a scroll from his clothes and handed it to Setsuna. "This is the ninjutsu scroll left to me by my second grandfather. It contains all of his water-style ninjutsu. I remember that your chakra has water and wind attributes, right? It's just right for you." Looking at Setsuna who was stunned there, Tsunade continued, "With your ninjutsu talent, I believe it will definitely not be insulted. On Sunday, January 10th, it will be launched at midnight in the morning. If the subscription breaks 1,500, then 15 updates, and if it breaks 2,000, 20 updates, everyone will automatically subscribe and rewards." Chapter 54, Summoning Scroll, first on the shelf. Setsuna dumbly took the scroll that Tsunade handed over, and seeing the precious gift she gave herself, Setsuna couldn't help but feel a little red in her eyes. Adding up his past and present lives, few people in his memory are as good as Tsunade, and even the relics of second Hokage that she has cherished for many years are willing to give to herself. Chapter 44. The second grandfather of Tsunade, second Hokage Senju Tobirama, first Hokage, the younger brother of Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas, crowned the world of ninja with flying thunder god and water-style ninjutsu. His scroll of ninjutsu is undoubtedly the same for any ninja. Very precious. Teacher I. Seeing Tsunade's beautiful face, Setsuna's tone was a bit condensed. "Don't you cry, brat." Haha. Seeing Setsuna's appearance, Tsunade laughed and put an arm on his shoulder. "No, you a woman with a bad personality." Setsuna rubbed his nose quickly and gradually calmed down his uncontrollable emotions. "What a hard-mouthed brat, if you count the time, you should go back to Konoha soon." Ignoring Setsuna's words, Tsunade looked at him sadly. "Yes, more than a year has passed very quickly, and the time that third generation gave me has already arrived, and I should go back and return to life. Well, I'm going back to Konoha in the next few days. Are you and senior sister Shizuan going back with me? Setsuna was reluctant to look at the two in front of him, feeling melancholy. No, Konoha, I never want to go back. Tsunade's thoughts seemed to float far away. A smile on his face said to Setsuna, if your kid has a conscience, you have time to come and see let us. Hearing Tsunade's words, Setsuna knew that Tsunade still loved Konoha in his heart, and the village her grandfather had built. Although she hated the word Hokage, she still carried out the so-called will of fire. After all, she will return to Konoha, the hometown where she was born and raised, but that day, I don't know if she will be there yet, Setsuna dreams. By the way, sir, can I sign a summoning contract with your summoning beast Katsuyu, so that I can find you at any time through them in the future? Setsuna remembered that his most important purpose is not to learn medical ninjutsu, but to learn sage mode. Summoning beasts, of course you can, but you have to call them Lord Katsuyu, because each of them is a split body of the Katsuyu fairy in the wet bone forest in the holy land of immortality. To Setsuna's request, Tsunade readily agreed. Setsuna wants to sign a summoning contract with Katsuyu. It's no big deal. After all, Katsuyu has so many clones. In the original book, Sakura also signed a summoning contract with Katsuyu. For example, the Toad of Jiraiya Mount Maiboku also signed a summoning contract with Naruto. As Tsunade walked out of the hotel, bit his fingers and stretched out his hand to press on the ground, the charm spread out on the ground, a puff of smoke passed, and there was already a Katsuyu the same size as Setsuna on the ground. Tsunade, your disciple? No problem, just sign a contract with me. Katsuyu saw that Setsuna was the disciple who had just received it, and readily agreed, and he spit out a huge scroll from his mouth. After the scroll lying on the ground opened, Tsunade pointed at the densely packed characters on it and said to Setsuna, just press a fingerprint here, and the summoning contract will be completed. Okay. Facing a blank spot on the scroll, Setsuna immediately bit his finger and took the bloodline and pressed a 5-finger handprint on it. Okay, our contract is complete, little Setsuna, you can use summoning to summon me if you have something in the future. After signing the summoning contract, Katsuyu greeted Setsuna, Tsunade and Shizuan directly, and disappeared with a bang. Up. I finally got it done. I came out to visit Tsunade this time and I really received a lot of goods. Setsuna thought and looked at Tsunade gratefully. Don't stand stupid, go back and clean up, you will be leaving in a few days. After seeing Setsuna complete the summoning contract, Tsunade led Shizuan into the hotel without looking back. You are the most important person to me in this world. No matter what happens in the future, I will protect you. Looking at the background of Tsunade and Shizuan entering, Setsuna said to himself psychologically, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. 3 days later, Setsuna waved goodbye to Tsunade and Shizuan on the main frontier road in the country of Kawa. You have to take care, brat, don't die easily. Tsunade waved goodbye to Setsuna while drinking wine, a strange sparkle flashed in his eyes. Setsuna, go back and work hard. You will definitely become the most amazing ninja. Shizuan, who was gentle and demure, stood beside Tsunade, waving her white arms vigorously towards the background where Setsuna had left. Hearing the goodbye from behind, Setsuna didn't turn his head back. He was afraid that he would be reluctant to leave. He still had a lot to wait for himself to complete. Ask for flowers. Believe that soon, we will meet again. Walking on the main road leading to the country of fire, Setsuna meditated silently. In winter, snowflakes are scattered all over the sky, and even the endless forests of the country of fire are wrapped in a thick silver suit. It's cold. Chinen, a gatekeeper at the gate of Konoha Shinobi Village, brushed off the snow accumulated on his body, and took a breath of cold air unconsciously. Yes, Konoha hasn't snowed like this in many years. Another Chunin breathed a sigh of heat into his palm, and suddenly saw a figure walking slowly on the snow-covered road in the distance. Look, someone is coming. When the figure in the distance gets closer and closer, the face becomes clearer, wearing a white ninja kimono, her dark hair is not stained with a trace of snowflakes, and Jungziu's face is dotted with pure white eyes. Ah, it's Hyoga Setsuna Jainin, one of the gatekeepers, Chunin exclaimed. Yes, we've seen it before. You are back after completing the mission of Naruto-sama. Another Chunin also greeted Setsuna. Yeah, hello, I just returned from a mission outside. Setsuna, who walked to the gate, nodded slightly to the two gatekeepers Chunin, and said hello, time is so fast, it's been more than a year. After simply going through the passage procedures, Setsuna stepped into Konoha village and watched the silver-clad village still bustling and noisy, and there was still a lot of people on the street. Setsuna felt a lot of feelings in her heart. Senior Konoha, Hyoga sect family, I'm back again, I don't know what you will do this time? Thinking of Hisashi who was forced to death by Konoha and the Hyoga clan a year ago, Setsuna couldn't help clenching his fists. Hey, let's say hello to the third-generation old man. Setsuna knew that third generation was involved in the Hisashi incident, but to be fair, third generation has always loved him. Otherwise, these days, the Hyoga clan can control the spell seal at any time. Even if Setsuna uses elementalization to temporarily avoid the past, they will still seize the opportunity to destroy the brain nerves. After all, Setsuna cannot remain elementalized. After all, it was the third generation who specially gave the Hyoga clan's death order to save Setsuna's life. Shushan.com reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites recommend share. Chapter 55, Ninja Hospital, second on the shelf. Konoha Hokage office. Third Hokage sat in front of the office as usual, flipping through the documents on the desk, and frowned when he saw an unusual material. Old man third generation, I'm back. At this moment, a sudden voice interrupted third generation's thoughts. Third generation put down the files in his hand, turned his head slightly and saw that a handsome young man had been sitting on the windowsill some time ago, with a cynical smile on his face. Setsuna. Can't you come in a normal way? Looking at Setsuna who suddenly appeared, the wrinkled face of third generation couldn't help but pull a smile, but it was soon replaced by seriousness, and, your title really disrespects me as Naruto. Really, it's not a big deal, you won't be angry anyway. Setsuna raised his eyebrows disapprovingly, but he knew the temper of third generation and wouldn't care about such trivial matters with him. It's really not big or small. Why didn't you see that you are such a BD before? Third generation remembered that Setsuna was a well-behaved child, and now his personality has become more and more arbitrary. Right, how are your affairs going? Ah, it's over. Setsuna smiled when he thought of what he had gained for more than a year. My current medical ninjutsu level is almost as good as that of Mr. Tsunade. Hurry up with Tsunade. After hearing Setsuna's words, third generation was prepared or shocked. You really dare to say? When did I brag? I'll know if I try it. Seeing third generation's questioning expression, Setsuna turned over Byakugan helplessly. Hehe, right now there is a chance for you to try it. Third generation smiled again, took the document on the table, and said to Setsuna, the ninjas of Mist Shinobi Ninja Village have many times not long ago. After spying on information in our village, the ninjas we dispatched have been in contact with them and there have been many battles. The Konoha Shinobi Hospital is probably too busy now. Since you have returned from your studies, I will just take you to see. Although Setsuna said that his medical ninjutsu is about to catch up with Tsunade in the past year or so, the third generation did not doubt Setsuna too much. He knew all about Setsuna's terrifying talent, and knew that he was not a whisperer. Chapter 45. Konoha Shinobi Hospital. I just happened to have never been to it. Seeing the third generation stood up from behind the desk, took the Hokage hat beside it and put it on. Setsuna jumped directly from the windowsill, followed up. After following the third generation out of the Naruto office, the Anbu ninjas who were guarding along the road were a little surprised. Since just now, they have not seen anyone passing in front of them. Unexpectedly, there was an extra person in third Hokage's office for no reason. Secretly blamed himself and others for not being able to defend. Here, the front is Konoha Shinobi Hospital. After third generation bypassed the Hokage office and walked back a few avenues, Setsuna and the others came to a white building. Follow me in. After entering the building of the ninja hospital, Setsuna saw many wounded who were being rebuilt along the way. Following in the footsteps of third generation, Setsuna and the others came to a lobby where Konoha medical class was written. Ah, Lord Naruto! Many medical ninjas in the hall came and went, all wearing white coats and white hats. After seeing third Hokage coming in, they came up to salute and say hello. You don't need to be polite, Setsuna, follow me into the medical room. Saying that third generation strode forward and pushed open the door of the medical room, Setsuna followed in. After entering the door, Setsuna could see a white hospital bed with dozens of wounded ninjas lying on them. A dozen medical ninjas glowed with green light on their hands, and were treating the wounded with healing techniques. This is the medical room of the ninja hospital. They are all Konoha's medical ninjas. These injured ninjas are some of the wounded after several battles with mist shinobi some time ago. Third generation glanced around and talked to Setsuna, gave a brief introduction. Hearing that, Setsuna nodded, walked to a medical ninja who was treating the wounded, looked at the wounded who was lying on the bed, and whispered, "Let me try it." The medical ninja, who was trying his best to treat the wounded, was taken aback when he heard the words and just wanted to stop. He saw third generation's expression, and saw third generation nodded at him slightly, let him try. After the medical ninja stepped aside, Setsuna turned on Byakugan and easily found the injured part of the wounded. He gently put his hand up, and a group of soft green chakra wrapped Setsuna's entire palm. Under everyone's gaze, the wounds of the wounded on the hospital bed quickly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a blink of an eye, the shocking wounds turned into flat skin, as if they had not been injured at all. With the treatment of Setsuna, the wounded ninja gradually unfurled his frowning brows and gradually regained consciousness. He opened his eyes and muttered in confusion, "Where am I? Am I not dead?" Seeing this magical scene, third generation's face showed a happy smile, and the group of medical ninjas in white clothes all around showed surprise expressions. "Who is this boy? It's healing jutsu. That's advanced medical ninjutsu. What's the matter?" The serious injury healed instantly. Setsuna ignored the dumbfounded expressions of a group of medical ninjas around him, put his hands on his chest and made a cross fingerprint, bang bang bang, after a burst of smoke. There were more than a dozen shadow clones beside him. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Every shadow clone walked up to the wounded lying in the hospital bed, stretched out his palm to release healing jutsu, and in a short time, the green light burst into the whole medical room. After a few breaths, all the wounded ninjas who lay on the hospital bed have recovered. The average ninja without the shadow level chakra is impossible to achieve like Setsuna. A dozen shadow clones use healing jutsu together to treat 10 at the same time. Several goals. It's so amazing, all the wounded have recovered all at once. Naruto-sama, this is... Seeing the superb medical ninjutsu shown by Setsuna, the medical ninjas in the medical room looked at third generation curiously, hoping that third Hokage could introduce the identity of this teenager to everyone. Cough cough, let me introduce it to everyone. Third generation saw the eyes of the people, coughed lightly, and introduced to them, this is Hyuga Setsuna Jainin, who just returned from a mission outside the village, won by Tsunade, the true biography of Nani. It's the rumored genius. He is the Byakugan demon who made Cloud Shinobi frighten on the battlefield before. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be Tsunade-sama's disciple. No wonder there is such a superb medical ninjutsu. To be so young with superb strength, he deserves to be a legendary genius. After hearing third generation introduce Setsuna's identity, the ninjas in the medical room began to boil again. But what third generation said next came as a surprise to everyone present, including Setsuna, who was also stunned. From now on, I formally appoint Hyuga Setsuna as the monitor of the Konoha medical class. After glanced at everyone present, third generation solemnly announced. Shushan.com reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites share recommend. Chapter 56, Medical Squad Leader, third on the shelf. Chapter 56, Medical Squad Leader, third on the shelf. What? As soon as the words of third generation fell, not only the medical ninjas present had caused an uproar, even Setsuna was surprised. Unexpectedly, the old man of third generation values himself so much that he should be the squad leader of the Konoha medical team. This is not an ordinary position, just like Uchiha Fugaku, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, is the leader of the Konoha police force. It is a position with great power. Will definitely be qualified to enter Konoha's highest decision-making level in the future. Is this going to train me to support me in the upper ranks? Unfortunately, I may not be what you want in your heart. Setsuna felt the good intentions of third generation, and couldn't help but smile. After third generation announced that the appointment was completed, everyone in the medical class present still had quite a bit of criticism about Setsuna's age. After all, letting a young boy of this age become his immediate boss would not be happy in anyone's mind. But the superb medical ninjutsu level demonstrated by Setsuna just now was seen by everyone. It was a height that they couldn't reach, and the situation was stronger than others, and no other objections could be raised. Why do you do this? After coming out of the ninja hospital, Setsuna broke the silence and couldn't help asking third generation questions in his heart. Are you saying that I appointed you as the monitor of the medical class? Hearing Setsuna's question, third generation walked slowly, smoking a pipe and whispering, first, because of your medical ninjutsu level and reached a superb level, I am fully capable of holding this position. Second, since the death of fourth generation, my 3 disciples have also left Konoha, and the remaining young ninjas in the village are not enough to carry some heavy burdens. Setsuna, you are the most talented among the new generation of ninjas, I also believe in your abilities, you will never let me down. Do you trust me so? After listening to the words of third generation in silence, Setsuna was a little surprised, thinking in his heart, but I think I will leave this village sooner or later. There are some things, I'm afraid I will live up to your expectations. Also, over the Zone family, you don't have to worry too much. Third generation couldn't see what Setsuna was thinking, and suddenly remembered and said to Setsuna, I have already greeted them. Without my permission, absolutely not. I will use the enchantment on you again. Do you allow it? Maybe that day will come, and you might want to kill me desperately, Setsuna smiled helplessly. The Hisashi incident. Seeing Setsuna's bitter smile, third generation thought he was still thinking about Hisashi's incident, and patted him on the shoulder and said, there is something, if one day, if you sit in my position, you will understand that it is really helpless. Hisashi sacrificed for the peace of the village. No matter what, he is the hero of the village. After listening to third generation's words, Setsuna was silent, walking all the way to the fork in the road. Setsuna waved goodbye to third generation. I hope you don't let me down and become like Orochimaru. Staring at the background of Setsuna's departure, the thoughts of third generation floated far, far away. After bidding farewell to the third generation, Setsuna walked on the snow with some serious thoughts. On both sides of the snow-covered Konoha street, there were some children throwing snowballs and playing around. Chapter 46. Anyway, with the order of the third generation, at least for the time being I am absolutely safe. Setsuna walked, counting the deep and shallow footprints on the snow. I have to think of a way during this time. Get the scroll to lift the curse from Danzo. Hey, you monster Byakugan, if you are a female princess of the Hyuga clan, just give us a look at Byakugan. Unknowingly, he walked to a small wood at the end of the street. A few children on the snowy woods attracted Setsuna's idea. 3 children, about 5 or 6 years old, were surrounding a little girl under the tree, making fun of the little girl's pure white eyes, and saw one of the chubby children laughing. "No? Don't show up in front of us then. Ha 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 ha. Isn't that Hinata?" Seeing the little girl under the tree, Setsuna recognized her at a glance. Seeing Hinata's big eyes began to mist, she just wanted to go up and stop these little ghosts when she suddenly saw a small figure on the swing next to her. Past. "Hey, stop." Only a child with dazzling yellow hair and wearing a sports sweater rushed behind them with his fist clenched. "What are you doing, you fellow?" The 3 children turned around and saw a little ghost who looked a little smaller than them. "I am Uzumaki Naruto. I am the future Naruto." The yellow-haired child yelled at 3 children who were a lap older than him. "Future Naruto? Ha ha ha, are you an idiot?" The 3 kids who bullied Hinata couldn't help laughing. "You are idiots, shadow clone technique." The kid with yellow hair actually got a cross mark on his hands and used ninjutsu. "Nanny." Seeing 2 clusters of white smoke emerging, the 3 children were obviously frightened. After looking closely, the 2 shadow clones summoned by the yellow-haired child were only as big as one hand, and they jumped up on the ground, yelling at them in a shrill voice, "I'm going to beat you up." Ha ha ha. Seeing the 2 small beings summoned by the yellow-haired child, the 3 children's stomachs were almost aching with laughter. The yellow-haired child was also embarrassed to maintain the Juiin posture, with a drop of sweat hanging on his head. When Setsuna saw this scene not far away, he couldn't help but laugh, and the tedious thoughts were blown away. A lot worthy of being the protagonist of the future, the unexpected ninja Uzumaki Naruto. It is estimated that Hinata began to have a longing for Naruto at this time. Naruto seems to have a trait that can infect others since he was a child. This kind of sunny and cheerful personality and the bloody perseverance that never give up is in this day. In the ninja world, it does seem so precious, Setsuna thought. Seeing that Naruto was about to be beaten by 3 children, Setsuna shook his head and walked over, and said, "Stop it, you guys." Hearing Setsuna's voice, the children all turned their heads and saw that Setsuna was obviously 2 heads taller than them. Obviously they were a little scared. They saw the forehead protector on Setsuna's forehead trembled. "What are you doing? What about our children? Brother Setsuna?" At this time Hinata recognized Setsuna, and they met at the Hyuga clan mansion last year. "What, do you know him?" Naruto, who was almost beaten, watched as a handsome boy who was 5 or 6 years older than them walked over. He was not able to show off in front of Hinata, and muttered a little unconvinced. "Well, he is my cousin. A genius in our clan." Hinata, who is shy, explained to Naruto with a faint mosquito noise. It's a little funny to see the 3 children in front of him look like they are facing a big enemy. Setsuna really thinks that these 3 children work part-time as a model of defying power. One is the heir of the Hyuga clan, and the other is the world. The future protagonist, the son of 4th Hokage, was nicknamed the Prince by readers. Now 3 casual children in the village dare to bully them, and Setsuna almost laughed. Naruto was still a miserable orphan who didn't know his own life and was rejected by the villagers. Naturally, there was nothing to say, but Hinata was the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan. With Setsuna's strength, he had long discovered the 2 Hyuga lurking around. Clan guards, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. If something really threatens Hinata's safety, the 2 guards on the side will immediately jump out to teach the children how to behave. Chapter 57 Naruto and Hinata, 4th on the shelf. "Aren't you leaving yet?" Seeing the 3 children sticking there, Setsuna raised a hand impatiently, Chakra moved slightly, and Ray's Nan, one glowing with blue light, appeared on the palm of his hand. "Run!" Seeing Ray's Nan let out of Setsuna's hands, the 3 little kids didn't know what it was, but they probably guessed that this guy was really good, and immediately fled away. Wow! It's amazing! Seeing Setsuna drove off the three children, Naruto stared at the raised nan in Setsuna's hands, wishing that the thing was inherently attractive to him. Setsuna took back raised nan, and looked at Naruto with some playfulness. In the original book, he relied on Rasengan's trick to fight all over the world, but now it has become his own skill. After a few children's trouble, Setsuna has been a little upset since returning to Konoha, and seems to be in a much better mood. Looking at Naruto and Hinata, who were only 4 years old, Setsuna touched their cute heads and smiled, "It's getting late, and I'm a little hungry. Hinata, I invite you two to have ramen." "Really? Great." Hearing that Hinata's brother wanted to treat him to ramen, Naruto jumped for joy. Everyone in the village rejected him, saying that he was a monster. "I didn't expect this handsome elder brother to be so good today." But father." Hinata lowered her head and hesitated in a low voice. "It's nothing, I'll explain to him from the patriarch." Setsuna guessed that Hinata's hesitation was because the Hyuga clan was strictly forbidden. Normally, she had to return home on time at this time. As he said, Setsuna turned his head and glanced at the side as if unintentionally, and said to no one freely, "You go back first. Hinata waits and I will send her to the clan." After speaking, Naruto looked up at Setsuna strangely, "Who are you talking to again?" "It's none of your business, let's go." Setsuna reached out and pressed Naruto and Hinata's heads, twisting them to the street together. It was hidden that the two Hyuga sect guards hesitated, one of them whispered something to the other, and the other left him quickly and left. Setsuna dragged the two little kids across the two streets, and soon came to the bustling central street of Konoha. The three of them walked to the entrance of a shop with a 4-character sign of Yul Ramen. As soon as they arrived at the door, Naruto was so frizzy that he shouted inside, "Uncle Yul! Give me a bowl of char siu ramen. Want a big bowl?" "Oh, it's Naruto." Seeing Naruto walk in, Uncle Yul didn't smile even though he was connected. "Bring friends here too." "Yeah, the two of them are friends I know today. This big brother treats you today." Naruto's smiling eyes narrowed into a line. The villagers have never given him a good face since he was born. He lives normally. They were all hungry and full, but I didn't expect to meet two people who didn't hate him today. "Give me a tonkatsu ramen, Hinata, what do you want to eat?" Setsuna sat down in front of the stage and asked Hinata after looking at the side. I'm just like you, brother Setsuna." Hinata, as the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan, usually rarely has the opportunity to sit outside and eat with others. "Well, then 2 tonkatsu ramen noodles, thank you." Setsuna glanced at the store, but nothing changed. "It's just that my own growth and changes have changed a lot in the past few years, and I can't recognize myself when I want to come to Yul." "Ah, aren't you the little brother who has been in the past few years?" At this moment, a beautiful girl emerged from the counter. It was Uncle Yul's daughter Changpyu. "I haven't seen him for so long." Sure enough, he has become a handsome guy, and Changpyu poked his head out of the counter in a mischievous manner, staring at Setsuna's handsome face so that his cheeks gleamed. Long time no see." Seeing the calamus that suddenly appeared, Setsuna was a little embarrassed. "I didn't expect this girl to remember herself after a few years. Big brother is very popular with girls." Naruto looked at Setsuna next to him, muttering with envy in his mouth. "Eat your noodles, don't talk nonsense." As we spoke, a large bowl of steaming char siu ramen was ready and placed in front of Naruto. After a while, all three of them had all the ramen. Except for Setsuna and Hinata, who were eating ramen slowly, the kid Naruto didn't crackle and sucked the noodles. The noise made people look at him. "Ha! I'm so full." Naruto touched his stomach in contentment. After burping, he slammed the table and said loudly to Setsuna, "Thank you for inviting me to eat ramen today. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Remember mine?" "Name? I will become Hokage in the future. Naruto. Looking at Naruto confidently, Setsuna chuckled and touched his head, staring at him with sky-blue eyes and said, "If it's you, I believe it will be possible." Naruto was stunned when he heard Setsuna say something indifferently. He thought that when Setsuna heard him say that he was going to be Hokage, he would definitely laugh at him like everyone else. After all, this is how far away a dream is from everyone. In the end, Setsuna affirmed him so easily. Unknowingly, Naruto's eyes were misty. He didn't know who his parents were since he was a child, and he's never been affirmed by anyone. I didn't expect that the elder brother I met today would not only invite him to have ramen, but also affirmed that he has to dream. Chapter 47. It is not that people who become Naruto will be recognized by everyone, but people who are recognized by everyone will become Naruto. Setsuna suddenly became interested and shamelessly plagiarized this famous saying of the future Itachi god to Naruto, if you want to be Hokage, just remember this sentence. Seeing that Naruto was dumbfounded by his own mouth, Naruto was stunned after listening to his own words, sitting there with his eyes glowing and chanting these words repeatedly in his mouth. Setsuna calmly beckoned to Hinata, "Let's go Hinata, I song, you go back." After paying the money and coming out of the ramen, he took Hinata and walked back to the Hyuga clan. Setsuna felt relieved. It seems that mouth escape is really a skill that does not need to be consumed and is surprisingly powerful. Think about the original book, Gaara, Pain, Uchiha Obito. These powerful names are all Naruto in a sense. Mouth flees the ghost under the sword. As powerful as 6 penons, Naruto was directly evasive and said to death. Sacrifice yourself to overdraft life and revive Konoha everyone. Another example is Uchiha Obito, who worked so hard to plan for so long. In the end, Naruto was persuaded by Naruto's mouth to persuade him in the Ninja World War, and he finally lost his life in the Gomwie camp. Zhao Hazeo. Hyuga clan land, clan mansion. Hinata hasn't come back yet. Hayashi, who was sitting in the main hall, asked the guard below. Master of Homecoming, Hyuga Setsuna has sent the eldest lady back and is on the way. The Hyuga clan guard replied truthfully. That's good. What did Hyuga Setsuna do with Hinata just now? Hayashi remembered that his subordinates had just come back and told him that Setsuna had left with Hinata. He was a little uneasy. After all, Hinata was his biological daughter, and Setsuna was so contradictory with his clan. My lord, returning home, just now Hyuga Setsuna took the eldest lady to eat ramen. The guard replied with some embarrassment. Hey? Ramen? Hayashi was stunned. What the hell was this Setsuna thinking? Well, you can go down if nothing is wrong. Hey, Hisashi, did the Zone family really do something wrong? Hayashi sighed, looking at the starry sky outside the door. If it were you, what would you do? Chapter 58 Wet Bone Forest, 5th on the shelves. Brother Setsuna, I'm here. At the door of the Zone family mansion, Hinata stopped. Well, you go in, I won't go in. Setsuna also stopped and said to Hinata, that happened, and he doesn't want to see Hayashi and the others anymore. Well, thank you for taking me to eat ramen today. It's delicious. Goodbye, brother Setsuna. Hinata gently thanked Setsuna politely, and walked in under Setsuna's eyes. What happened today is so special to the life of her clan eldest lady. Not only did she know the boy named Uzumaki Naruto, but she also met brother Setsuna again. After delivering Hinata, he came out of the Hyuga clan's house, and Setsuna walked along the path under the street light and returned to his home. Having not returned for more than a year, he opened the door and walked into the house. Setsuna found that the house was not as dusty as he had imagined, but rather slender. The table was neatly cleaned, and the bed was neatly folded. Neat and tidy. Like someone often comes to clean it. Kill then, who would it be? Aunt Myling? Hyuga ringtone? Or, Uzuki Yuin? Setsuna could imagine Tenten helping him clean the house when he was out. There were only a few people. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Gently shook his head, dispelling the distracting thoughts from his mind. Setsuna closed the door, stretched out his right hand to bit a 933 broken finger, and slammed on the ground. Summoning technique. A smoke circled, and there was an extra clam as big as Setsuna in Setsuna's room. Little Setsuna, why are you calling me so late? Summoning's Clam Yu asked without taking care of the surrounding environment. Master Clam, I'm calling you to come over because I have something to ask you to help me. Setsuna spoke clearly to the clam in front of him. What's the matter? Clam replaced Setsuna suspiciously. I want to ask Master Clam to take me to the wet bone forest. I want to learn immortal art. Setsuna stared at Clam and said firmly. Learning immortality? Did Tsunade tell you? Clam was a little surprised at Setsuna's sudden request. It's not what Mr. Tsunade told me, but I heard it from other places. I know that the Clam Fairy in the Wet Bone Forest and the Snake Fairy in Toad Sage Rika Cave in Mount Maiboko have incredible powers, so I thought Master Clam, please take me to the Wet Bone Forest and let me learn immortality. Setsuna continued to speak of himself. The goal of toads and smelly snakes, save me, you know us well. Ino after listening to Setsuna, Dom nodded and continued, well, I will use reverse summoning to take you back to the wet bone forest, but not everyone can learn, and there are huge risks. I understand that there will be risks in learning Xianshu, but I believe that I can definitely succeed. Please lead the way. Leader Setsuna continued. Well, since you are so persistent, put your hands on me. Summoning Setsuna's insistence, Wormtongue Zero asked Setsuna to put his hand on it. Setsuna stretched out his hand, and according to Clam's instructions, put his hand on Clam's body. A burst of smoke came out in a blink of an eye. Setsuna and Clam disappeared in the room. For an instant, Setsuna felt as if he had shuttled through a strange space. After a while, Setsuna immediately felt down to earth. After landing smoothly, Setsuna turned his head and looked around, only to see that he and Clam Yu were now in a strange wood. Why is it a peculiar forest? Because Setsuna discovered that this forest is endless, even if you use Byakugan, you can't save the edge. Moreover, these forests are not ordinary trees, but huge white matter standing up to the sky. Similar to stalactites, no, it should be said that they are stalagmites. The sky was not the sky of the original world, it was a strange purple, and a huge foggy stone covered the top of the Buddha's head. The surrounding air also looked very humid, which Setsuna didn't like. Here we are, here is the wet bone forest. Seeing that Setsuna was looking around curiously, Tongiyu introduced him as he walked forward. The time here is the same as the ninja world. Every summoning beast race has its own space world. Our clams have lived here for generations. A wet bone forest. Come with me, I will take you to see my main body Clam Zero Fairy. Sharp Clam Yu turned his head to save Setsuna and motioned for him to follow it. After walking through the damp woods for about half an hour, the Wormtongue took King Setsuna to a place with huge white stalagmites. Below the huge white stalagmites, above a seat made of white material, a group was sitting. Only a huge clam QE. The dense clusters of clams surrounded this huge clam, and I saw the creatures that seemed to block the light from the sky. Setsuna was particularly surprised. Mumbled, is this the fairy clam? You are Tsunade's disciple Setsuna, right? The immortal clam Q, who was bigger than the 9 tails in Setsuna's impression, spoke. It seemed to be a voice transmitted from a long time ago. My clone has told me that you are here to learn. Is Xianshu? Yes, Clam Zero Fairy. Recovering from the shock, Setsuna nodded and replied. No one has been able to successfully practice the immortal technique in the wet bone forest for many years. I feel a familiar power from your body. Maybe you can succeed. An old and erratic voice radiated from immortal Hokage, "My clone, you can take him to the wet bone pool to try." The clone that led Setsuna over, turned around and said to Setsuna, "Setsuna, come with me." "Yes." After talking about the huge stalagmites that stood tall in Qingtian, Tung Yu brought Setsuna to a bottomless pool. Around the pool were many stone statues of clams. Ordinary chakra is a mixture of human body energy and spiritual energy, while fairy chakra is based on physical ability plus spiritual ability and then mixed with natural energy. The power is several times or even dozens of times that of ordinary chakra. This depends on the practice. It depends on the degree. On the edge of the water pool, Worm Tongue carefully explained Setsuna. Knowledge about Xianshu. If you want to practice immortality, you must first have a huge amount of chakra, and then you need a strong exhaustion and control ability, perfect control of the three abilities to maintain a balance, in order to successfully enter the sage mode. Kong Tong Yu said, saving the many stone clam statues on the side of Zayashuatan, "You save these stone statues, they are all repaired in the past." Those who fail in the practice of immortality cannot control the natural energy, and will turn into stone if they fail to maintain their balance. This is the huge risk of practicing sage mode. Do you still want to try it? After the pain was severe, Chung Tong Q turned his attention to Setsuna. After listening to what the clam said, Setsuna pondered for a moment. In fact, he already knew about sage mode from the original work, but the general explanation of clam gave him a more intuitive feeling. Chapter 48. Well, I must practice sage mode. I believe I will be able to succeed. Setsuna still leads firmly. Well, I also hope you can succeed. No one in the wet bone forest has been able to successfully practice immortality for many years. Judging from the amount of chakra, you are almost up to the standard. The worm-tongue bat looked at Setsuna up and down. Through the touch of the summoning contract, he could clearly feel that Setsuna's chakra was at the shadow level. There are a lot of them inside. I didn't expect that the amount of chakra in the shadow level just met the standard. Setsuna smiled slightly. He is only G-year-old. The amount of chakra is already at the monster level, but it is incomparable with the open existence of Naruto and first Hokage. Please automatically subscribe to me, the scars will break out tonight. Chapter 59, Sage Mode. Then, how long has it been since I successfully cultivated into Sage Mode last time? Setsuna was a little curious to save the surrounding clam stone statues. These stone statues were all living people in the past, but now they have become one. The moving stone statue, Setsuna can fully feel the requirements of Sage Mode's practice. Harsh. The person who succeeded in cultivating into Sage Mode from here last time is called Senju Hashirama, and it's probably a few decades since now. Zhao spit out words that surprised Setsuna from Clam Yu's mouth. Senju Hashirama. Didn't expect it to be him. Setsuna was stunned when he heard the words, his mouth slightly opened, and he was relieved when he thought about it. That's right, first Hokage learned Sage Mode from the Wet Bone Forest, so the clam pleasure of the Wet Bone Forest was passed on to Tsunade, which seems reasonable. The Sage Mode of Mount Maiboku has amazing resilience and perception ability, the Sage Mode of Rika Cave has strong vitality and insight, and the Sage Mode of our Wet Bone Forest. It has the ability to enhance surgery and physical strength. Each has its own characteristics. Ignore Setsuna's surprise. Clam Zero continues to whisper. Come. Does it increase the ability to perform surgery and physical strength? It seems to be true. Setsuna can't help but think that when Senju Hashirama uses wood-style Senju in the original book, he really needs to turn on Sage Mode to activate it. Then hurry up and start teaching me. Thinking of Senju Hashirama's ability to move mountains and fill the sea, Setsuna couldn't help but heat his chest, and said eagerly to the clams. Well, don't worry, just sit down and feel the natural energy carefully according to the method I taught you, and then slowly control it to touch your chakra, the worm tongue happily let Setsuna sit down and carefully. He explained the method of practicing chakra. According to the method that you said, Setsuna slowly sat cross-legged beside the pool, closing his eyes and practicing. Suddenly, the power of frozen fruit in Setsuna's body went into a frantic riot, scrambling to keep pouring out, and Setsuna opened his eyes in shock. What's going on? The natural energy in your body, feeling the power of frozen fruit rushing out of Setsuna's body, the worm tongue opened its mouth in surprise. How can you absorb natural energy so quickly, and this number is the most? Hearing Clam use surprise, Setsuna's mind flashed. That's right. It really is. Frozen fruit is Logia's devil fruit. After its transformation, its body is absorbing the freezing force of natural energy all the time, and even becomes one with this natural force. For ordinary ninjas, the most difficult natural energy to control, but for myself, Logia's demon fruit power, it is just like an arm, and it is as easy to use as eating and drinking. In other words, after his body was transformed by Logia devil fruit, it became a natural energy receiver. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Thinking of this, Setsuna hurriedly controlled a frozen fruit energy according to the method Clam you just taught, and then mobilized a larger amount of chakra from the body, slowly manipulating the two energy, and gradually let them merge together. In the beginning, although chakra and frozen fruit energies were not mutually exclusive, they did not merge together. Instead, they were like two strangers who did not communicate with each other, maintaining their independence. But after Setsuna's slow running in, the two abilities seem to have gradually become acquainted, slowly accepting each other, gradually began to merge into one piece. Sitting on the edge of the water pool, Setsuna worked hard for more than an hour, and finally a huge group of new energy was born in the body. They seemed to maintain the characteristics of chakra and frozen fruit energy, but they seemed to be different. Both types of energy have higher quality. Setsuna carefully felt this new energy. From its stable appearance, Setsuna can fully appreciate the violent violence contained in it. Is this chakra? It's troublesome to refine. Setsuna opened his eyes. At this time, Baije's face was covered with red monster lines, and red eyeshadow appeared around his eyes. This is Sage Mode. Sitting next to Setsuna and observing the clam for a long time, I was completely shocked when I saw the red lines and eyeshadows on Setsuna's face, and the breath exuding from his body. It succeeded so soon. It should be a success. Setsuna stood up and stretched his head over the water. The reflection on the water surface also saved the change on his face. He muttered to himself, it's so ugly, but this pattern seems a bit similar to that of first Hokage. How could it be possible to cultivate Sage Mode so soon? People who used to practice have only spent many years to successfully practice. Obviously, Clam is still immersed in the surprise of Setsuna cultivated into Sage Mode so soon. I dare not confidently muttered to himself, no wonder Toad Sage said he has a familiarity. The power of summoning him is very special. Look for flowers. Setsuna squeezed his fist, and felt the surging power coming from his body, and his body strength was obviously improved significantly compared to before. Try to see if ninjutsu has an augmentation effect. Thinking of this, Setsuna used chakra, a newly refined fairy technique, and condensed raised nan in the palm of his hand. Hey! 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 A gust of wind came from the palm of Setsuna's palm, only to see a spiral the size of 2 basketballs appeared in Setsuna's hand, and the breeze brought by the high-density rotating chakra blew Setsuna's long hair. It really strengthened. Saved the huge raised nan in his hand, Setsuna excitedly injected the wind attribute change into it. Buzzing. 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 A round of harsh sonic booms came out of his hand, and Setsuna raised one in his hand. A super large shuriken that is twice the size of the usual spiral shuriken. This kind of technique. Seeing Setsuna's exaggerated drunkenness in his hands, Clam suddenly had a bad premonition as he watched the oversized shuriken he held above his head. Aren't you going to As soon as Clam Yu came up with her words, Setsuna threw the oversized spiral shuriken in his hand toward the forest in the distance. There was a loud bang, a dazzling white light, and the shock wave of Setsuna and Clam couldn't turn their backs on. After opening their eyes and the dust dissipated, Setsuna and Hak looked around, only to see a whole forest in the distance. It was razed to the ground, and there are still traces on the ground that seem to have been hit by Yuan bullets. Damn kid! You ruined the woods! Saved to the ruins in the distance, the clam nearby his side almost jumped up. How can I explain to the main body, the clam, the fairy? P6B, it seems that getting drunk is too big. I don't save the thunderous clam. Q. Setsuna scratched his head unconsciously. I just practiced immortality, I was too excited to control it for a while. After learning other people's fairy skills, they also destroyed their forests. It seems that this thing is really not very kind. Setsuna also lowered his head in shame, only to blame for being so excited to successfully cultivate into sage mode. I'm so mad at you, I don't have to save. Setsuna's good attitude of admitting mistakes, so Hawan had to continue to whisper. But the power is really great, you thought about it. Setsuna's sage art wind-style spiral shuriken did give it an indescribable shock. Automatic subscription. Reward. Tickets. Chapter 60 Goodbye Xian, 7th on the shelf. Ding. The system detected that the host temporarily broke through the bottleneck and successfully broke the boundary. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Sage mode. During the bonus period of this mode, the individual abilities of the host are temporarily improved. For specific details, please learn more about the host by yourself. The system prompt that suddenly circled in my mind shocked Setsuna. After listening to the content of the prompt, Setsuna couldn't help but vomit. The system, I found that you are stealing more and more, so I usually send detailed information to me, actually let me know by myself today. This system is only responsible for prompting the host and helping the host to break through the bottleneck, and no small talk at other times. The sound of the system is as cold as a machine. Hey, you weren't like this before, you used to chat with me. Hey, you are talking. No matter how Setsuna shouted in his heart, the Hogyoku system in his mind was still silent. 22. It's strange, does the system also have a menstrual period? It would occasionally explain it for itself when I asked it some questions before. How did it become such a virtue today? Setsuna thought helplessly. Chapter 49. While wondering about the strange performance of the Hogyoku system today, Setsuna felt a wave of fluctuations in his body. The newly fused chakras suddenly repelled each other, and Tong Xin dispersed and restored the energy of chakra and frozen fruit. With the changes in the body, the mysterious red lines and red eye shadow on Setsuna's face gradually faded until they disappeared. You're not very skilled in Sage mode, so it can only last for 1 minute. The Sage mode feature that replaced Setsuna's body disappeared, Clam said. Well, saving it will take a long time to practice, Setsuna said after exiting from Sage mode. In the original book, Naruto can only last for a few minutes at the beginning of cultivating into Sage mode, and it takes a long time to absorb natural energy. Later, through Shadow Clone, natural energy is used to refine chakra, which is used by the body in battle, until the Most Ninja World War. Only when Nine Tails can absorb the natural energy and keep it. Sage mode. Senju Hashirama was able to quickly turn on Sage mode very quickly, and judging from the battle between him and Uchiha Madara in the original book, his Sage mode seems to last for a long time. My own Sage mode is just getting started. I can successfully cultivate Sage mode so easily. The starting point is already higher than them. There are still many things to explore. With chakra, even in the face of 10 Tails Jinchuriki Obito, Madara, and Kaguya, opponents who control the 5 elements of yin and yang and use truth-seeking ball, at least they have the ability to resist. Thinking of this, Setsuna can't help but clenched. Took the palm. Master Clam, thank you for bringing me here today, let me learn Sage mode, and the damage caused here, I'm really very sorry. Setsuna turned around and leaned slightly to Clam. Forget it. Anyway, these forests will grow out sooner or later, so if you can successfully learn Sage Mode so quickly, I think Immortal Clam will be very happy too. Huan twisted her tail generously and said to Setsuna. It is estimated that the time in the ninja world has passed for a long time. Oh Lord, I think I have to go back first. At this time, Setsuna remembered that it has been almost half a day since he came to the wet bone forest. It is estimated that it is already bright in the ninja world. How can I say that third generation has also handed over the task of the squad leader of the ninja hospital medical class? Myself, you can't be late for the first day. Well, if you have something to do, go back first, and I will also report the progress of your celestial arts practice with the Clam Fairy. As long as Setsuna said to go back, Q also nodded. Well, but I will leave Shadow Clone here to continue practicing, no problem. I sharpened Setsuna's hands and made a mark, leaving a series of smoke around him, and suddenly dozens of Shadow Clone appeared. Are so many Shadow Clone cultivating here? When the time comes to take back the Shadow Clone, can your body bear so much information? Saved Setsuna to separate so many Shadow Clone, how Shanhui reminded. Don't worry, it's not the first time I have done this. Hearing what Ham said, Setsuna smiled slightly. When Konoha Haoyama practiced before, he always used Shadow Clone to practice synchronously, so he didn't stick to it for so long. After speaking, Setsuna bit his finger and pressed it lightly on the ground. With the extension of the black charm, the whole person disappeared in the same place after a burst of smoke. For the future ninja world, an unimaginable character will appear. On the edge of the pool, there is a group of Setsuna Shadow Clone who are cultivating Sage Mode in full swing around the water, Clam muttering to himself. After a cloud of smoke left, Setsuna appeared in his room without warning. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. After saving the sunlight coming in from outside, Setsuna realized that it was already early. But what immediately surprised Setsuna was that there was another person in his room. Setsuna. Saving Setsuna, who was suddenly left in the room, a beautiful girl with purple hair opened Sakura's little mouth in surprise. Hey! Xi tremor. Setsuna stunned. The person in her room was Uzuzian, who hadn't seen her in more than a year. Why are you in my room? Setsuna asked suspiciously, saving the brighter and more charming Zian, who hadn't seen it for more than a year. Master Naruto said that you went out to perform a special mission and can't come back for a long time. Sometimes I don't have to be on duty, so I come to help you clean up the house. Looking at the handsome young man who hasn't seen him for a long time, Xi Yan's eyes became a little complicated. By the way, yesterday I summoned the... I've notified, congratulations. You said that, it's nothing. Hearing Xian's congratulations, Setsuna froze for a moment, and then remembered that she should be the monitor of the Konoha medical team. By the way, you don't have my house key, how did you come in? What do you say? I'm an Anbu ninja, isn't it easy to come into your house? Hearing Setsuna's words, Xi Yan gave him a bit of resentment. Also, don't tell me when you come back. It's not a lot of things when I came back yesterday. I originally planned to find you this morning. Haha, saved the look Xian handed over. Setsuna gave an embarrassing haha. Xi Yan's obvious affection for him is not unwise, and Setsuna is not without thinking about Xi Yan, a beautiful and refined beauty. The relationship between the two was extraordinary when they were in Anbu. Even though Xi Yan was 3.0 years older than him, how could he be exhausted with his uncle's soul? The reason why he didn't break this relationship is partly because Setsuna is still young, and partly because Setsuna's curse marks on his body, and because of Hisashi's incident, he doesn't know when he will or not stand on the opposite side of Konoha, so he is still temporarily. No other ideas. Choking a little strangely and skipping Setsuna's glance, Xi Yan asked curiously, Did you use summoning technique just now? Yes, I used the summoning technique to practice in the summoning beast space last night, and I ran into you at home as soon as I came back. Setsuna smiled and said. It turns out that you are still enthusiastic about cultivation, and it's no wonder that your strength will surpass us so much. Xi Yan said as she took out her rabbit face mask. It's getting late, I should also go on duty. Chapter 61, New Mission, 8th on the shelf. Taking a look at Xian, she was still wearing Anbu's dress, but she still outlined the good figure of Jiao. Setsuna nodded and said, Go, thank you for cleaning the house for me. I should also go to the ninja hospital, after all. It's the first day I took office. Well, I'll come back to you after the mission. And you have to do your best. Ruizian showed a smile to Setsuna, put on a mask and waved to Setsuna, and disappeared into Setsuna's room. Watching Xian's leaving figure, feeling the remaining temperature of her in the air, Setsuna smiled and shook his head, sorted it out, and went out. After arriving at the ninja hospital, nothing special happened. The severely injured ninja was all healed by Setsuna yesterday, and the lightly injured ninja was given to other medical ninjas below for treatment. Since this is not a time of war, there are not too many wounded people appearing. It was a very leisurely life. As soon as Tenten passed, after the leisurely days, Setsuna would report to the ninja hospital at first. Later, he simply used Shadow Clone to deal with it. The rest of the time was spent 27 on cultivation. Of course, I occasionally go out with Xian and Ling Ian to go shopping and eat. This time is also considered Setsuna. One of the few leisure time. On this day, Setsuna was lying comfortably in the office of the medical class with Erlang's legs crossed, and there was a knock on the door. Come in. Hello, Lord Setsuna, and Lord Third Hokage, please come over. An Anbu ninja came in and bowed slightly to Setsuna. Third generation old man? I don't know what's going on with me. With a feeling of doubt, Setsuna followed Anbu ninja to the Naruto office. Hehe, Setsuna, you're here, sit down. When Setsuna came in, third generation smiled kindly, put down the pipe and said to Setsuna. Thank you Naruto-sama. After entering the door, Setsuna found that in addition to third generation, there were 4 other ninjas in the office. There were outsiders present. Setsuna still gave third generation a lot of face. After saying thank you, Setsuna sat on the sofa next to him. After Setsuna sat on the sofa, all the ninjas in the room turned their eyes on him, and at the same time, Setsuna had a good time to look at the ninjas present. The 4 ninjas were uniformly wearing green Konoha shinobi vests, all looking at Setsuna with a curious look. It seemed that they wanted to find the shadow of the Byakugan demon chanted on the battlefield from the boy in front of them. Suddenly, one of the teenagers who was also looking at him curiously aroused Setsuna's interest. His short black hair was slightly curled, the eyelashes at the corners of his eyes were slightly raised, and the green vest was covered with a black mission costume, about 13 years old. The 4-year-old exudes an aura far surpassing the others. Chapter 50. This guy is .. Saving this young ninja, Setsuna seems to have a familiar name in his heart. Ahem, Setsuna, calling you over today, there is a new task for you. At this time, third generation let out a soft cough, attracting everyone's attention. New mission. Setsuna curiously pointed to third generation. Well, this is an S-class secret mission. Keep sharp, third generation brewed for a while, and explained the content of this mission to the people present. After the last ninja war, there have been several incidents of ninjas stealing information around our village. We checked knowing that they are the ninjas of Mist Shinobi, it happened with them during the period. After several battles, they finally didn't let them take away the intelligence. After talking about third generation, he paused and turned his gaze to the young ninja present. When it comes to this, I have to praise you again, especially Shisui, you did a great job. It was him. Listening to the name spit out from third generation's mouth, Setsuna confirmed the identity of the young ninja in front of him, Uchiha Shisui. At present, the most popular genius ninja of the Uchiha clan, with extraordinary strength, good at illusion and body flicker technique, known as Shisui, the strongest phantom ninja. Setsuna, who has saved the original work, knows that this guy in front of him is the offspring of 3rd Hokage's young companion Uchiha Kagami. He is both Uchiha's mentor and Uchiha's best friend. He has the strongest illusion eyes of the Uchiha clan. She has a talent for pupil skills comparable to that of Uchiha Lion. Although Uchiha Shisui's appearance shots in the original book are just a few of the scenes, but his amazing strength and talent have deeply shocked every reader. The strongest illusion distinguished heavenly gods can directly enter the opponent's brain without the opponent's awareness, and permanently and completely modify the opponent's will, allowing the operation to be performed. The people that the reader sees are turned into his puppets, which is definitely an illusion that is more terrifying than a monthly reading. I don't know if he has turned on Sharingan, and summoned the young face in front of him, and Setsuna secretly said in his heart. So, the next task I give you is to dive into the land of water and obtain information from Miss Shinobi. Glancing at everyone present, 3rd generation turned its head to Setsuna and continued, Setsuna, whether it's Byakugan's insight or superb medical ninjutsu, I believe that with your abilities, it's very suitable to help stop. Shui and their team went to perform this task together. Did you go to Water Country with Uchiha Shisui to spy on information? It seemed good. After listening to 3rd generation's words, Setsuna suddenly remembered something, and his face showed interest. If there are no other questions, you will leave in 2 days. Without the strong interest on Setsuna's face, 3rd generation smiled and said, Setsuna plus Shisui, with your strength, there will be no problem with this mission. I am waiting for your good news. Yes. Setsuna and the 5 Uchiha Shisui team present in unison responded. After the Setsuna and Uchiha Shisui team listened to 3rd generation's action instructions, they walked out of 3rd Hokage's office. On the corridor of the Naruto office building. Hyaga Setsuna. The Byakugan demon who frightened Cloud Shinobi on the battlefield, is younger than I thought. Uchiha Shisui, who was walking with Setsuna, turned his head and said instead of Setsuna. That's all the love from the comrades in arms, I've heard of Shisui's name for a long time. After hearing this, Setsuna turned his head and glanced at Uchiha Shisui. Compared to the genius Uchiha who is in the 400 long stage, Uchiha Shisui is now the mainstay of the Uchiha clan, and he is obviously stronger. I'm overwhelmed, I can summon you, Master 3rd generation is very important to you. The two walked side by side, Uchiha Shisui smiled at Setsuna, read more at hotmtlenovel.xyz. Humph, what the Byakugan demon is just a kid. At this moment, a ninja in the Uchiha Shisui team behind Setsuna spoke disdainfully. Hey! Setsuna turned his head and found that the other 3 members of the Uchiha Shisui team seemed to be members of the Uchiha clan. The ninja who provoked Setsuna had already turned on the Scarlet Sharingan, and the 2 Gyus were spinning in their eyes, as if to Setsuna embracing great enemy exhaustion. Shut up, Yan, and quickly apologize. Hearing what the team member Uchiha Yan said, Uchiha Shisui's face changed and he turned around and yelled. Well, what Konoha's strongest genius, forget it, those boring people actually put him on your head, Shisui __. Uchiha Yan still muttered in dissatisfaction. For Setsuna, the so-called Konoha's strongest genius who overwhelms the young talents of the Uchiha clan, these young ninjas of the Uchiha clan have long been grudges against him. As soon as Uchiha Shisui wanted to stop him from continuing to speak, Setsuna stopped and unknowingly turned on Byakugan. Dan Ranchi said for Uchiha-yan. I can't control how other people's provinces are, but you seem to treat me. Are you tired of seeing you? Chapter 62 Uchiha Shisui. We've been tolerating you for a long time, what shit is the strongest genius, only our Uchiha clan Shisui is the strongest genius. At this time, the other two Uchiha clan ninjas also stepped on. One of them wearing glasses said, "Han, Inu, you guys." Uchiha Shisui was surprised by the two players who came forward. "Please don't stop us, Captain Shisui. Today we are going to let this kid see how powerful the Uchiha clan is." The remaining grey-haired Uchiha ninja stared at Setsuna and said to Uchiha Shisui, "Haha, underscore. Just rely on a few wastes of you. The day after tomorrow, I will set off to carry out the mission in the country of water. Today, I was provoked by the three Uchiha ninjas in their dens." Setsuna smiled playfully, but there was a look in his eyes. "It's icy. Dare to insult us? I'll tell you to shut up now." After hearing Setsuna's words, Uchihayan couldn't help but rushed up first and kicked at Setsuna. The other two ninjas of the Uchiha clan blinked, and they saw Uchiha-yan flying upside down, like a kite with a broken line, without even making a sound, slamming heavily on the wall and fainted. So fast! Uchiha-han and Uchiha Inu did not see Setsuna's movements at all, but Uchiha Shisui has quietly turned on 3 Tomo Sharingan and successfully captured Setsuna's physical skills. Inflammation. "Damn it, I'm going to kill you." Seeing that his companion was beaten out by Setsuna for an instant, the other two Uchiha ninjas directly took out Kyowo to attack. As soon as the two of them took out the ninja, Setsuna's eyes did not show the slightest fluctuation, his hair was slightly flicked, and his body quickly turned around. He passed the ninja Uchiha-han in front of him, and ghosts generally appeared on the other ninja Uchiha Inu. Before. Clear. 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 I saw Setsuna's hands turned into a phantom, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of gentle fists were punched on him, instantly blocking the main points of his body. And Uchiha-han, the ninja who had been brushed around by him before, was still standing behind Setsuna in an attacking posture, motionless, like a wooden person, but his face seemed to suffer a great deal of pain. This is the second corpse Uchiha Shisui's Sharingan's insight is far beyond ordinary people. Seeing that the moment Setsuna shakes his head just now, it seems that something extremely subtle hit Uchiha-han. It was a rabbit hair needle. The moment Setsuna shook his head, he wrapped a few of his own hair into chakra and turned them into thin needles to pierce Uchiha-han's acupuncture points, blocking his actions. It is easy to be noticed that this trick does not have much effect against enemies of the same level, but it is unsatisfactory to deal with their opponents that are far inferior to their own. "What an annoying fly," Setsuna glanced at the 3 immobile guys with disdain, and said calmly. "Stop it." Uchiha Shisui arrived in Setsuna and easily cleaned up his 3 tribesmen. An instant suddenly appeared in front of Setsuna and grabbed Setsuna's wrist. A quick instant technique. Seeing Uchiha Shisui who suddenly appeared in front of him, Setsuna's eyes condensed, but he didn't even react to it. As expected, he is a genius known as Instant Shisui. This is the office building of Lord Naruto. Too much trouble is not good for everyone. Grasping Setsuna's wrist, Uchiha Shisui said, "It's because I gave the 3rd generation face, that I'm being merciful. Otherwise, do you think the 3 of them are just like they are now?" Setsuna stared at Uchiha Shisui's Sharingan without showing any weakness, and Setsuna said calmly, "And, do you think this is my strength?" Setsuna summoned Uchiha Shisui to grab his own hand, and suddenly smiled disdainfully. "Take these 3 wastes back and get ready. See you when you set off the day after tomorrow." "Right. Beeb." After saying this, Setsuna turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared into the air. Shadow clone. Turned out to be just his shadow clone. At this moment, even Uchiha Shisui was completely shocked, summoning the 3 immovable clansmen in the corridor and froze there. Wet Bone Forest.